frontage with a well-lit, transparent residential lobby, and then these are townhouse style units. And this is done to invite a pedestrian scale to the development. Given that no commercial use will occupy the ground floor, the applicant is seeking approval of a special use to allow the establishment of ground floor dwelling units, which is actually in keeping with the neighborhood context. I'll move to the transit served location parking request next. So the B35 district requires 1 parking space per residential dwelling unit. So 78 parking spaces would be required. We're proposing to include 27 vehicular parking spaces. The reason for the request is that adding additional parking spaces would require an increase in height of the building, which would undermine the transit-oriented development nature of the development and would compromise the site plan that the community reviewed and approved. The property is within 1,320 linear feet from the Bryn Mawr CTA station, and it's immediately adjacent to 2 qualifying transit served location bus routes. The vehicular parking reductions for transit served locations are authorized only when the subject development includes at least 1 bicycle parking space for each auto space that would otherwise be required, and the project is doing that by providing 105 bicycle parking spaces within the proposed building. Based on the availability of other modes of transportation, including transit, divvy, car share, and the availability of other existing parking facilities within very close proximity and walking distance to the site, and based on the applicant's extensive experience developing in this neighborhood and their familiarity with the market and demand for parking by residents, it's not expected that the demand for parking would exceed what we are proposing to provide within the building. Last, I will move to a summary of the setback reduction request. So the B35 district requires a 30-foot rear setback for floors that contain dwelling units. We are seeking to reduce the required rear setback from 30 feet to 2 feet. It's important to note that the rear of the proposed building abuts a public alley. So even with the requested setback reduction, there will still be a setback from the building, the existing building to the west. Notably, other buildings in the vicinity also encroach into the rear setback or don't provide a rear yard, including the building immediately to the south of the subject property. And given that all of the floors that we're proposing will contain residential uses, the setback requirement would apply to all floors. If we were required to meet the setback requirement, dwelling units would need to be shifted to create an additional residential floor, which would result in a taller building. And as I mentioned earlier, through the extensive community review process, the community specifically weighed in on their expectations and requirements for the building height and the building massing. So adding a 6th floor, which would allow us to achieve the setback requirements, would require us to exceed the building height that's permitted as of right in the B35, and would run afoul of the community desires and expectations that were very strongly expressed during the course of the community review process. So to achieve a viable development that meets the community's stipulations, additional building area at the rear of the building is required. The loss in floor area per dwelling unit that would result from, the loss of floor area that would result from a strict enforcement of the rear setback requirement would make this building, this project financially infeasible. If the applicant were required to build the project in accordance with the setback requirements, the applicant would lose a minimum of 20 units and 18,000 square feet of floor area, which in fact would result in a negative 4.4% rate of return for the proposed development, which is well below market standards and would not support any construction loan in any circumstances. So strict compliance with the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance would result both in practical difficulty and particular hardship to the property and the applicant. The practical difficulty in compliance with regulations and standards of the zoning ordinance here directly relates to neighborhood preference. In order to preserve the financial feasibility of the proposed development and to address community concerns, setback relief is required to reduce the setback for floors containing dwelling units from 30 feet to 2 feet. As set forth in the witness statements, the land use valuation report, and the travel demand report that were submitted to the board ahead of this hearing, the three requests meet the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance for approval of requested special uses and variation. The applicant has discussed this requested relief with the alderman who is in support of this project. We understand that the alderman's chief of staff would like to have been able to attend and speak in support of the project, but we understand that he forwarded a letter in advance of this hearing expressing the alderman's support for the project.
We have that.
Thank you. So if there are no questions for me at this time, I'll turn to my first witness and I'll have him run through and put his testimony on the record.
Yeah, can you just clarify for me, Counselor? I mean, the hardship is not just that the community didn't want the height. It's also presumably that the height going beyond that 7 stories or whatnot, it would be out of place with the rest of the neighborhood.
Right.
Okay, then yes, can you get your on the record? Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, this is Commissioner Garcia. So just to clarify, it's a 5-story building. You're allowed to only build 5 stories, or you're allowed to build 7 stories with the zoning code?
So the height that we are proposing is what's permitted under the current zoning, but that height limit can be exceeded through a planned development.
Got it. Okay. So if it was a planned development, you could exceed it, but because it is not, you can only build the 5 stories. So if you wanted to do the 6th story, you would need to go through the planned development process.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Heffron, could you please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Yeah, Mark Heffron, managing partner with Cedar Street, 1020 West Lawrence Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
You swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. And DLA Piper, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think I'll just go through each of my witnesses and then we can come back with any questions that the board has, if that's okay.
Yeah,
just in the interest of time. My next witness is Andy Weber. Mr. Weber, could you please state your name, your title, your business address for the record?
Yes, Andy Weber, principal and project architect, Booth Hanson. Street address is 333 South Des Plaines, Chicago, Illinois.
And you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor.
And Andy, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, right?
Yes.
And Booth Hanson is the project architect for this project, right?
Yes, we're the office for project, yes.
And DLA Piper, as counsel for the applicant, submitted to the board ahead of this hearing the proposed findings of fact, including an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and your affidavit, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll go to my next witness, Mr. Kissel. Could you please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Sure. My name's George Kissel, president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices at 122 South Michigan.
Mr. Kissel, you're still under oath, agreed?
Agreed.
And we still recognize your expertise.
Thank you. And Mr. Kissel, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for the requested special uses and variation at the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
And you prepared a report detailing your analysis, your findings, and your conclusions with respect to the proposal, correct?
That's correct.
DLA Piper, as applicant's counsel, submitted the proposed findings of fact along with your report and analysis to the board ahead of this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and your report, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll just move along to my next witness, and then if there are any questions, we can either take those now, or we can take them once all of the witnesses have been introduced. Mr. Luay Abuna is my final witness. Mr. Abuna, could you please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Sure. Good afternoon. Luay Abuna. I'm principal with KLOA 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont.
Mr. Abuna, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And we recognize his expertise. Keep going, Counselor.
Thank you. Mr. Abuna, you were retained by the applicant to conduct a transportation study in connection with the special use for the transit served location parking reduction for the subject property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared a report detailing your analysis, your findings and conclusions in connection with the requested parking reduction, correct?
I did, yes.
And DLA Piper, as applicant's counsel, submitted the proposed findings of fact, including your report in connection with this matter ahead of the hearing, correct?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and analysis contained in your report, right?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I can have the witnesses go through their findings and analysis and discuss how each of the requests meet with the standards of the ordinance. But in the interest of time, we could alternatively open it up to any questions from the board.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration unless Commissioner Saul has a question. Okay, thank you very much. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 236 and 237. 23620S, 23720Z. This is at 5005 Southwestern Boulevard.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kopak. I represent the applicant, Shastriji Associates. I have with me today the member manager, Ms. Keja Patel, our architect, Mr. Peter Paraskis, and our expert witness, Mr. Kareem Musawir. As a matter of just to save some time, I would request that Mr. Musawir be recognized as an expert for testimony at this proceeding.
We continue to recognize his expertise.
Thank you. As a matter of housekeeping, this project has been going on for a number of months with a number of redrafts. Our architect did submit another redraft of the site plan, and based on that redraft, we are withdrawing our application for the variation to the front setback. The new plan no longer necessitates that variation. Also, we submitted pursuant to Mr. Valenciano's comments last month that we were not in compliance with the landscape ordinance. We indicated we've made changes to our landscape plan, which was approved by Ron Day from landscaping. So we're here today requesting only the special use for the drive-through facility for the Dunkin' Donut.
So you are withdrawing 23720Z, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then for 23620S, your special use, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning recommends denial of the proposed drive-through facility in conjunction with a new Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. It is the department's determination that the application does not meet the criteria set forth in section 17 130905A 4 and 5, as the proposed use is not compatible with the residential character of the surrounding block and is not designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Furthermore, the department finds that the lot size is not large enough to safely accommodate on-site vehicular circulation, and the resulting site plan creates conflicts between drive-through traffic, the on-site parking space, and pedestrian movements. So, Councilor, I'll have you walk through your case, and then I'll ask Mr. Valenziano to just flesh out the department's reasoning for its recommended denial.
Excuse me, Chairman, before we start that, I just want to make sure, because the site plan, I'm sorry, Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. I just want to make sure, because the site plan that we had has a parking space in the front setback. So if he's withdrawing the application for the variation of the front setback, then that could cause a problem if he still has that parking space in that front setback. So I don't know if that changed.
Peter, Chairman, this is Paul Kolpak again. Peter, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Our architect?
Yes,
Peter, did you hear Mr. Valenziano?
Wait, hold on.
Chairman, do you want to swear him in?
Yes, I do. Mr. Prasas, can you identify yourself for us?
My name is Peter Paraskis. I'm an architect, 14607 Oak Park Avenue, Oak Forest, Illinois.
Can you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Mr. Valenziano, you're still under oath, agreed?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Peter, you heard Mr. Valenziano?
Yes, I did.
On the new plan, based on what you and I have spoken about, you've indicated to me that we no longer need the 20-foot front setback variation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And therefore, in your opinion as the architect on this project, that we can withdraw that application. Is that correct?
Yes, it was mentioned that we would only need to provide 10 feet or 50% of the adjacent residential setback.
Correct. And from what I can see, you are only providing a 7-foot setback.
No, there's 10 feet.
Can we talk about sorry, this is Commissioner Garcia, where on the site plan we're talking about?
I'm sorry?
Peter?
Yes.
Peter,
Let's hold on.
Commissioner Garcia,
Hold
this is
on.
Paul Kolpak.
Hold on, Council. So let me, Council, I just muted for you for a second. I just want to confirm, if you will look at what is being shown on the screen, is this the same site plan that, are we all talking about the same site plan?
Yes.
Okay. Then, Councilor, go ahead. If you're going to have to unmute yourself again. And then if you could, you or the architect could just highlight for us where we're exactly talking about, what we should be looking at on this site plan.
Peter, can you show on the site plan why you believe it's 10 feet, not 7 feet, as Mr. Valenziano reads the plan?
If you look at the dimension string from Western Avenue, it goes 19 feet, 6 feet, correct, and then 10 feet.
Okay. Chairman, I just have a question then, because I don't know what the setback is on the house that is immediately adjacent to the south, but there's a requirement of not having parking within the first 20 feet. And then there's a requirement that you have to provide half of the existing setback on the existing house to the south. And I just don't know what that is. I do see that now. I'm sorry, I did not see that it was 10 feet. I just saw the 7 feet that is to the north of that, but that is to the fence, so that's fine. But we don't know what that setback is to the house, so that's up to the applicant if they withdraw. That's all.
Now, we did provide a document. We went out and measured it, and we provided that document to the planning department. It's not indicated on this drawing, but there was a separate drawing that indicated the existing setback. We measured it. Here it is, this one.
That's fine. I mean, Chairman, if they want to go forward, and I just hopefully that it's that way in the documents that are submitted as part of the building permit application, and that is verified at the time of the final application for the building permit. So I'm just saying, I thought that they needed it because of that. So if they don't, then that's up to them.
Got it. And Mr. Valenziano, none of this changes the department's recommendation of denial, correct?
No, it does not change our recommendation.
Okay, then Counselor, why don't you proceed? And then Mr. Valenziano, don't go anywhere. We'll have you just flesh out your reasoning.
Again, as a background, we met with Alderman Lopez's zoning advisory board, and when we talked about having this property is a vacant piece of property. It's been vacant for a number of years. Prior to that, it was used as an auto repair shop. They were very enthusiastic about having some place for the community to go and create, even though it's approximately 7 jobs in the community. We got good support from them. Then we met with Mr. Musawir, and I met with the neighbor that Mr. Valenziano indicated, because she, at the last meeting, indicated that she was not on board with this and she would be an objector. We did meet with her, and I believe Mr. Musawir has met with her more often than I have, and she has agreed that we would take down her fence, which is encroaching onto our property, and put up a new board-on-board fence on our property with no cost to her whatsoever. And I can certainly, during my cross-examination or Mr. Musawir's testimony, he can attest to his conversations with our neighbor. In addition, we did send these plans over to CDOT. Well, I know that Department of Planning has the last word. What we did is to take these plans and sent them over to Mr. Rosner from CDOT to determine whether or not this development or this plan would meet the CDOT criteria, which it, according to Mr. Rosner, he's happy with it. He made some comments, which we incorporated into this plan, and we have CDOT approval for this plan. What I'd like to do now is to ask Ms. Kajal Patel, who is the member manager of the applicant. Ms. Patel, are you available?
Yes.
Chairman, would you care to swear Ms. Patel in?
Will you identify yourself for us?
Kajal Patel.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
And if you could give us your address as well.
4851 North Oquedo Avenue, Harwood Heights, Illinois 60706.
Thanks. Go ahead, Counselor.
Ms. Patel, you are the member manager of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
And you own and operate other Dunkin' Donuts in the area, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Patel, if the special use for the drive-through is approved today, what would your hours of operation be there?
It would be anywhere from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And you would employ approximately how many employees?
At least 7, maybe more.
And you would be self-managing this as well as your other stores, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Ms. Patel.
Okay.
I'd like to, Mr. Musawir, please.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Musawi, you're still under oath. Agreed?
Yes.
Mr. Musawir, you were retained by Ms. Patel as an expert witness for this property, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you went out on the site and reviewed the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes, sir. A number of times.
And you and I met with the neighbor most affected by this project. We met once in the South Loop, and you've spoken to her on a number of other occasions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Neighbor to the south.
And based on your last conversation with the neighbor, she indicated that she would be okay with having that fence that encroaches onto our property taken down and put up a board-on-board fence at no cost to her. Is that correct?
She indicated that she would like to have a solid board-on-board fence or a solid wall along that property line. Later conversation, we talked about a solid wood fence, and she agreed to take a look at that. And in the event that she had no issues, then she would not have an objection.
Mr. Chairman, if I can go back to Ms. Patel for a second.
Sure.
Ms. Patel, if this would be a condition of the special use, would you agree to place a board-on-board fence as we've discussed between you and the neighbor on the south at your expense?
Yes.
Mr. Musawir, going back to you, you've submitted your findings of fact, and I'm just going to go over the standards because this is not recommended by the DPD. When you looked at the criterion for the special use, number one is obviously complies with the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Could you address that, please?
Well, yes. Number one, is it permitted use on the site, or is it allowed as a special use on the site? My answer was yes. Go ahead.
And number two, the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience, will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, as evidenced by the following testimony or documents. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, well, the Dunkin' Donuts, it's a 1,520 square foot store building or restaurant building on the site. It has very wide appeal to most communities, and this is one of those as well. It has, and you will look at the other corners of the intersections of 50th and Southwestern Boulevard and Western Avenue, and you will find commercial uses on all of those corners. And so that's where this is the best place for a business use in this block. So then the use of the site, or rather the redevelopment of the site from what it was to what we're proposing is a upgrade of the land and use.
And Mr. Musawir, in your opinion, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site plan, building scale, project design?
Yes, it is. It's a small retail building, and there are other small retail buildings with some vehicular use associated.
And in your opinion, does the proposed special use, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operation characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation?
Yes, in my opinion, it is.
And the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort as well as evident as well. Is that correct?
Right. Well, as you indicated, the CDOT has reviewed the plan and found it to be acceptable. And even though this site is smaller than other sites, I've represented a number of Dunkin' Donuts sites. This site is smaller than other sites you might find. It's also compatible with some that we have operations on. The issue here is whether vehicles can safely come in and out of the site without causing any pedestrian safety and comfort issues. And in my opinion, it does.
And so the fact that this site is approximately 8,533 feet did not adversely affect your opinion on this at all. Is that correct?
Right, because again, the building on the site is only 1,520 square feet. It's providing landscape as required, and it's providing 2 vehicular driveways onto West 50th Street.
And Mr. Moose, where there are certain uses that that are defined with square footage in the code, such as a gas station, etc. This use, is there anything in the code indicating that you can't have a special use for a drive-through based on a certain square footage of land?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so basically your testimony is that based on the size, as long as it is designed correctly to promote the standards of the special use, the size is basically irrelevant. Is that correct?
In a way, you're going to have a different experience on a smaller lot than you would on a larger lot. But as long as that experience can be, like in this case, except for the handicap parking space, everyone else is coming and going. And other than the people who may park on the street and come inside and sit, which is really done quite regularly with Dunkin' Donuts sites and communities. This is like a neighborhood Dunkin' Donuts site. You do have Western Avenue there, but you also have queuing for over 9 or 10 cars for the use of this site.
I have no further questions of Mr. Musawir.
Can you just walk us through a little bit? You said queuing for 9 or 10 cars?
Right. Well, in the diagram that we have in front of us, we see queuing for 7 vehicles.
8 vehicles.
8 vehicles, I'm sorry. But in reality, the vehicles will also be coming through the driveway and lining up across the front of the site. And there would be also queuing. And the site is 60 feet wide, so you could typically get 2 to 3 more cars there.
And what's the norm? Is there a norm for queuing at Dunkin' Donuts sites? How many spaces you have?
Well, the board has asked, and on previous occasions on this type of street, that they have at least 7 vehicle queuing for safety reasons, to get the vehicles off the street.
Okay. Counselor, you have other, that's your last witness, I think, right?
I have no further questions, Mr. Musawir. We're available, Mr. Musawir, our architect, and the applicant are available for any questions by you, Mr. Chairman, or the board, or Mr. Valenziano.
Any questions from the board before we ask Mr. Valenziano to unpack the department's recommended denial?
Yes, this is Commissioner Esposito. So there's no parking here, obviously. How are deliveries handled?
Peter?
I can answer that. Deliveries are usually called in, and they usually will deliver, at least in the city. We've noticed that they can call in those deliveries during off hours or slow peak hours. And they would typically be going in on 50th Street. And this is a satellite store. It is not a full-type producing store.
Would you expound on what the difference between a satellite store, please?
A satellite store product is delivered for consumption, and so there's no baking, there's no frying on the premises.
Thank you.
Any others from the board? Mr. Valenziano, can you talk through the department's concerns? You have to unmute yourself.
Right, there we go. Yeah, first of all, the site plan is mislabeled as Western Avenue on the plan, even though the title says Boulevard. It is on Western Boulevard. So there are no commercial trucks allowed on the Boulevard system in the city of Chicago. So trucks would only be able to traverse down Western Avenue and then across 50th to deliver. They could not park on Western Avenue. They could only go on to 50th. That's one issue. The fencing issue, they're saying that they're making it sound like they're doing the neighbor a favor. Again, as before, in the case a couple cases ago, the fence is required by the landscape ordinance. A board-on-board solid fence to screen the vehicular use from the neighbor to the south is required. So that, I don't know why they negotiated that. The drive-through menu board and speaker face directly into the backyard of the house directly to the south. While they're going to have a solid fence there, they have no room for any kind of vegetation to help deaden that sound. And at 4 a.m. in the morning, there'll be people out there making orders back and forth, and the noise would then broadcast into the residential property immediately to the south. The remainder of this block is all residential. Residential setbacks along the front and the continuation of that kind of residential look character down Western Avenue. To the north is a large Chicago Department of Water operations office and yard that is well set back from this property and from the residential properties, and is also a quieter, less trafficked use during the hours of the operation of this site at 4 a.m. in the morning. Beyond that, the traffic coming into the site from the westernmost driveway is in conflict with both the parking space, the handicap parking space, which I don't know how that space gets in and out without having to then proceed through the drive-through itself when the person who's using it decides to leave. And then it also crosses the pedestrian crosswalk. So a pedestrian has to cross into the site, cross over a parking stall, then over a drive-through lane into the store. So I don't see how that is designed for pedestrian safety or comfort. To get to this store as a pedestrian, it's almost impossible without having to cross multiple traffic lanes. So, and then I would question also, did CDOT look at an alternate plan? Did CDOT look at a plan for a store with parking and no drive-through? So CDOT gave their approval, I guess, to the location of the driveways, that they meet their standards. I think that I'm not going to question CDOT, but typically they want a 10-foot from an alley, but here they're showing 5 feet, but that's what I know their standard to be. So, you know, this came to us, and it is typically, we like to see a larger site so that there's room for circulation on the site without these conflicts. This is a very small site for a Dunkin' Donuts. So those are the things that we're looking at, is, you know, how traffic's coming in and out of here, the conflicts with the parking, with the one parking stall that is on the site, how it gets in and out without conflicting with, they just said they're going to probably have stacking across that aisle in front of the store. So I don't know how a car gets in and out of there. And then again, are they stacking across the pedestrian crosswalk that they show, the striped pedestrian crosswalk? So those were all questions we had. We think the site is too small, again, for the circulation to work properly. The location of the menu board on the south, and the idling cars next to a residential building, we didn't think was appropriate. And then again, like I said, the entire block going east of the alley is all residential. Going immediately south is all residential. So we didn't feel it fit into the character of that block.
Mr. Valenciano, the property is zone C1-2, is that correct?
Yes, it is. And you could have a store on that property. The special use is where we have a problem.
I understand, but when we talked about characteristics of the neighborhood without getting into the big debate, You can certainly put a tavern there with an outdoor patio. You can put a liquor store there. As our meeting with Alderman Lopez and the zoning advisory board, that was the issues, some of the issues that were brought up. What could be there now? And the thought was that a Dunkin' Donut would be less intrusive of a use with that consideration of the residential units to the south. That this would probably be, within the context of the zoning that's there, the least negative impact on those neighbors in the residential community.
I would.
As far as, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Fuente.
No, I mean, I didn't know if it was a question I was going to answer, but if it's not, then I'll hold.
Why don't, Counselor, why don't you go through if you want to respond to it, and then we'll do questions from the board. Or we can do questions of Mr. Valenziano, and then you can, if you'd like to respond at that point.
Well, we knew that Mr. Valenziano had concerns about the size of the site and the flow, and that's why we went over to CDOT. Now, I understand that CDOT has their standards, but we felt that CDOT would be, that would be more under their purview, and if they would have said to us what Mr. Valenziano indicated, you know, we would have had probably a whole different tact here, maybe. But CDOT came back and said, we're fine with your plan. And they did not bring up any of the issues that Mr. Valenziano did. The other thing that when we talked to, and I believe Mr. Musawir would agree, we did talk to the neighbor to the south, and she does know where these the squat box is, etc. And all we said to her was, we understand we have to put up another fence there, but we would take out the encroachment fence and put on a board on board, and she was okay with that. But I will entertain any other questions from the board.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you all. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We are going to go next to 23920Z. This is 1801 West Grand Avenue.
Am I done?
Yes.
Counselor, when you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mark Kupiak. I'm an attorney, Office of 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant. I have with me today on the call, I've got my associate, Agnes Pleka. I also have, on behalf of the applicant, Nicole Napper. And I believe we also have Nicole's sister, Ajia Alfred, on the call. And also the project architect, Andy Kapczynski. So this is involving a property 1801 West Grand. It's an application for a variation to reduce the rear setback from the required 30 feet to 18 feet for a proposed 4-story mixed-use building. So only one item of relief. It's a variation of the rear setback only, complies with all other requirements. Subject property is on the corner of Grand Avenue and Wood Street. The front property line is Grand Avenue, using the Grand Avenue address. The rear property line is opposite, and it abuts on Ferdinand Street. Ferdinand is planted as a public street, 20 feet wide, although most of the buildings front on Grand, and Ferdinand is used more as an alley for vehicle access. If this was a residential district, this would probably be called a through lot. But that picture shows very nicely to the left there, Ferdinand, which looks like an alley. So, seeking a variation to reduce that required rear setback 30 feet to 18 feet, mixed use building. This property had an extensive community process. Applicant began meeting with the Chicago Grand Neighbor Association to explain the project, get their feedback, and ultimately get their support for the project. After Chicago Grand, Alderman Burnett held a separate community meeting that the applicant participated in. After that community meeting, City Council rezoned this property specifically for this project. And I mentioned that as part of that zoning change, the applicant is obligated to provide 3 affordable ARO units. And the applicant is going to provide those 3 units on site. So with respect to the variation, we do have some unique circumstances. Probably the biggest one is the depth of the lot. As you can see from that site plan, this is a short lot, only 95 feet deep. It's substandard. The code defines a standard lot as 125 deep. This lot at 95 feet deep is only 75% of a standard lot, yet we're subject to the same 30-foot rear setback, which of course is difficult to meet with this substandard lot. Another unique circumstance is the fact that we had the zoning change and the applicant's obligated to provide the ARO units. From a financial standpoint, that also is a difficulty because with the ARO units, the rent is reduced according to the city standard with respect to ARO. And we've got 17 total units, 3 ARO units, so we only have 14 market rate units. So very important in this case that the market rate units be big enough to command a suitable rent that would result in a reasonable rate of return. Without this variation, we'd have a smaller building, we'd have a shorter building, the units would each be smaller, and the smaller units command less rent, and which would result not in a reasonable rate of return and could not do the project. I think we submitted previously a copy of that letter of support from the Chicago Grand neighbors. As you'll note, with our extensive community process, there are no objectors here today. And we also submitted the pictures of about a half a dozen nearby properties on Grand Avenue, which also appear to have a 0 rear setback. And we also submitted copies of the ZBA resolutions for 5 cases for 5 buildings on Grand Avenue in recent years that were granted relief on this rear setback variation requirement, which seems to be the trend of development in this area. So we would submit that for the purpose of suggesting we will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood if you grant this request. So that's my introduction. I'd like to call my witnesses, unless you've got a question about the procedure.
No, let's just get them on record consistent with the affidavits.
Nicole Napper. Nicole, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Nicole, would you state your name and your address?
Nicole Napper, 516 North Ogden Avenue, Unit 171, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Nicole, is it true you're a manager of the Plan Rise LLC?
Yes, that's correct.
And your LLC is the applicant in this case?
Yes, correct.
And since this is filed, is it true that you closed the deal and your LLC is now the owner of the subject property?
Yes, that is correct.
And Nicole, did I state correctly that you participated with the procedure where the applicant did work with the Chicago Grand Neighbors group in describing your project?
Yes, we did.
And you also had a separate community meeting organized by Alderman Burnett?
Yes, we did.
And the city council did rezone this property?
Yes, it did.
And you will be obligated to provide the 3 ARO units that I mentioned?
Yes, and we will.
Good. Nicole, is it true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today and I submitted that on your behalf?
Yes, that is true.
And if I would continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, they would.
That's all I have of Nicole, unless the board had a question.
No, let's keep going.
Okay, next we call Andy Kapczynski. Andy, are you on?
Yes.
Andy, state your name and your address.
Andy Kapczynski, 705 Devon Avenue, Park Ridge, 60068.
You swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Andy, true, you're the project architect for this project?
Correct.
Andy, is it true, according to the survey and your site plan, as I mentioned, that this lot is only 95 feet deep.
Correct.
Also true, that makes it difficult to provide a full 30-foot rear setback because of that substandard lot depth.
Correct.
True, Andy, that you signed an affidavit in connection with this case today?
I did.
And if I continue to question you, Andy, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Correct.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, unless you had questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 25720Z at 2126 West Fletcher.
Oh.
Counselor, can you identify yourself? And I have a couple quick questions for you.
Sure. This is Nicholas Fatikas on behalf of the property owners, Howard and Rachel Katz.
And in this case, you're asking for variations because the applicant is trying to add some additions that are aligned with the existing walls and setbacks, right?
Exactly right.
And the hardship is that the existing setbacks are non-conforming, or the existing house is non-conforming, and they're just following those exact same lines?
Right. And the lines that we are following were previously approved with respect to the side setbacks, were previously approved as a part of an administrative adjustment application, which we believe promotes, or at least furthers our argument that we're following the established pattern on the block.
Can we get your witnesses on the record consistent with their affidavits? And then we'll go straight to questions.
Absolutely. Rachel, are you there?
I am.
Rachel, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Rachel Katz, K-A-T-Z, 2126 West Fletcher Street, Chicago, 60618.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Rachel, you're the property owner. You and your husband own the property at 2126 West Fletcher.
Correct.
You're proposing additions to the home, is that right?
Yes.
And is it true that you've, is it true that you've submitted a signed statement in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
And Gary, are you on?
Yes.
Chairman, do you want to swear him in?
Yeah, will you identify yourself for the record?
Gary Barrow, spelled B-E-Y-E-R-L, BBA Architects, 1010 South Wabash.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Gary, again, you're the project architect on this matter?
Yes.
And is it your general opinion, or is it your opinion that the proposed additions are consistent and compatible with the area in terms of character and the established setback conditions on the neighboring lots?
Yes.
And is it also true that this lot is a depressed lot?
Yes.
Which factors into your hardship and the design for the proposed additions?
Correct.
Gary, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Chairman, the only thing I'd also note for the record is we were able to meet with both of our immediate neighbors. We have a letter of no opposition from our neighbor to the west and a letter of support from our neighbor to the east.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, next up is 26920S at 9329 South Escanaba Avenue. And while we're getting everybody settled, I will read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of a proposed community center in the existing 1 and partial 2-story building, and to maintain the existing 1 dwelling unit on the 2nd floor, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Masjid Al Taqwa. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 8th, 2020, prepared by RIZ Architects, Inc. And 3, the applicant shall comply with the landscape ordinance if, at the time of permitting, it is determined the actual value of the repair/rehabilitation work meets the thresholds in section 17-11-0101C. Who's the attorney on this one?
I am, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can. Why don't you go ahead?
All right. My name is Andrew Willis. I'm with the law firm of Malkin Baker. Our office is at 1 North LaSalle Street, Suite 600, Chicago, Illinois. And with me, I have the president of the applicant, Tariq El Amin, and our expert witness, Stephen Albert of Allstate Appraisals. And I just want to briefly go over the outline of the application. The applicant is a nonprofit organization and is seeking to convert a commercial building located at 9329 South Escanaba Avenue into the Tahquah Center of Community Excellence. This is a community center use. The building is currently vacant. It was formerly an animal hospital. We would convert it into a community center, and there's a one dwelling unit on the second floor that may be rented out in the future. The center will have a variety of activities that will benefit the community, such as health and wellness classes, GED classes, religious study groups, and other community-oriented activities. The size of the group will usually be around 10 people and generally does not exceed 20 people, with the exception of Friday prayer meetings that do not usually exceed 60 people. As far as parking, a parking lot already exists that more than adequately meets the needs of the proposed community center. The parking determination letter from the city said that we needed 8 parking spots. The plan is to have 10 parking spots. Furthermore, many of the community center's attendees will use public transportation to arrive at the center. This matter was continued at last month's meeting at the request of Alderman Garza, who just wanted a chance to meet with the community. A meeting.
You're on mute, Counselor. Counselor, you're on mute. We lost you at the Alderman Garza and community meeting.
Okay. Yes, and she has expressed her support for our application to us. With that, I would like to call my first witness. If Tariq, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. And can you state your name and address for the committee?
Sure. Tariq El Amin, 1238 Jeffrey Drive, Homewood, Illinois, 60430.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
And Tariq, you are the president of the applicant, Masheed Al Tahquah, is that correct?
That's correct.
And previously, we submitted a proposed findings of fact and a signed affidavit with your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you were to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings of fact and signed affidavit. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
All right. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to turn to our expert witness, Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert, are you there?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Stephen Albert, 320 West 202nd Street, Chicago Heights, Illinois.
And you swear to
I'm sorry.
You swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, Mr. Albert?
I do.
We recognize your expertise for the record. Go ahead, Counselor.
Excellent. And you are a certified appraiser with the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. And you have been retained by this organization to prepare an economic impact study, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the findings of that economic impact study, specifically the finding that the community center will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood and surrounding community, correct?
Correct.
And with that, I believe that is all.
Can you clarify for me, Counselor, or to Mr. Elmine, what's the legal name of the applicant that you want the special use in the name of?
It is Masheed Al Tahquah Inc.
Okay. Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Ew, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a 15-minute break, 15-minute recess, and then we're going to come back to 185. Not 185. 285. Then we're going to come back to 285-20S for 1141 West Randolph Street. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we are in recess until 5:15. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. We have reconvened. We are on matter 285-20S. Before we begin, I want to be sure that everybody in attendance here today understands how this hearing will proceed. This is a meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals and not a town hall, a court of original jurisdiction, or a legislative body. We have a very specific regulatory framework in which we have to operate. Therefore, while everyone that is timely signed up to testify for 285-20S is welcome to give testimony, the testimony must fit inside our regulatory framework. What do I mean by this? The law requires that the applicant for 285-20S prove to the board that its application meets the special use criteria set forth in section 1713-0905A of the Chicago zoning ordinance. These are the only 5 criteria the board can consider when making a decision. Therefore, any testimony given during the hearing on 285-20S needs to be relevant to these 5 criteria. Further, these 5 criteria do not exist in the abstract. We also have an overlay of state and local laws that limit what we can hear. For instance, and with respect to this particular application, Illinois law is very clear that the control or restriction of competition is not a proper or lawful zoning objective. I want to be clear that there may be other instances in which I determine the testimony is not relevant to the criteria or that we are prevented from hearing the testimony due to state or local law. If that happens, I will conclude that person's testimony. So everyone understands how the hearing itself will proceed. The applicant will go first and will put on all its witnesses. After the applicant has put on its case, I will immediately go to the objectors. Those objectors can cross-examine any of the applicant's witnesses and then put on all of their witnesses. After that, I will return to the applicant for its rebuttal, at which time the applicant can cross-examine any of the objectors and their witnesses, as well as put its witnesses on for any rebuttal testimony. Then I will allow a closing statement by the objector's counsel, and then the applicant may make its closing statement. If the alderman or somebody from his office is here and would like to make a statement, he or his representative may choose whether that is immediately after the applicant's presentation or later on in this process. Throughout this process, the board will ask any questions we may have of the applicant or of any of the witnesses involved. After that, the board will take this matter under advisement. Please make sure you state your name and address prior to providing any testimony. In order to ensure that this runs smoothly, please do not repeat testimony. If your testimony is repetitive, I will conclude it. For the applicant, at some point in your presentation, please make sure to walk the board through how people are flowing into and through your proposed facility, starting with their arrival at the sidewalk. I also want you to walk the board through the process for loading and unloading and how it is supervised. For the objector, 2 points. 1, please note again that control or restriction of competition is not a proper or lawful zoning objective. And 2, I will not be entertaining any arguments raised in your Tuesday, September 14, 2020 motion to strike for the reasons set forth in my September 17, 2020 ruling. So with that, I'm going to read the department's recommendation on this matter, and then we will start off with the applicant. So for 28520S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, NewMed Chicago LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 20th, 2020, prepared by OKW Architects. So with that said, Counselor, if you'd like to identify yourself and please proceed.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Just making sure my mic is on.
We can hear you.
As the chairman has stated, this matter involves a request for an adult use cannabis dispensary at 1141 West Randolph. And I'd like to move to my first witness, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 total, and that would be Mr. Robert Fitzsimmons.
Please do.
There's Mr. Fitzsimmons. Will you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Bob Fitzsimmons, NewMed's located at 975 East 22nd Street, Wheaton, Illinois, 60189.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Sir.
Okay.
You're the president of the manager
Counselor, hold
of
on.
the applicant.
Counselor, hold on for 2 seconds. Mr. Fitzsimmons, I did not hear your response. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Sorry. Mr. Fitzsimmons, you're the president of the manager for the applicant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have been part of the organization, the NewMed organization, since its inception. You were part of the original forming group.
I founded it.
Okay. You have an established history and you currently operate 3 dispensaries in Illinois. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Including 1308 West North Avenue in the city of Chicago.
Yes.
1 in Peoria, Illinois, and 1 in Urbana, Illinois.
We're in East Peoria and Urbana.
Yeah. Could you, Bob, is there any way to turn up your mic a little bit?
Let me see.
Thank you.
The general.
Based on the state regulations, as well as the city regulations, NewMed, the applicant, has received authority to attempt to locate a new dispensary in the West Loop of Chicago, or the West District of Chicago, which includes the West Loop. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant, Mr. Fitzsimmons, has previously submitted an affidavit, and not because I'm not going to ask him any more questions, or I'm limited to that, but only for the matter of trying to be expeditious in this hearing. I'd like to just have him validate that affidavit so it can be part of the record, and then I will proceed with my question because I think it will streamline our process.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Fitzsimmons, an affidavit was prepared, you reviewed it, you executed it, it was filed with the board, and if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with your statements in that affidavit? You have to speak up.
Going on with the audio. I turned it all the way up. We're going to get a technician here to take a look at it.
Okay.
I think we're going to have to go into your settings because it's low.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been a long day, but I want to make sure you can hear clearly rather than muffled.
Sign of the times.
That's better.
Okay, I'm aiming at you. We turned it all the way up.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Good.
So as I said, I previously, an affidavit was prepared, you reviewed it, you found it comport with what would be your testimony, and if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the admission of that affidavit as part of this record. I believe it already is based on our filing, but just in case.
We have it. Yep.
You are familiar with the 1141 location that is the subject of today's hearing,
Yes.
as well as its designed and intended operation.
Yes.
And this is really a relocation. We have been looking for a site. You have been looking for a site since late last year. And we had a prior site at 935 West Randolph, which met with some opposition and other problems, including Haymarket, who was immediately to our south and upset about it. So you've decided to relocate to this location for your proposed dispensary.
Yes, we deferred to the Haymarket after talking to them and their board, and to talking to the alderman. We said we would find a more suitable location that wasn't located immediately next to Haymarket.
So you came upon 1141, and you're also familiar with the West Loop generally in terms of its nature, the types of businesses that are there, the activity, the density of population.
Yes, we've done an extensive over a year and a half. So we're quite familiar.
I can't understand what you're saying. Repeat that.
Yes, we've done an extensive search for over a year and a half, and this was the best location in.
And you find that there's enough demand in that market to for your type of use.
Yes.
Thank you. You'd be one of probably in the future other dispensaries in this area. Is that correct? The West Loop, when I say area.
Oh, absolutely. I suspect it'll ultimately be 3 to 5.
And, including one that was recently approved by the board at 810 West Randolph.
Yes. Acreage.
Thank you. Yes. You retain professionals to assist you in the design and development of these facilities. So you're not a one-man shop. You rely on professionals to assist you.
Absolutely.
Architecture, security, etc.
Yeah.
Judge, can I have just a standing leading objection here? I mean, Mr. Acosta is the one testifying, not Mr. Fitzsimons. But I don't want to interrupt every question. So I would, if we can just either Mr. Acosta can ask open-ended questions, or we can have my standing objection to leading his witness and testifying for him.
Yes.
I'm just trying to be efficient, Mr. Chairman.
No, I got it. Mr. Murphy, will you identify yourself for us too?
Oh, I apologize. Gene Murphy for objectors. Judge, one other thing. We had one other letter or one other matter before I thought we were going to do before we started testimony regarding the posting that Your Honor, I'm sorry, that Mr. Chairman, you have not addressed. And I know you had addressed the other issues that we brought up during the course of the week. This matter came up to us late yesterday, and we sent a letter both to you and Mr. Acosta regarding the posting, and Mr. Acosta had not tendered that information to us. He said that was done in error, but what doesn't make sense to me, it wasn't in the FOIA request either. So it's my concern that the posting was not properly done because we did not receive it, one, from Mr. Acosta, or two, in the FOIA request.
Yeah, we have it in ours. We have had it in ours. I'm guessing that you didn't get it from the FOIA request based on how you had worded your request, Mr. Murphy. I believe you asked for correspondence, exhibits, and the findings of fact.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's not in either of those. I'm guessing. We're not, obviously not part of the FOIA process, but we have had his affidavit and the signed material and the picture of it posted, and so we're going to move on from that one.
Judge, Mr. Chairman, that's all I need to know.
Yep. And Mr. Murphy, do you have a co-counsel, or is it just you?
I have Mr. Hyde with me, maybe doing one of the examinations.
Okay. And then Mr. Costa, if you could, given that this one, let's present the whole case. I know I like being expeditious, but because you have an objector, why don't we switch the form of the questions, and feel free to, I think it's probably better that you get all your stuff on the record one way or the other.
Sure, happy to do it. Mr. Fitzsimmons, when you decided to design this facility and look at its operations, did you use any existing facilities that you run as a model sample for operations?
So we've designed dozens of facilities for ourselves and for operators in multiple states. The simple answer is we've used this model or something very close to it many times, not just in in local purpose, but it's quite similar, as you probably are aware, to 1308 West North Avenue.
Thank you. How do the sizes compare in terms of this facility and 1308 West North Avenue?
Generally similar. This has more space over the 3 levels, which is very helpful to us. But in terms of the actual sales area and the way the customer process flows, it's nearly identical.
In terms of your access points for the public from the sidewalk, similar or different?
Quite similar.
How many doors in?
1.
In terms of your loading and unloading, where is it accessed from?
On North Avenue?
Or is there an alley behind your building?
Sure. There's a full alley behind both buildings.
And is the rear alley used for loading or unloading?
Yes.
And is there a loading berth off of that alley?
No, it's actually a single door access as opposed to these double security doors we have on West Randolph. So you access directly into the space instead of a safe area within 2 doorways here on 1141 West Randolph.
And in terms of your receiving, where you initially process items that are delivered, how does that generally compare?
It's better here because here we have a separate door locking into it, and you basically have a receiving area that's segregated from the rest of the space. In North Avenue, the areas for processing the input, we leave the vault door closed, so you're not in a secured area, in part because to open the vault door with the delivery folks and other people there may be something of a risk. So we believe this is safer than North Avenue, but North Avenue has been fully approved by IDFPR.
And does the state regulate the security and the means of method of constructions for your dispensaries?
The state regulates every aspect of construction, does investigations before, during, and after, in other words, at the plan level, and then potentially multiple times before you open, and security is their paramount priority.
Thank you. Have you had any incidents with respect to loading activity or unloading activity at North Avenue?
None.
Thank you. What are your planned hours of operation here?
We plan to be open potentially from 8 to 8. They will vary day by day. Sunday hours, for example, a little shorter, but the general is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And how about the number of employees you expect at one time at the facility?
7 to 15. You know, you'll start with the original volume, it will be a lower number, but you'll staff according to projected volume.
And moving to 1141 itself, what size building is it in terms of stories?
It's 3 stories. We're basically getting the basement, the first floor, and the second floor. Approximate square footage is about 1,800 square feet bigger than 1308 North Avenue. You're looking at low 3s versus high 4s in square footage.
And what occurs on the 3rd floor?
Unrelated office use. It's non-dispensary.
What types of modifications to the exterior of the building are you proposing here?
Virtually none. The security, the cameras, the lighting, it will improve those aspects. But the building itself, with its vintage look and its already secure front, is basically going to be untouched.
What I'd like to do next, Mr. Chairman, as is the custom with the board, is have Mr. Fitzsimmons walk us through the plan. And if I could ask the board staff, rather than this plan, if they could put up the security plan, because I think it's more informative. It's also slightly more current.
Ms. Velasquez, why don't you see if we are able to do that?
Is this a security plan that was part of Mr. Fitzsimon's affidavit?
This is a security plan that was part of our exhibit submitted to the board as exhibits 17 to 20.
That's not my question. My question is, with respect to this particular witness, was this attached to his affidavit?
It wasn't attached because there were no security plans attached to its affidavit in terms of drawings. It is the security plan on which his affidavit is based, if that would be your question.
No, that's not my question.
I understand. Bob, is your affidavit based on the security plan that we will soon see up on this board?
It is. It's based on the multicolor protocol required by IDFBR, which I believe is the one you're requesting.
Yes.
Objection foundation.
Say it again, Counselor.
Objection foundation.
Lay the foundation for me, Mr. Acosta.
Okay. Was the security plan prepared for this facility?
Yes.
Was it prepared by the architect for the project?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that security plan?
Yes.
Did you review that security plan before your affidavit was prepared?
Yes.
Is that sufficient foundation for you, Mr. Murphy, or Mr. Chairman?
I think we both know that's not even close. Same objection.
Keep going.
Are you able to walk us through this security plan
Yes.
and identify with it, based on your experience and knowledge of the facility as well as the plan, how a customer would flow through this facility?
Yes.
Are you able to also identify the security features, highlighted of course, that are featured in the security plan?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the 3 classes of spaces authorized by the state or required by the state for the division of this facility?
Intimately.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to walk through the security plan.
Judge, same foundation. The witness is going to testify to someone else's document or plan. The appropriate foundation isn't even close. And I believe if the architect is available for testifying, I believe the architect or the maker of that document should testify to their own document. Having someone testify other than individual, the foundation has not been properly laid. We all know it. And let's save it for the witness that prepared it.
We don't all know it, and the only purpose I am using this plan for is to explain the flow through the plan. And I don't think there's any debate as to the accuracy of this plan. I'm happy to call the architect and have him validate that this is in fact the plan he prepared. But Mr. Fitzsimmons is testifying as to how his facility will operate, and I'm using the security plan as a visual device so the board can understand it.
I guess then my question would be, why can't we use the one that we have in front of us right now?
Because there's a slight difference between the one that you have. And by the way, same situation with this one as with the other one. The one before you right now was prepared by the same architect and is subject to the same questions or objections that you have. And there's a slight update to that plan, mostly in how the bathroom works at the rear end of the plan. So I thought that it would be better for the board to look at the most current plan as opposed to one that was done 7 days earlier.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I understand what council is trying to do. I understand it completely. It's wholly inappropriate, and he has to lay the appropriate foundation, which he has not done. But I get it. I understand it. I understand what he wants to do. Don't get me wrong. It's just got to be done in a certain way, and it hasn't been done.
It has been done, I believe, in a certain way, and in the way that it needs to be done.
Okay, we're gonna go through if we can get Ms. Velasquez to put the security plan on. Otherwise, if you'll give me the exhibit title again, Mr. Costa.
I believe it is the security plans are D17 through D20 in our exhibits, and I would be starting on D18. They go from the basement upward in the building, and I would be starting on 18 because it's the ground floor. It's where the customers would enter pursuant to the chairman's direction to walk you through how a customer, no, you gotta, it's further along, Janine, it's, Jeanette, it's in the, it's the colored plans. This is the basement plan. I can use these plans. It's just a little bit more illustrative for the board if they can see the different colors so that they can understand the different restrictions per area, which are part of the state standard.
Let's just use this one, and if you can just describe to us where the colors otherwise would be.
Okay, so let's go back then to the first floor plan. Thank you.
When you say council, when you say, you mean ground floor, correct? When you say first floor?
Ground floor, first floor, yes.
Okay.
So to the left of this plan, Bob, is that the street?
The left would be the street.
And to the right is the alley? I should say, is there an alley behind the property?
Yes.
And would that be located to the right on the floor plan?
Yes.
Thank you. Customers presumably would be coming through from Randolph Street.
That's the only permitted entrances we'll see when we go through the areas.
So you see on the plan where it says customer entry, is that where they would enter?
Yes.
Can you sort of walk me how they get from that entrance to the POS station that says 57 square feet, where it says ID check / waiting room?
Sure. So you enter off Randolph, take a right going into the exterior security door. The security person would buzz you into the area that on the plan you were searching for would be shown as green, which is the public access area. That's where IDs are checked and verified.
So the hallway or corridor leading to the door is in green?
Yes. Public is allowed in the immediate entry area and in the ID check waiting room area labeled as 113 square feet.
And on the exterior of this facility, just because I'd like to touch on security, will there be any security on the exterior of this building?
Yes, which you'll see when you get to the ultimate security plans, which I'm sure was your objective, is the appropriate lights and cameras required by the state. We'll start on the exterior of the building, and then we'll proceed through the other areas to show you where they are interior. Basically, the facade in every room must have a camera.
And are those cameras able to record in all or almost all light conditions?
They're extremely low light sensitivity, so yes, all conditions. They are 90-day storage requirement. They are immediately accessible to the Illinois State Police. Those are the major protocols of IDFPR's security requirements for cameras.
So per your prior testimony, when I get to what is effectively the second door, the door to your facility, you get buzzed in, you proceeded to the ID check waiting room. What occurs there?
So there is a security guard in the front booth. They check you in, make sure you're old enough. If you're carrying a medical card, they'll make sure the medical card is current.
This is not actually, though, a medical facility. This is just adult use. Is that correct?
It is, but the relevance of a medical card is because taxation is different. So the security guard in the ID check room checks both IDs.
Understand. Based on your experience, about how long for an adult use cannabis customer does it take to go through this ID check process?
Oh, just 10 or 15 seconds. The appropriate questions from the security guard and flashing an ID.
So assuming that you are qualified to enter, you would then move to, I presume, through the second door leading to what is called the display area.
Assuming your ID scans, the security guard clicks open that door and it's recorded that you have entered into what we call the limited access area, which is usually shown in yellow on IDFPR diagrams.
And once you're in the limited access area, is that the same as shown here as display area?
Yes.
Including what is called merchandising corner?
Yes. So
and
100 square feet in that particular instance.
Excuse me, court reporter, one at a time, please.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
Thank you,
Let's try that again.
Could you start with, if I may, the one that's called the merchandising corner? The answer was yes. Then pick up from there, please. Thank you.
Sure. Once you're in that space, what occurs in that space?
So the customer can look at product in either of the display cases or the merchandise corner. They will understand what the product needs are. They may already have reserved online, but in any event, they figure out what products they're interested in, and then they proceed to any one of the points of sale to be checked out so they can exit the facility.
And if you had pre-ordered online, is this where you would retrieve your product?
So on a pre-order basis, they sometimes use the express pickup, which is in the front part of the building, but you can always use a regular point of sale.
And from a regulatory perspective, the express pickup in the front of the building, is that as a result of, I'll call them special regulations, given the current situation, COVID to be specific?
We use it because of the current situation in COVID. We like to do Most of our sales currently, in fact, at 1308 North Avenue, the focus is to do the vast majority of sales by express pickup because of the health and safety issues. But you can do either. You can either reserve to pick up in the quick pickup, like driving through Walgreens drive-through, or you can go through and look at other merchandise and pick up at a point of sale, one of the 8 points of sale shown at the counters.
So assuming I've gotten to the display area, or I'm at the POS, and I've purchased my product, how long does it take from sort of entry to executing the transaction on average at your facilities, specifically North Avenue?
Assuming somebody's pre-ordered and don't have to change in any way what they ordered, they're usually in and out of our facility in 3 to 5 minutes.
And if you hadn't pre-ordered, do you have an idea of the average time?
You know, this obviously isn't a medical facility, but we do have some medical patients coming in. They require a little more time because they have medical needs, obviously, and they're trying to figure out what works. But generally, you don't have patients staying in the facility for more than 10 minutes.
Thank you. And then, presuming you've completed your transaction, have received your product, how do you exit the facility?
So there's usually a circular flow that works to the point of sale you go to, and then you circle back around to the same door you came in through, which is exactly what happens at North Avenue. You circle in and out through the same security desk.
Thank you. If you were to come in here, so I should ask you in terms of processing time, what's your experience with people waiting, queuing, back up at your front door for people to get in because of capacity restraints?
We don't have it. I mean, typically by now we're basically set up to do the reserve online pickup express notion. So you basically get a slot, which, you know, we set the slots every several minutes for a person being able to come in, a certain limited number per hour. And the current system we have, 86% of people use that. And therefore, you know, it's very efficient, and there aren't any lines or backups. We literally don't have people waiting usually in the front more than a fraction of a minute.
And understanding that people may be more prone to pre-order right now, if we were beyond COVID, which I hope at some point we all will be, you said it was 86% of the pre-orders here. Have you assumed the same percentage of pre-orders into the future, or have you assumed a different percentage?
We've assumed about 50% in average operations, where we still have quite a few people coming into our downstate locations. And so we have basically put a much harder limit in Chicago just because, you know, we feel that's safer. In this specific case, you know, it could be envisioned that you'd go to half pre-orders versus half walk-ins down the road, and we'll obviously keep customer experience in mind, because we don't want waiting at any point.
And are you able to moderate the timing? Because you have some customers coming during a set window, if I understand it, from a pre-order perspective, other customers who are walk-in. So do you track your anticipated flow by any measure? I'll call it hour, day, so that you can moderate it and kind of calibrate it?
We have an adjustable queuing by hour. So if you were to go on and look to come to this facility, there might be 35 slots in a given hour. When those are full, you're not allowed to choose that hour. You might have to choose 2 hours later or the next day. That's how we avoid lines.
And if you, for some reason, were looking at a particular hour when you have uniquely high customer flow based on experience, would you then decrease your 35 slots?
Sure. Again, we monitor traffic with an intent to not have customers wait. So if it looks like customers are taking longer on average, we'd allocate fewer spots per hour.
And again, if I recall your prior testimony, given your experience at North Avenue, using this system and this approach, I believe you said you had no lines, no waiting?
No lines, no waiting.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that gives you an idea of sort of the simple process in and out, but I wanted to touch on one more point, which is if I were to arrive at this facility as a walk-in and discover that you're full, I can't come in right now, what are my options in terms of waiting?
So you're not allowed to wait in this facility. In theory, you can get a text back. We can tell you it'll be the next hour, or we'll text you when it's ready. You could go down the street and purchase a drink. Take care of the rest of your shopping, and you'll get a text message on when you should come back, if there are slots available, perhaps in the next hour. But that's all regulation of traffic.
If you didn't wish to go get a drink on the street, is there a space on the property in the facility where you could just sit and wait?
Sure, there's a waiting room upstairs, which is in a open access area, limited access area upstairs.
Okay, thank you. Because it's limited access. You would only be sent there after your ID has been checked. Obviously, if you're,
yep,
is that correct?
Yes.
If your ID didn't clear, you'd be asked to leave the facility.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'm going to move to loading activities.
Go ahead.
So you previously said there's an alley to the rear of the property?
Yes.
And loading would occur from that alley?
Yes.
How do you schedule, or how do you become aware of when a delivery is going to occur?
So this is something, since we are also a cultivation center, we're intimately familiar with how deliveries work. The state insists that you have a pre-notice of when a delivery will happen. So for example, a lot of our deliveries come from our own cultivation center out in Hillcrest. Our van with two trained guards in it drives in, tells people they'll be there in 15-20 minutes. Usually it's a half-hour pre-warning. Then the guard and the appropriate officer, known as an AIC or agent in charge, meets them at the back door. The security guard is outside before the door is open to clear the alley. When the door is open, the transport agents, in other words, for example, our two people who drive the van, will bring in a number of box-like containers. Think of something like a picnic cooler, and they will bring them in the product entry door shown in the upper right corner of this diagram. They will place them in the area between that and the security door leading into receiving. Then they'll do a clear check and close and lock that door before they open the door into the area marked receiving, 84 square feet.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Fitzsimmons, we don't actually keep both doors open at the same time. We enter through one, close and lock, enter through the other, close and lock.
Right, and we inspect outside the doors each time before they're opened, before any product is brought in.
Thank you. Once it's in the receiving area, what occurs?
So, as you may know, there's a fairly elaborate protocol where you can't return product once it's delivered. So the first 30 to 90 minutes after a delivery is made, the van will stay in the vicinity, not necessarily in the alley, because there's no intent to block the alley. And that both the delivery agent and the receiving agents verify all of the SKUs, because you have to track seed to sale of literally every product. And so it takes a while to have them input. They will then be scanned into our BioTrack system before they're loaded by dumbwaiter down into the vault in the basement. When that process is completed, both sign a manifest which will verify the entries into our BioTrack inventory system. And at that point, the security guard goes around the building again, double checks the outside before opening the security doors so that the delivery agents can exit and return to their van.
Approximately how many deliveries, let me ask you one other question. Cash retrieval, how does that occur?
Cash retrieval, again, since we have a cultivation center, we use the same delivery folks to pick up the cash. They pick it up every day.
And combining cash retrieval and product delivery, approximately how many deliveries, let's say, per week do you have?
Well, there's at least 5 to 7, because that's the cash pickup. We like to consolidate them. So basically it's 5 to 10 a week of entry through that door, either to pick up cash, deliver product, or drop off cash, because sometimes there is cash needed to refund the ATMs and other facility for cash purposes.
And to the best of your knowledge, this entire procedure, both for the entry of customers and the exit and the delivery and retrieval of cash and delivery of product, all consistent with state regulations.
Oh, it's definitely one of their safety protocols, and they do regular checks that you're doing it properly.
And it's all consistent in terms of its protocols, timing, with your experience at other facilities that you run.
Objection foundation with respect to what other facilities do, or whether it's in compliance with state regulations. He's not been qualified.
So, Mr. Fitzsimmons, you've been involved in this, and I'm not proclaiming that you are an expert, but I am saying that you are knowledgeable with state regulations with respect to cannabis facilities.
So I would say that's true, my opinion.
And so you're not providing this as an expert, and I'm not trying to qualify you as an expert. I'm merely trying to state your view as an operator who's been in this business for years.
Just to clarify, I thought the original question you were asking was, how does it relate to the others? And this will be the most secure facility we have.
So a second question, because I think Mr. Murphy asked which others, when I said others.
Well,
So-
I'm back to my same objection in terms of qualifying the witness to answer the question. I'm not looking for expert testimony. You haven't laid any foundation whether he can answer the question at all, other than a summary question that says, are you qualified to answer this question?
That is not true. I asked Mr. Fitzsimmons if he was familiar with the state regulations. I have stated.
We have color.
There you go.
Okay. I have asked that question. I've also asked a question of, I've stated at the beginning of this that he had experience because he's been in the business in Illinois, has sought to permit multiple facilities. So he is obviously familiar with the regulations. I think the only basis here is relevance, and it's absolutely relevant.
Well, that was not my objection, but counsel, you said it perfectly. You said it. You testified to that. He didn't. And that's my objection.
Mr. Murphy, is the question you're asking him is about what of the other facilities that NewMed runs do? Or what
No.
Mr. Murphy, I can answer my own questions, ask my own questions. Thank you. Mr. Acosta, will you repeat the question you're attempting to ask?
So I was asking Mr. Fitzsimmons, it was actually a two-part question, so I'll divide it into two for simplicity. The first part was if he believed that his process comported with state regulations.
And that was my objection.
The second question was if his process intended here is similar to his process at his other facilities. I think I previously identified he has 3 in the state of Illinois.
And I have no objection to that question.
Got it.
And one more. Ultimately, the final arbiter of the procedure, who is the final arbiter, I think I should ask you, of the procedure that must be followed for customer access and product delivery / cash retrieval? Bob.
The Illinois Department of Professional.
Can't hear you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. Say that again.
The Illinois Department of Professional Responsibility, IDFPR.
So you stated your belief, but ultimately they would say, and to the extent that they required modification of the procedure or passed new rules, you'd modify accordingly.
Oh, absolutely. If you go through this process, they'll make a number of suggestions or requirements, and this is iterative. You go through a couple inspections to get your conditional registration and then your license to open. There will be multiple inspections, and they will interpret their own protocols.
And were you involved in the licensing of the 1308 West North Avenue, as well as the facility in Peoria, Illinois, and the facility in Urbana, Illinois?
Yes.
And based on your experience in the licensing of those 3, do you believe that this comports and would be approved?
Yes.
Objection. No foundation for that opinion.
It's the same foundation as before.
Which was inappropriate at that time. It's still not appropriate foundation.
I disagree. And
that's why we're not the judge. I don't want to argue with you about it. It's my objection. And
thank you, Mr. Murphy. Your question is whether you believe, consistent with your prior applications that have been approved, whether this would also be approved.
Yes.
And Mr. Fitzsimmons, your response?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do, so Mr. Acosta, I'm going to do a little bit unconventional, but we have a witness who has signed up appropriately to testify in opposition and who, for religious reasons, has a dwindling amount of time to make that testimony. So I'm going to go out of order, and I'm going to have him testify. And if you'd like to cross-examine him, you may. Board members, if you've got questions, you may ask them, and then we'll return to Mr. Acosta for the rest of your case.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
So Brad Schwartz, if you're on the line already.
I'm here.
Okay, can you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, Brad Schwartz. I'm at, my office, 120 West Madison. I live at 333 West Hubbard in Chicago.
And you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and give us your objection, sir.
You know, first of all, I've been on the line all day and I've heard everything, and, you know, God bless everybody here who's been through this. But the bottom line is I don't really have a relationship with anybody here. You can't see me, can you?
No.
Okay. I got my camera on. I thought you'd be able to, but anyway, I'm a disabled individual. I have amputations at all 4 extremities. I'm also a cannabis patient, and I have been since it became legal in Illinois. And, you know, I'm just here because, and I don't claim to represent, you know, the whole disabled community or anything, but, you know, what drew me to this is the fact, and I just heard it again from the lawyer here, saying that, you know, if there's too many people, you got to go wait upstairs. And I just don't see how, when this whole thing started off as kind of like, you know, a medical thing for patients, and, you know, the most of the people that, you know, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of them, you know, are disabled in some respect, to build a cannabis dispensary where it's really hard for the disabled people to get it. You know, I looked at this. I'm not going to lie. I saw, like, you know, something on a Facebook group, and I decided to look at it. I walked by and everything. The front door looks, the customer entrance and exit looks a little bit more bigger on the picture on the screen than it did when I was there. And also, I just don't see how there's like kind of like enough room for like normal people in a wheelchair, or if they got prosthetic limbs like me, to go in, check in, and then go be said like, oh, go sit down over here. And then if there's too many people, go like walk up the stairs. So that's kind of just where I'm coming from. I totally appreciate you guys taking me out of turn. Other than that, that's kind of what I have to say here. It doesn't look to me like it is like a real accessible type of a place, when the whole initial purpose was to help people that might have these kinds of disabilities. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask any questions of this witness from the board.
Yeah, I have a question, Jolene Self. I just want to be clear, is your objection, if it were accessible, would you have an objection to this?
I mean, look, how could I have an objection to something that I think is, you know, providing a necessary service? I've never objected before. You know, I grew up in Chicago, but for, you know, 15 years, I moved out to the suburbs. I lived in Glenview, and I'm on record testifying in favor of, you know, medical cannabis at, you know, community meetings, and at, you know, in front of government in favor of it if they're accessible. So no, I would have no objection whatsoever if, you know, I don't see any. I just don't see it. It just seems like it's trying to cram it in. That's just me. You know, and then like if you got to wait outside and then it snows and stuff, and it's like, for me, look, again, I can't talk for everybody, you know, but, you know, I just know stairs aren't the safest thing in the world, you know. You know.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Acosta, do you want to ask this witness any questions on your end?
No, I want to thank him for his testimony and hope he has a nice day.
Okay, and thank you guys so much for accommodating me. I didn't mean to cause the trouble here.
No worries. We appreciate you hanging around.
Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend. I appreciate it.
Take care. Okay, Mr. Acosta, back to you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Fitzsimmons, I think we have now walked through the customer arrival as well as the pickup and drop off and the times associated with it. And you stated previously that you use your other facilities as models and to understand operations. And you clearly understand the operations here as if you've been overseeing everything. Do you believe that the current design would appropriately accommodate your customer base that you anticipate here?
So the only words I heard were anticipate here. Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. And I can start from the beginning. You previously testified that you had modeled your operations here on your experience at 1308 West North Avenue, your Peoria facility, your Urbana facility. And you're obviously familiar with those facilities. You also are familiar with the design and layout for this facility as you've overseen it. Do you believe that your design here would accommodate your customer base?
Absolutely.
Do you think it would do so efficiently
Yes.
and appropriately?
Yes.
And I should point out, again, as you said earlier, you're not intending to cover the entire West Loop, but you're a segment of the market.
There will be competition every 1,500 feet is my estimation. This is a very active market. That's what the state permits, and I expect there'll be that much competition.
I think that's all I may have for Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Okay, who do you have next?
Next, I'd like to go to Gil Magnelli, who's the architect.
Okay.
Gil, are you on somewhere?
I am.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Gil Magnelli. I'm at 600 West Jackson Boulevard, number 250, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear
Are you
to
currently employed?
All right, hold on, Mr. Costa. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Magnelli, are you currently employed?
Yes, I'm an architect with OKW Architects. I've been employed there since 2001.
Are you properly licensed in the state of Illinois to be an architect?
I am. I was licensed in 2007.
So that's 13 years if my count is correct?
Correct. And OKW Architects has been in business for over 60 years with a professional staff of over 40.
And what is your involvement in this project?
Well, I've worked with the client, NewMed, to design and lay out this facility.
Are you familiar with the Chicago Building Code?
I am, very familiar.
How are you familiar with the Chicago Building Code?
Well, we've worked on a number of projects in the city of Chicago, as large as the $200 million development at New City with over 1 million square feet over at Halstead and Clybourne. Worked on North Shore University Health Systems, both in the city and in the suburbs, and then Oak Street Health in the city and various other projects in the city since, in my professional capacity. So,
in connection with your work on, let's just stick with Chicago projects for right now. You previously stated you're familiar with the Chicago Building Code. Are you also familiar with sort of, I'll call it the practical aspects through the building permit process?
Yes.
Do you oversee that on occasion for your clients?
Yes.
As opposed to having a third party essentially run permits through the system?
Yeah, we do it. We work it, just like anybody. We hire professionals as well to oversee some of that in conjunction with us, and we oversee that.
So you're familiar with the interpretations of the code as applied by the city of Chicago professional staff?
And right, and we've served as peer reviews as well.
When I mention the Chicago Building Code, I mean to also include the ADA codes, which are part of that code and also part of state law and federal law. Are you familiar with those codes?
Yes, I am.
And you've had to review them for multiple projects?
Correct.
Have you reviewed them for this project?
I have.
Are you familiar with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
I am.
Have you reviewed it in connection with this project?
I have.
And can you tell me, when you reviewed this particular project in connection with the Chicago zoning ordinance specifically, did you find conformance or lack of conformance with the zoning ordinance?
Conformance.
And when I asked with respect to conformance, other than obviously the special use, which is the subject of this proceeding, in terms of this building, in terms of FAR, does it conform or not?
Yes, it's currently a DX3, and our lot area is 25 by 65. So we're under it's an existing building.
How
So
about,
we're not making any additions to it.
how about height and setbacks?
It's an existing building, so yeah, the height and setbacks are all
Conforming, I believe.
conforming, correct.
How about, does this building require any parking?
No off-street parking is required. We're less than 10,000 square feet.
How about loading, interior loading, on-site loading?
None required.
In terms of, I like to move towards, so you're familiar with this design. So you would say that we are in compliance, other than the special use, with the Chicago zoning ordinance.
Correct.
Thank you. You're also familiar with the building code.
Correct.
You reviewed this project in terms of the building code.
Correct.
Would that review include not only architectural review in terms of basic layouts? Would it include architectural review?
Yes.
Would it include fire safety review?
Yes.
Would it include ADA review?
Yes.
What is your opinion as to the conformance of this project with those three categories?
It's compliant with all three categories.
Thank you. Including the ADA?
Correct.
And I'd like to step back on the ADA for 1 second. Mr. Fitzsimmons previously said, I'm sure you heard, that we were making no significant modifications to this building. Are we making any modifications to this building?
We are. The existing building actually is not, you cannot, if you're in a wheelchair, you cannot enter the facility. It's not accessible. As part of the accessibility codes, we are required to spend up to 20% of our alterations cost on improving the accessibility. And there is an order of priority for that. And we are doing that at that is the reason for that widening of that entrance and the relocation of that entrance door.
So essentially you have a building, if I understand you correctly, that is not accessible today, and you're making it accessible in terms of its entry.
Correct.
Did you review the paths
Judge,
of
I'll continue right now, counsel is doing all the testifying. I mean, he's got
I
an
am not
expert.
doing all
I
the
understand lay witnesses, but these are experts. They can testify.
I'm not doing all the testifying. I'm asking questions or open-ended questions, and I'm laying foundation for every single question. I haven't given them an answer.
You're testifying and giving a preamble to every question. That's not foundation. These are experts. Don't get me wrong. I understand when we have lay witnesses, different issue, and expediency becomes a concern for all of us. I agree with that. But when we have experts available to testify, the expert should testify.
This expert is an expert in architecture. He's not an expert witness, so to speak. And I have not. I've given a preamble only because I need to direct a question. If I ask a totally open-ended question, then we may not get to the subject matter that I wish to approach.
It's fine.
I'm assuming you met with, I'm assuming you.
Either way, right? That's in my discretion to allow. So please continue, Mr. Acosta.
Thank you. When you reviewed this for purposes of code analysis, did you interact with any others in your firm who also, did you interact with any others in your firm?
Yes, absolutely.
And are these other individuals also experienced?
They are.
So you're not operating in a vacuum, you're operating under OKW.
Correct.
Thank you. Did you also interact with other professionals outside of your firm?
We do, yeah. We, our permit expediters and our permit experts and all other kind of accessibility code and code consultants as well.
How about any of the applicant's professionals associated with his operation?
Correct, yes. And we don't design in a vacuum, so that's not how we operate. We use our professional skills and abilities in working with our client to design and lay out their facility based on their needs and expertise.
And with respect to the design that's before the board here, we went through this earlier with Mr. Murphy, but we have a drawing up on the screen right now, which is the ground floor of this and I don't know if Ms. Velasquez can put it up, but if you prepared this drawing?
Correct.
Did you also prepare the security plan?
Correct.
I'll call them minor, but I'll let you address them. There are some differences between this plan and the security plan in terms of layout. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are some minor tweaks.
Can you identify the most significant or the?
Sure. The toilet, you can see in this plan that the toilet room there is now accessible to the public. It is not required to be accessible. We meet the building code, both the plumbing codes without it. However, we recognize that there was an easy way to make that happen, so we went ahead and made that happen.
Is there a requirement to have a bathroom on the ground floor of this building?
There is not. The existing building does not have a restroom on the ground floor.
Was this provided?
And the size of the size of the facility and the occupant load, we are exempted from that from both of the.
Thank you.
Building.
With respect to, I want to now focus on egress and ingress. Does it comply with the building code?
It does.
How many means of ingress or egress, better known as doors, to the exterior are you required to have?
So in this building, because we are we are only required to have one means of egress from this particular floor because of we meet our travel distance, our common path of egress, as well as our number of occupants to qualify for a building with a single means of egress.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the front door would be sufficient to meet the code.
Correct. Correct. Obviously, we do have that rear exit that folks can use in the receiving and day storage, but the building is satisfied from a building code and life safety perspective with that one exit in the front.
I noticed that there's a second means of egress from the rear. Is that required?
No.
Now I want to move to state regulations. Are you familiar with the state regulations related to the design of cannabis facilities?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the security features required and the separation of spaces?
Yes.
Required in connection with cannabis facilities? Repeat, answer please.
Yes.
When you designed this facility, did you have those regulations also in mind?
Yes.
And do you believe it complies?
Yes, I do.
I'm still doing this fucking thing. It's like last time.
Given the slight modifications to the plans that you previously mentioned, is the colored plan what I call the layout on the security plan? Let me rephrase it so that Mr. Murphy doesn't object. Of the two plans, the colored plan and the black and white plan, which is the most current?
These colored plans.
Which is most accurate?
These colored plans.
Thank you. Given the existence of this building, as you previously mentioned, do you believe that its site plan, layout, and design is compatible with the neighborhood?
Yes.
You're familiar with this neighborhood?
Yes, I am.
And you're obviously familiar with the site.
Correct. Yeah. Right. It's an existing building.
In terms of the front of the building, does the access way lead to a public way? Front
Yes,
door.
it's a lot line building, so that sidewalk is right outside that entrance right there, right outside that alcove.
Is the actual door on the exterior facade, or is it set in?
The existing door right now is on. There are two doors. The existing door is actually opens up, but right now that existing door there opens up right into that alcove.
Hold on, I'm not sure. So is there a door on the actual face of this building right on the Randolph Street property line?
Where it says window there in that security office, there is a door that opens up into that ground floor space. However, that's the door that is not accessible right now from the.
And does that door swing out?
I believe it swings in.
Okay. And the new door, which way does it swing?
Out.
And have you placed it on the property line?
It's behind the property line.
So does the swing of the door obstruct the Randolph Street sidewalk?
No.
Are you familiar with any security features that would be on the exterior of this facade?
Yes.
What would those features be?
Security cameras and lighting.
And lighting. So would you say that given the construct of this, from a design perspective, this promotes pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes. And in addition, those will all be on a backup system as well in the event of power failure.
I have no further questions for Mr. McNally.
Okay.
I'd like to move to Mr. Charles Williams. Oh, Mr. Chairman, I have one question of Mr. McNally, if I may.
Sure.
So, Mr. McNally, an affidavit was previously prepared, submitted to the board, summarizing some of your testimony. Do you believe your testimony today is consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it is.
To the extent that you didn't testify as something in that affidavit, if you were to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that, the remainder of the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to now move to Mr. Charles Williams.
Okay.
Charles, you here?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Williams.
Hello?
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 We can hear you.
Okay, good.
Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Charles Williams, 11638 South Oakley, Chicago, Illinois, 60643.
You broke up a little bit, Mr. Williams. Can you repeat your address?
Yes, it's 11638 South Oakley Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Williams, could you run me a little bit through your background in terms of employment?
Yes, 34 years with the Chicago Police Department. Various assignments there, from patrol to investigations to exempt ranks, commanding a detective division, an area. My last assignment was Deputy Superintendent of Patrol for the Chicago Police Department, so I had the entire city as far as patrol. Upon leaving the police department, I worked in private industry in security for 3 years. for Merchandise Mart properties, and I then returned to the city to run the Department of Streets and Sanitation for 5 years.
And during your work for Merchandise Properties, what was your assignment?
I was in charge of their national security. We had properties that I was responsible for, Merchandise Mart here, along with shows that were put on, as well as the facilities themselves, as well as facilities in Boston, New York, Washington, LA, Cleveland.
When you say shows, you mean what kind of shows?
Exhibition shows. It could be apparel. It could be kitchen utensils. They put on numerous consumer shows for various products and clothing.
What was the attendance like at these shows?
That would vary as well. You look at probably our largest show is Neocon here in Chicago, where each year they debut office furniture. You're getting upwards of 10,000 people a day.
And if I heard your testimony correctly, you were in charge of security?
Yes, I was.
And obviously you had 34 years in Chicago Police Department, and you had 5 years as Commissioner of Streets and Sands.
Yes.
And throughout this process, did you become well-versed in security procedures and facilities to try to prevent crime?
Yes.
And with respect to your work as the Commissioner of Streets and Sands, obviously, well, I should ask, throughout this time, I presume you lived in Chicago, because you have to if you're a police officer.
Yes, I still live in Chicago. Yes, I do.
So not only through your own residency here, but also as the commissioner, you became familiar with the Chicago street network and functioning of various neighborhoods.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the subject property? The property that is the subject of today's hearing.
I am.
Are you familiar with the plans, the build-out plans for the proposed facility?
I am. Yes.
Are you familiar with the security protocols that have been in place?
Yes.
Did you undertake a review of those plans?
Yes.
And was the purpose of your review encompassed by what I would call your expertise, safety and security?
Yes.
Based on, you heard Mr. Fitzsimmons' testimony. You also are familiar with the plan. You are familiar with the security elements of this plan. Do you believe this plan offers adequate protection as required
Yes.
for this facility?
Yes.
Does this plan have redundant security features?
It does. You have cameras. You have lighting. You have redundancy as far as locks and card readers. You have an overabundance of record keeping involved to ensure that when you have deliveries that you have adequate security. You also have security that's not just doing rounds checking for security inside your property, but you also do rounds on the exterior of the property, particularly if you're expecting a delivery. You have cameras that will not only film during daylight hours, but also in low light conditions. All of these security procedures are compliant with what is required by state law.
Do you perceive this type of facility to present a particular security threat?
No. If you look at the security features for jewelry shops, other dispensaries, these plans are all very similar.
Do you know, so are there other types of, we'll call it target facilities perhaps, other facilities that could be targets of crime because of valuables contained therein that you're
Yes.
familiar? You mentioned
Yes, I
jewelry.
am.
You mentioned jewelry stores as one of them.
Yes.
Are there any others that hold large amounts of cash, for example?
Currency exchanges, most currency exchanges have a single point of entry and exit. They also contain large amounts of cash. Banks obviously have a single point of entry, certainly a lot of cash. Again, jewelry stores. So a number of businesses have similar security systems.
You mentioned that they had single points of entry.
Yes.
Is the number of points of entries an element in security?
Yes, it is. The more entryways you have, the more security you must provide. If you have multiple entry points, that's additional security issues that you must consider. If you have an entranceway and an exitway, that exitway could also become an entranceway. So you must be prepared for that, or you must make adjustments for that. Again, looking at the plans for this facility, they certainly comply with what is required by state law regarding dispensaries. And the security feature involving the security that's on site is certainly laid out according to state and what is required to make this a safe environment for people to enter, conduct their purchases in safety, and then exit that facility also in safety.
The vault in this case is located in the basement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you consider that a safe location for the vault?
It is. It's in a restricted area that is not accessible. Yes, that's a safe area.
And do you believe that the means of accessing that vault are safe?
Yeah, you have a double door system on the back door when your deliveries are being made, so that you bring the product in, you lock the door, then you go in through the other door, and then you secure it in the vault in the basement. Yes.
And you heard Mr. Fitzsimmons describe the loading and unloading procedure.
Yes.
Do you consider that procedure safe?
Yes.
And do you consider it, I'll call it typical or atypical in terms of the format, in the sense that you're in a public alley?
I would say it is tighter security compared to other types of businesses. I think the idea that you are going to have security cover that alley prior to the delivery, as well as during the delivery, you're adding more security. The fact that you have the number of cameras available on that area when the delivery is being made, the fact that the delivery is coordinated with the staff on site prior to the delivery being made. Again, all of these are efforts to make that delivery occur in a safe manner. In addition to that, I would also point out that this particular alley is open, which means that any squad car driving down the street can see anything that is amiss, as well as any citizen should something should occur. That's actually a plus.
So the visibility to the alley and to the delivery area from adjacent public ways, adjacent properties is important, as I'm gathering your statement?
I would say it's important because if you have an alleyway that is not visible to the public, it would be harder to secure. This way, being open again, as police units drive by, as other people walk by, it's easily visible. That makes perpetrating a crime there a little more risky.
How would you feel if the alley, I'll call it dead-ended at our property, so that it was blocked, you could only proceed in one fashion? Is that safer or less safe?
I would describe that as less safe because now you're boxed in. It would be very easy to block a vehicle in that, and that becomes much more problematic.
So do you feel that this facility, as proposed, where proposed, given your knowledge of the city and the area, would pose a significant risk to the community?
No. I think it enhances the safety of the community because you have people and security that are out doing patrols within that facility area. In addition, you have the security cameras that are going to be going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which again enhances security within that area. In addition to that, you have lighting, which is also going to make that area a safer place for that community as well. All the enhancements that are being put into that area make it a safer area for the community.
And the last question, Mr. Williams, is you prepared an affidavit, which you reviewed and attested to, and you've provided much of the testimony in that affidavit. But if you were to testify to other matters in that affidavit today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'd like to move to Mr. Peter Poulos.
Good evening.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Peter Poulos, offices at 5500 Pearl Street, Rosemont, Illinois.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to swear in the witness.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
We recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was your assignment in this case?
Assignment was to study the proposed use and study the effects of the 5 criteria as it relates to special use.
And did you complete that assignment?
Yes,
And did you prepare a report?
I did.
And that report is the report dated April 20th, 2020. Am I correct?
That's correct.
That report has previously been filed with the board, Mr. Chairman. And you since the preparation of the report to today, has your opinion changed?
No.
That report accurately reflects your position today as it did then?
That is correct.
Thank you. Can you give me a brief sense of the area in which this is located in terms of its uses and character?
Sure. The subject is located on a commercial street with several retail and entertainment establishments in the immediate area. Also in a high density neighborhood that has been experiencing significant new development in recent years.
Judge, I'd be willing to stipulate, because Mr. Poulos has prepared a report, that he would testify consistent with that report, if that helps counsel out at all.
It totally helps me, and I really appreciate it, Mr. Murphy. I think it helps us all, because then I don't have to ask Peter all these questions.
Perfect. Let's
Yeah,
do that.
I don't think he's going to be coming off his paper.
Okay. If it's acceptable with the chairman, then we can just submit the report for the record. It does speak for itself, and obviously Mr. Poulos is available for questioning from Mr. Murphy.
Yes, we have his report, and I assume if you were to be testifying, you would testify consistently with that report, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Okay, Counselor.
That concludes my case in chief, Mr. Chairman, so we can move to Mr. Murphy.
Any questions from the board at this point? Okay, Mr. Murphy, you're up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's about 6:40. Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break and reconvene 6:45?
Sure. We'll do 6:50. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
and Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we will reconvene precisely at 6:50.
Thank you.
Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we have reconvened. Mr. Murphy, off to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start with Mr. Fitzsimons. If he's still with us.
He is, or he will.
He is.
I'm back.
I don't see him.
He's here. He's here.
Is
Go
he?
ahead.
Okay. And again, I don't want to insult you, sir. Is it Fitzsimmons or Fitzsimons?
Fitzsimmons.
Fitzsimmons. Okay. Mr. Fitzsimmons, my name is Gene Murphy. I am the attorney for the objector. If I ask a question you don't understand, which is absolutely possible, please let me know and I'll ask a better question, okay?
Sure.
Hey, Chair, sorry. Can we just state who the objector is?
Oh yeah, Mr. Murphy, did you already tell us who you're representing?
I do. I am representing two, as a matter of fact. Let me get you the exact legal names. 1146 West Randolph LLC and Dispensary 33.
And the first LLC is the, I assume that just the applicant LLC, it's owned, I have the EDS, I can just look, but it's related to Dispensary 33. It's their.
Yes, you got it.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzsimons, you're familiar with the general criteria for special use, correct? You've had several witnesses testify about that?
Yes.
In particular, number 2, in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighboring neighborhood or community. You're familiar with that requirement?
Yes.
And I think you testified earlier in your direct testimony that you personally walk the area and select the sites that you'd like to build dispensaries, correct?
Yes.
And so you went up and down the blocks and you decided that a dispensary would be good in this place, but not that place, correct?
We had 3 different locations in Fulton. All were very similar. All were multi-level buildings, very similar to this.
Okay, very similar. Well, that's what I want to talk about. You first filed an application for 935 West Randolph, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we need to stick to 1141 West Randolph and not talk about all possibilities and alternatives. The standards are with relationship to how they apply to this location and not how they may apply. So I object to Mr. Murphy's question.
Is that where you're going, Mr. Murphy?
Where I'm going with is motive, Mr. Chairman.
Motive?
Well, motive with respect to the in the interest of public convenience and safety of the community. Absolutely.
It's not, there's no motive involved there. It's a question of whether the facility meets those standards and the proposal.
Yeah,
Why we're here is irrelevant.
The purpose of why they're picking certain slots opposed to other spots is very relevant. And whether or not certain spaces are better or more in the public interest than others is absolutely relevant.
Absolutely not.
And where this witness's testimony is especially relevant is he actually did the walking around in the neighborhood. Typically, what we have found is there are groups or there is a committee or something that does that, or they actually hire a third party. That was not done in this case, which I think kind of surprised me a little bit anyway, that he did it himself.
Well, again, Mr. Chairman, the question isn't what else did he look at, what other thoughts he had, or how many people looked at it. It's how the 1141 proposal fits the standards.
Yeah, agreed. That's sustained. Mr. Murphy, we're not doing comparison sites.
Well, the judge, I understand your concerns. I'll move on. With respect to this 1141 site, what specifically, and we understand that wasn't your first choice, what specifically attracted you to that site? And I know it's an open-ended question, but I'll pay the price later, I guess.
When you say what attracted me to this site, I'm not sure where you're going, but the simple fact is this is very much like the site we have at 1308 West North Avenue. It lays out perfectly for this use. It was readily available. It's more than 1,500 feet from the blocking use to the east. I do use brokers. I am a broker, but I'm pretty familiar with real estate. I used to run the real estate group of Chicago's largest law firm. So
Okay.
a lot of my own real estate work for that specific reason.
I appreciate that. So, and you, throughout your testimony, you made various comparisons to your other stores, one on North Avenue, I think one in Champaign-Urbana, and one in, is it Peoria? Is that about right?
It's Peoria, yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to your North Avenue site, that's a cannabis dispensary, correct?
Yes.
And Champaign-Urbana and Peoria are all cannabis dispensaries, correct?
True.
Okay. And your North, I think we talked about your North Avenue is, were any of those located near a drug rehab center, Haymarket Center, like your attempt at your first one?
It's irrelevant again, Mr. Chairman. It's that the location, we're no longer close to Haymarket. I don't see the relevance of that.
Well, I would argue that you are close to Haymarket. You're not next to Haymarket, but you are in the neighborhood and close to Haymarket.
Haymarket is no longer an objector in our case, as noted by the fact that they have not signed up. And so, the proximity to Haymarket is no longer relevant.
Well, I will absolutely disagree with it. The placement of a cannabis dispensary near to a drug rehab center is very relevant, and whether or not they object or not is not the issue.
That
This
is your
this is what is best or what is better for the neighborhood.
It's your
not what's
opinion,
better
sir.
for NewMed.
No, the question is whether we are compatible in terms of the physical layout of this building, whether we're compatible in terms of operations and the other standards. It is not proximity to a particular use unless the use that you're discussing is schools.
Well,
So that is
Mr.
no-
Chairman, I'll direct your attention to the verbiage in 17-13, which in short, is adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. Haymarket is part of that community.
Haymarket
It's not a protected use though under the statute. So and they're also not an objector. So we're going to move beyond this point, Mr. Murphy.
I understand, Judge. I've made my point. Okay, Mr. Fitzsimons, when you picked this site at 1141 West Randolph, did you have to seek any rezoning authority or get the property rezoned?
No.
Okay, it was already zoned mixed use, correct?
When you say mixed use, it was zoned the proper zoning for cannabis. It was not zoned mixed use. I think it's a DX zoning, isn't it?
I think you're right. But you didn't have to do anything extra, correct?
That is correct.
All right, the building was ready to go as it stood.
Yes.
What is the name of the company that will be running the dispensary? I just want to make sure I get it right.
So the company that runs the dispensary is the applicant, NewMed Chicago LLC.
Okay, NewMed, and if I call it NewMed Chicago, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Who owns NewMed Chicago?
That isn't publicly disclosed typically, although the EDS did require it, but there are probably 20 different minority owners of that LLC.
So
Mr. Chairman, he has the disclosures. He knows the answer.
Now, where are you going with this?
I just want to know who owns it. That's all I'm looking. I don't care about minorities, majorities, or anything. I just want to know who owns it.
It's as I stated, it's in the EDSs of which Mr. Murphy has a copy.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to inquire, counsel. Simply because I have information here, I can inquire.
You have a sworn statement filed on an official city form identifying all the owners of the entity down to a human being. So if
And
you
I'm
want to know,
allowed to inquire.
Yeah, but
inquire what you already know.
Hold on, Joe. Mr. Murphy, move further ahead onto your point on this one.
I understand. Well, how many owners do we have is my first question.
Approximately 20.
Okay. And I'm assuming the structure of the entity, they own shares, or how does that work?
An LLC. So they're
All of this is irrelevant, Mr. Chairman, to the subject matter and the standards. The ownership is not a germane question.
What's the connection? between these questions and the criteria, special use criteria.
I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just looking for who owns it and how it's set up. I didn't know that it was an LLC. That's basically what I was looking for. I didn't know if they were shareholders or members. And I am allowed to inquire about the ownership structure.
In your
I
opinion,
don't need to go any further. I have my information. I want to go through, and I'm going to use the black and white version, the one that we have up in front. Do you see that document in front of you, Mr. Fitzsimons?
Ground floor scale 2?
That's ground floor, which is your first floor, correct?
Correct.
All right, first floor, ingress and egress. We have one way in, one way out, correct?
Correct.
When a person walks in, their ID is checked, and then they go into this hallway that you claim is the check-in waiting room, correct?
that's incorrect.
So where do they go after their ID is checked and they move inside the building?
So you see the front door where it says customer entry.
Correct.
Proceed through that door, make a hard right, where a security person will see them waiting at the door. They'll be buzzed in to have their ID checked, standing in the ID check waiting room.
That's what I'm talking about. What is the width of let me help you with that. The width of the hallway of that ID checking room is about 5¼ feet, correct?
I'm not privy to that exact information. The architect would be.
Well, it's your building, right?
I just made my answer. The architect.
Yeah, he's being argumentative, Mr. Chairman.
My question is, because you testified as to where these people are going to go, and the board was very clear they want to know the path. So I'm trying to figure out that after I get buzzed in, I am walking through a corridor of about 5¼ feet. Your answer is you don't know how wide that corridor is, correct?
No, my answer was that is the corridor in question. I do not know the exact width, but the architect would know it. So obviously you can cross him in a minute.
I'll take care of that. Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimons. But my question to you next is,
You asked him Fitzsimmons, so if you bothered to ask,
my apologies, Fitzsimmons. I wrote it down correctly.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fitzsimmons. So they walk through this corridor area, and again, is that also how people exit your building?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a corridor here where people will be passing each other, correct?
Yes, occasionally. Usually there's one person at a time, but occasionally they'll pass each other.
They'll pass each other. Okay. And as we go through the process again, you said you may have, and I want to get this right, somewhere between 7 and 15 employees, correct?
Yes, depending on volume.
And that makes perfect sense. Depending time of day, you have busier time of days than others typically, correct?
Sure.
Okay, now does that 7 to 10 employees include your security?
Yes.
Okay, so if we have managers, salespeople, and security, am I missing another group of employees?
No, that covers it.
That covers it. All right, so anywhere between 7 and 15 people. How many of your employees are located in the ID check waiting room?
1 to 2.
1 to 2. So we have 1 to 2 people along with a customer coming in and potentially customers leaving, correct? All kind of running through this ID check waiting room, correct?
No, as it's currently set up, there are different rooms, right? Because the security guard's in the security room primarily.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. So I'm just talking right now about the ID check room.
Well, the hallway is empty. I'm calling it the hallway, but at the ID check room is just people passing through, in and out.
Okay, but we have 2 employees there, at least potentially 2 employees there at the same time as well, correct?
One would be in the security booth and one would be in the express point of sale, typically. There's nobody in the ID check room except at someone checking in or someone leaving.
Okay, so those would be, we can call those customers, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so there are no employees in the ID check room where only customers will pass each other, correct?
Generally, yeah. That means sometimes an employee will come or go, but that is where customers come and go. Exactly.
Well, and we talked, and I heard from your security expert, and it might have been you as well, that you're going to have internal security walk the premises. Did I hear you correctly?
You'll have one security guard at minimum on site at all times. You may have somebody walking outside, but there'll be somebody inside.
Well, my question to you is the inside security guard will be walking the premises. They won't be stationary, correct?
They circulate, but primarily they may be in the security office rather than circulating elsewhere in the premises. That's general.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sure. So where it says security 82 square feet, that's primarily where they are. That's where their desk is. That's where they assist in the flow of customers. But they also may walk the perimeter. They'll certainly be called to the rear in the event of a product delivery. There is some motion on the security guard, if that's your question. But primarily,
my question is that the security guard will patrol or walk around, or however you want to phrase it, will walk around this ground floor, basically doing his or her job as a security guard, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay. All right, then we get into the display area. How many employees do we have in the display area?
So you wouldn't necessarily have employees in the display area on a regular basis unless customers have questions. Usually the employees are either in the point of sales, like the one up front for express point of sales, or behind the counter where it says dispensing.
But we can have employees in the display area, correct?
Well, similar to the security guard, they will move throughout the premises, but their primary point is at the point of sale.
And what about this merchandise corner? Do we have any employees there?
No, that's T-shirts hanging on a wall.
All right, so that's, pardon the pun, paraphernalia?
It may be paraphernalia. We don't sell much paraphernalia, but that is the future of the industry.
Okay. So in answering the chairman's questions or directions, you've kind of given us the flow. And then once the product is purchased and paid for, they go back out the same way in which they came, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about in terms of your intent, in terms of not having a line formed to the outside. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that, every attempt will be made to obviously not have people queue up. Do you remember when we discussed, or I think when you discussed with your attorney that, Mr. Acosta, that if somebody comes unannounced, if somebody just decides to show up to purchase some of your product and the rooms are full, they have an option to wait outside. They can't just linger around, correct?
Well, they'll be told they can go online and order. But if they're going to basically, if there's nobody in the security area and they want to get a text back appointment, that can be done in 2 seconds on a phone. Those are the options. They're not allowed to wait. That is correct.
All right. When you say they're not allowed to wait, and this is the part I want to focus on, it's a public sidewalk outside your building, correct?
It is a public sidewalk, but
and people can stand on the public sidewalk, correct?
Public property, I assume that's true.
Well, and so if that person wanted to stand and wait, that person could stand and wait, correct?
I think what we're hearing is the city prefers that not to happen. That was the ZBA requirement at the outset.
Well,
So-
that's nice, but let's try answering my question. My question is that person can stand out there and wait if he or she wants to, correct?
I'm not sure where your question is going, but I'll say this. The way that
No, what I want you to do, and quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to admonish the witness to please answer my questions and not give his own lectures to us.
Yes, please answer his question, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Sure. Repeat your question, please, clearly.
Mr. Court Reporter, and I apologize for not being clear. I've never had that concern before, but there's a first time for everything, I guess. Mr. Court Reporter, could you please read back my question?
Mr. Murphy, why don't you just repeat it for us?
I think it was basically if the potential customer or purchaser wants to stand on the sidewalk and wait, he or she can stand on the sidewalk and wait, correct?
I assume so. We don't own it. We don't control it.
Well, I'm not looking for an assumption. My answer, is it a yes or no, or is it you don't know?
Yeah, he appears to be asking the witness for a legal conclusion, which is outside of his purview. I think the witness has made a sufficient attempt to answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. Let's move on, Mr. Murphy.
Okay. So we can't have people waiting out lines beyond your control, correct?
Beyond my control, sure.
That's it. Okay. how many customers, and you, I don't know that I heard this in your testimony, how many customers do you anticipate patronizing your business located at 1141 West Randolph per day?
So in terms of an average day, there would be, less than 300 typically.
So on any given day, 300 or so, plus the 7 to 15 employees and security guards, correct?
Sounds right.
Give or take. I mean, I'm not gonna hold you to an exact number.
Sure.
The one thing I didn't hear from your questioning with your attorney is the issue of social distancing and COVID. You are familiar with the COVID virus, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the CDC's admonishments to the general public that they keep a 6-foot distance from each other, correct?
Correct.
Do you think the CDC is wrong in making those admonishments?
I have no opinion.
Oh, well, let's talk about that. So you're in the business of selling cannabis, correct?
I am not in the business of making pronouncements about medical decisions. Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking for a pronouncement. Do you think the CDC is wrong?
I think a better question, rather than Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
first of all, counsel, I'm not finished with my question. If you have an objection, why don't you wait to the end of the question? You might learn something, okay?
Murphy,
So,
or I'm going to say it once.
I appreciate, you're right, Judge. I apologize. My question to you is, do you think the CDC is wrong?
And I'm objecting to that question. Whether
I am maintaining that
if he
objection.
believes it's wrong or right, we would follow the directives as dictated by the state.
Okay. Do you understand that the directives from the CDC require might be too strong? Certainly strongly suggest that a 6-foot perimeter be placed around all individuals for the public safety, correct?
I understand that 6 feet is the social distancing limitation generally quoted by the CDC.
Okay, very good. Now, if you take us through your line or your line of purchasing, and if there is no way that social distancing can be maintained throughout your process, at least for sure, getting in the door and through the ID checking waiting room, as the initial hallway is only about 5 1/4 feet wide, correct?
No, I don't think that's correct at all.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Once I get past the front door, then I get buzzed in into the ID checking room. As I'm coming in and somebody is leaving, we're in a hallway that's about 5 1/4 feet wide. How do we socially distance?
I guess I'm confused because you told me if I didn't understand a question I could ask.
Absolutely.
Isn't this true of every building that has ingress and egress being through a common door? Therefore, isn't the question silly?
No, my question, well, don't get me wrong, I've asked plenty of silly questions in my career, but I'm talking about your building. I'm not talking about every other building. You're the one here looking for a permit, not me. So let's go back to that question. I get in the front door, I show my ID, I get buzzed in. I'm walking in, somebody is walking out. The corridor is about 5 1/4 feet wide. How do I socially distance?
You'll have 6-foot dots on the floor, and the way every other store does it, someone will stop before they get within 6 feet of you. Then you'll exchange positions as you do in every store that has those 6-foot dots. It's the same as every.
Other than this is, there's obviously a pandemic. It's obviously a unique situation in this country, but I also think Mr. Murphy is misrepresenting the CDC's guidelines and the state guidelines, because it's not that you're not allowed to be within 6 feet of one another. You can be within 6 feet of one another so long as you're wearing a mask, and you should not stay within 6 feet. Obviously, when we're passing in a door, there's no way to do that in any door.
Well, let's all agree that any of these businesses, all businesses, have to follow all applicable guides and laws. So I don't see how this is relevant to our criteria, Mr. Murphy. Let's keep going.
Well, public safety to me, well, I can read through the criteria again, but safety is one of the criteria, Judge.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can't socially distance the way the building is set up is an issue.
It's actually not a criteria. Pedestrian safety, which is pedestrian safety on the sidewalk, is a criteria.
Which is exactly why counsel didn't ask his client or have any of his experts discuss this issue. The COVID was the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and they purposely avoided it.
You have no idea what's in my mind as to why I ask a question, so make no assumptions.
I don't have to assume. I've been doing this long enough. So at the end of the day, and I will move on, Judge. I think I've made my point. And I will move on with respect to this particular witness. So I guess my question to you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, is with respect to this particular layout, in particular, getting through the front door and into this first ID check waiting room, there is not an appropriate amount of space to properly socially distance, correct?
I disagree vehemently. This is exactly what we have, exactly what we've had inspections of by IDFPR and the Department of Health at North Avenue. I disagree vehemently.
And perhaps we could do better if he's really looking for distances to leave this for the architect who may be able to tell us specifically how this could be laid out.
Well,
no, this is not a relevant. We're done with the topic.
I'll move on, Judge. I got it. I'll move on. Okay. Mr. Fitzsimmons, you had talked about your customers and that you anticipate somewhere around 300 customers per day. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Is it your anticipation, like your other stores, that your clientele, your customers will be driving to your location?
When you say like our other stores, it depends on which store. They tend not to drive to North Avenue. They tend to drive to the 2 downstate.
What about the one you proposed at 1141 West Randolph Street?
I don't know that they'll drive any more than they do to North Avenue. We have done studies as to parking and other things, but we're familiar with the Fulton Market parking, and we think there'll be probably less driving certainly than downstate. I don't know how North Avenue.
That's fine. Well, then let's talk about that. You said you did studies. What study did you do regarding the traffic patterns in front of 1141 West Randolph Street?
So we actually did parking availability on our own basis, which means the parking availability at this end of Randolph is much better than the east end. That's one of the reasons we preferred this, because there is much less of a parking issue. But with all the restaurants and other things on the east end, this seems to have much more available parking.
Well, I appreciate that answer, but I'd like you to answer my question. My question was traffic patterns, and I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. What study, because I'm using your words, not mine, what studies have you done with respect to the traffic patterns in your area?
What I told you is what I did. I mean, I walked this entire neighborhood 100 times in a 1.5 year period. And I do quite a bit of work citing parking and other things for a number of other developments because I do real estate. And my own personal conclusion is that this is a much easier area to park. As Fulton Market goes, this is a much easier place to park.
Okay, so now we've gone from you doing a study to giving your personal opinion. So basically this is your personal opinion, not a study that you did, correct?
No, I'm going to say this one more time. I personally studied the neighborhood. If you want to put that in different language, please be my guest.
I'm using your words, sir, not mine. You said you had done studies. That's what you
being argumentative, Mr. Chairman. I think the witness has answered the question.
I'm trying to figure out is there some other document? Is there a report? When you say you do a study, typically there is a report or some type of memorialization of that.
There is no.
I put all of you on mute. I'm going to remind you we have a court reporter who is desperately trying to keep up with what you're saying. So one person at a time. Okay, you have to unmute yourselves and let's try this again.
So, Mr. Fitzsimmons, my question to you is, Fitzsimmons, God, I'm sorry. And again, believe me, it is not intentional. I apologize. That you did not prepare a report regarding the traffic patterns in the area you based your information on your walking around the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did not employ a traffic pattern
This is
researcher.
all asked and answered. He said he didn't prepare a report. It wasn't prepared.
That wasn't the question I was asking. The question I was asking is you didn't have a third party investigate that particular information. You did it on your own, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to the issue of parking. And I understand that we jumped the gun a little bit on that. Is it safe to say that there's no report out there regarding a research on the parking in the area, correct?
We're going to go asked and answered on that, or do I just say correct?
You can say, you can answer the question.
Are you asking him if there is a report unrelated to any that he or the applicant might have prepared?
Was there a report prepared, or is it the same as his report with respect to traffic flow? These are his observations.
There's no report other than your expert witnesses report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's move on, Mr. Murphy.
I will. When you were gathering your information regarding the neighborhood, did you have an opportunity to talk to any of the restaurant owners or valet parkers or any other businesses in the area and talk to them about traffic patterns and parking availability?
As to talking to valet drivers, valet parking, I don't know that we did that. We use things like walk score and the demographics provided by the real estate brokers who have everything listed in the neighborhood. So we actually check that, and that's where your various different data are much better for West Fulton than East Fulton on parking.
Well, my question to you, and I appreciate you letting us know what you checked, but you didn't talk to your neighbors about the traffic patterns or parking patterns, correct?
Talk to our neighbors. Yes, we talked extensively to certain neighbors.
Which neighbors did you talk to?
In the 800 block, we talked to multiple restaurant owners.
Which ones did you talk to?
So they're people who own those buildings. They own the restaurant buildings.
I know that. And who are they? What are their names?
Series of brokers. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I don't have them with me.
Okay. Were they males or females?
3 males that I recall.
Were any of them females?
No, don't
Was
think so.
there anybody else there during the course of these conversations?
Oh, sure.
Who else was there?
Laura Jaramillo, our operations and administrative person. She actually did more of the interviews than I did.
Could you spell her last name, please?
Sure. Laura Jaramillo, Jaramillo, Bernal, Bernal.
Okay. Who else was there during the course of these conversations?
So we talked to the owners of 935, which is not a restaurant, but they obviously have, that was one of, as you mentioned previously, one of the people we talked to in the neighborhood who has basically dealings with every restaurant owner on those blocks.
Who is that owner?
Greg Genko.
And was Laura with you when you had this conversation with Greg Genko?
Oh, I had numerous conversations with Greg, but she was there for at least one of them, sure.
Okay. And anybody else you talked to?
Sure, we talked to the Greek restaurant owner that's between Small Cheval and the goat-related restaurant on the other end of that block. We talked to that family.
And what was his name or her name, whoever you talked to?
Murphy, where are you going with this?
Where I'm going overall, Judge, is the impact on the neighborhood, adverse impact on the neighborhood. We have up to 300 cars coming to purchase product on an area that is admittedly crowded and filled with restaurants and other ones and other types of businesses. So this is about also being a good neighbor and whether it fits in the neighborhood and whether it creates a traffic problem. My question is, no work was done on the part of the petitioner to see what effect the additional customers, which could be up to, and I'm not saying it is 300, but could be up to 300 additional cars in that neighborhood would be, and what effect it would have on its neighboring businesses.
Move a little bit further into your argument. We don't need to see the list of everybody who is in a room or on the phone.
No, that was just foundation for conversations, Judge. That's all that was. There was nothing secretive about that. So is it safe to say, strike that question. Did you discuss with any of your neighbors, and which neighbors, if you did you discuss with that there will be an influx of up to 300 cars driving around or looking for additional parking in the neighborhood?
Mr. Chairman, that is not consistent with what the witness said, and it's covering the same territory.
I'm using his exact number, 300. So
300, but no one said 300 cars. We said 300 customers.
I said up to 300. I didn't say it was 300. As a matter of fact, I was very clear not to. But certainly some of these people are going to be driving and some of these people are going to be walking because nobody's taking public transportation. So they got to get there somehow.
Sure. And they could take Uber, Lyft, Divvy bicycle. Some people do take public transportation.
And those are cars. Uber and Lyft are automobiles.
I'm understanding that.
Right. So that's the only question I'm looking for is whether or not these topics were discussed and whether the neighbors responded.
Whether we discussed it with neighbors or not, there's obviously no neighbor. I mean, there may be one or two in the witnesses who signed up to object, but we've gone through extensive community meetings. There's no groundswell, and certainly the ZBA is familiar when you get a groundswell from a parking generation perspective. And so obviously whether we did or we didn't, they're aware of it and they're not concerned because they're not here.
I guess I'm unfamiliar. I mean, I'm looking at the general criteria for special use. I don't see the phrase groundswell as a requirement.
Mr. Murphy, if you're going to attack the parking or go to where you're going, we don't need all the foundation on cross-ex. I mean, we're a quasi-judicial body. You don't have to follow the rules of evidence as strictly as you do in trial.
I apologize, Judge. That was the only purpose. That was the only reason I was doing it.
I'd rather you then go straight to attacking whatever it is that you're trying to attack in terms of
parking. Mr. Fitzsimmons, you claim that you can have up to 300 customers per day, or your hope is to have 300 customers per day?
Asked and answered.
Agreed. Keep going.
Okay. How are those people going to get to your building and buy your product?
I think he's answered that one also.
We have, yeah. Keep going, Mr. Murphy.
That's fine. And again, so we're very clear, and I appreciate the objection that's coming. You did no study with no report.
Asked and answered.
Regarding the traffic patterns or parking in the area.
Hold on.
And that's the last question on that issue, Judge.
Yeah, I'll answer it for you. We have one report from the applicant. It's their expert witnesses report. There's no separate reports. Let's keep going.
Got it. Mr. Fitzsimmons, we talked about security. Who's doing security at your building?
You mean from a global perspective, from an oversight perspective, or from a daily perspective?
I'm not, it's your building and it's your business. So who is doing security of your business?
So that's why I clarified the question. Day-to-day security, if that's what you're referring to, who would be in the security guard booth? It's a professional security guard from the firm of MPSI.
So inside the security booth, which is where on your diagram?
It's in the lower left corner where it says security, 82 square feet.
Okay. So we've got one security guard there from MPSI. What other security do we have in the building?
So you only have one on-site security guard at all times. That is now a state requirement. But that same firm has guards that are ambulatory or in vehicles who circle the neighborhood on a regular basis.
Okay, my question to you is how many are in the building?
One at all times in the building.
Okay. All right. So other than the one at the security post, is that guard armed or unarmed?
Generally, we don't like to answer that question, but I would tell you that it is our preference that the guard be unarmed usually, but in the period recently with the civil unrest, we have used armed guards from time to time.
Well, you haven't used any armed guards here because this business is not open. My question is with respect to 1141 West Randolph.
Okay, I will answer.
Is that guard armed or unarmed?
Don't talk over each other. Mr. Fitzsimmons, go ahead and answer his question.
Sure. So nobody provides security today, if that's your question. I was trying to give you the answer based on our other 3 operating dispensaries. But if that's not the question you're asking, if you're questioning who provides security today, you know the answer, no one.
Okay. What is the plan for security at 1141 West Randolph? They have a security guard where you described, correct?
Correct.
And is that guard armed or unarmed?
Generally unarmed, but recently, due to civil unrest, occasionally armed.
Okay, but my question to you is the plan to have that guard armed or unarmed?
I think he's answered this question, occasionally armed, occasionally unarmed. He can't give you a definite answer because it depends on circumstances, as he has
He
stated.
hasn't said that. The attorney has said that. He has not said that.
He just said it twice.
I have understood him to be saying that. Mr. Fitzsimmons, will you confirm?
Sure. We generally prefer the guard to be unarmed. In ordinary circumstances, unarmed.
And what dictates ordinary circumstances and non-ordinary circumstances?
When you have civil unrest, as we've had in the last several months, we have been advised it may be useful, particularly at night, to have an armed guard.
So is it fair to say that, at least for the time being, the game plan is to have a armed security guard at that point until further?
We're all speculating as to what's going to occur. Mr. Chairman, this is speculation. It's wasting time. We are speculating as to what's going to occur at this facility when it opens months from now, and we don't know the circumstances.
I'm asking what the plan is. I don't want any speculation.
You've heard the plan.
I want to know what the plan is.
I think you've heard the plan from him. Unarmed generally, in situations of civil unrest or other strifes, presumably, he would have them armed.
And I'm looking for that distinction. How do we determine what is general strife, or what is going to make you go from unarmed to armed?
You don't determine it. This is speculation again. It's not up to you. And we can pretty much understand that when there is social unrest on the streets and looting that's occurring, that's a different situation than when there's not.
No one's disputing that. But my question is, when is that decision made? Who makes it? And what is the criteria? And I understand that's 3 separate questions, and I can break those down.
No, that's fine if you want me to answer that question. I mean, the person who made the decision was Charles Williams as to bringing in armed guards after the civil unrest. And Charles would advise us when he thinks it's appropriate to reverse that decision.
No, my question, I'm sorry, and if I wasn't clear, I apologize. My question is, who decides at the time that, what is the protocol? Maybe that's a better word, and I apologize for not using it earlier. What is the protocol from moving to an unarmed guard to an armed guard?
So we get advice on a regular basis from Charles. After the civil unrest started, we had several meetings with MPSI, our full staff, and consulted Charles, and the decision was made to move to at least a nighttime armed guard.
Okay. And daytime unarmed, correct?
The preference, but that may change. Again, it's based on the same kind of advice given in the same kind of context.
It's his I think it's very clear, Mr. Murphy, that it's his preference. He could bring in armed guards if he wanted to 24/7, or he could have them unarmed 24/7. And he follows a procedure to decide that with his security consultants.
And I am entitled to inquire on that procedure. And that's what I'm doing. And thank you, thank you, counsel, for your testimony. I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay. Who's next?
I have next. Gil.
Mr. Magnelli?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Gil, my name is Gene Murphy, and if you've been paying attention, I'm going to ask you some questions. And believe me, as you've already heard, I don't ask all great questions. So if you don't understand something, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McNally, when were you hired by Mr. Fitzsimmons?
I would have to look at my records. I would say probably a year ago.
Rough guess? About a year ago?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
Yep.
And how much are you paid by Mr. Fitzsimmons?
I don't think that's a relevant question.
It absolutely goes to bias. He's a paid witness.
He was hired as the architect for the project. He was not hired as an expert witness to give expert testimony. He
I
is
didn't
providing
say
expert
he's an expert
testimony.
witness. He's a paid witness. He
He's
got
not a
paid by Mr. Fitzsimmons. He's being paid for his testimony today. That absolutely goes to his credibility and bias. These are witnesses being paid by the petitioner. That is
Again,
an absolutely fair question.
no, it's not, because he is not being paid as an expert witness. He is being paid as an architect for the project, who also is giving us his opinion because of the fact that he is the architect for the project. He's not a third-party witness.
Well, you just said he's not an expert and he's giving an opinion. You can't have it both ways.
He is an
You're allowed to
architect. He is an architect. He is not hired specifically as a third-party witness. It's also not relevant.
Again, counsel, you keep changing your objection. At the end of the day, he is a paid witness by petitioner, and I am allowed to inquire.
But you've asked him the question of how much is being paid, and you're not making the distinction between his architectural fees for design, and I guess if you want to know how much he would be being paid for his testimony, I think is what you're pointing to. I'm not sure that he can even answer that. In the sense that I'm not sure he has a separate fee schedule for his testimony, which is just part of his job as an architect in connection with the zoning case.
Again, I appreciate your testimony, counsel, but you and I maybe see the world very differently.
Keep going.
Mr. Magnelli, how much have you been paid by Mr.
Excuse me, I have a standing objection.
I agree that it's not relevant. He's the architect for the applicant, so we understand that he has designed something for the applicant. Let's keep moving.
Okay, Mr. McNally, how much are you being paid for your testimony today?
Do you have a separate fee, Mr. McNally, for testimony?
It's an hourly rate. It's an hourly fee.
What is your hourly rate?
Let's just keep going, Mr. Murphy. He's being paid an hourly rate. He's being paid by the applicant. He is the applicant's architect.
All right, so we're clear he's being paid for his testimony today, correct?
Sure, he has said that.
That's fine. Now we have and I'm going to call it the black and white version of the first floor. And if I refer to it as that, you'll understand that as the ground floor at 1141 West Randolph?
Yes.
Okay, because I know we had showed a color one. Now, we had talked about when a customer comes in the front door and then they take a sharp right-hand turn, that hallway there, how wide is that hallway? Which is technically, I think, labeled ID check / waiting room.
It's approximately 5 feet.
Oh, so, all right. And I apologize for misleading anyone when I was calling it 5 1/4. It's 5 feet wide.
It's at least 5 feet. We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And the other dimension is about 5'10".
I guess my question to you is, what is the distance wall to wall in that corridor? You're the architect.
It varies between 5 feet to 5 feet 10 inches.
Okay.
One at a time, okay? One at a time. Repeat the question, repeat the answer.
Okay, so the question is, how wide is that stretch of this first floor, or I'll call it ground floor, wall to wall at the beginning part of this ID / waiting room?
Well, it's 5 feet in one direction and 5 feet 10 inches.
So we can say max 5 foot 10 inches?
Sure.
And minimum 5 feet. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to this drawing, and you've heard the earlier testimony with respect to COVID and the CDC advisements regarding social distancing, if two people were passing each other because there's only one door in, one door out, correct? This is the one on Randolph?
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman, I think we've
And there was
covered
a
the
bunch of
testimony.
questions there, and I really apologize. Those are bad. That was a bad multiple question. I'll back up.
Well,
Mr.
I was objecting to the whole general, I think we,
Hold on. Mr. Murphy, we don't want any more testimony on COVID, okay?
All right. So you're saying the point's been made, Judge, or Mr. Chairman?
Keep going. Keep
Okay.
going. At this point.
You had talked about, Gil, you had talked a little bit about the security plan as well. Do you remember that conversation you had with Mr. Acosta?
Yes,
And that the security plan included, I believe you said cameras and lighting, correct?
correct.
Are you familiar with the terms passive security and active security?
Well, if you want to explain your definition of passive and active.
I will do that. Passive security is mechanical. Passive security does not prevent issues. It basically records issues in the sense of a camera or illuminates areas in terms of lighting. That's what I consider passive. Would that be a fair characterization of lighting and cameras in terms of security?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes. I mean, the security plan, I guess I don't understand the question.
Well, we're gonna get to that part. When we talk about security of the neighborhood, and I know we've talked a little bit about the security of the inside, and we'll deal with that with Charles, but with respect to the neighborhood, other than cameras and lighting, are there any other forms of active security to help secure the neighborhood?
Well, if you take a look at the security exhibit, you can see that the security plan has all sorts of other items in there. So there's various access control, glass break detection, panic buttons, and the like to meet the.
And those are all inside the business or inside the ground floor, correct?
Correct.
And some of those are actually
Except potentially the siren.
Okay, and some of those are actually located in what I'll call it the pink area or the restricted area, correct?
Some of those are, yes.
Okay.
And some of those aren't.
My question goes to the outside of the building. In terms of protection of the neighborhood, people walking on the sidewalks, safety on the sidewalks, other than cameras or lighting, is there any other security provided by the petitioner for the neighborhood at large or the people walking by the proposed dispensary?
Chairman, it's Rolando, this is repetitive. I think Mr. Fitzsimmons already identified the answer to that question in terms of others. And this is not an architectural feature. This is an operational feature. Gail is the architect. So
Let's save these for Mr. Williams. Mr.
Well,
Murphy.
but Judge or Mr. Chairman, where this is important, I didn't bring this up. Mr. Acosta brought this up with Gil during the course of his direct examination. They talked about this exact thing. Now, yes, we will talk about it with Mr. Williams, but at the end of the day, this was, and again, it surprised me too, but this is fodder for cross if it's brought up in direct.
I talked with
It's a simple
Mr.
answer to one question, and I'm basically done with this witness.
I'm just, because it is not his purview, I'm not sure if he knows the answer as to operationally what's occurring.
I'm not asking about operations. I'm talking about his plan, and the concept of security was brought up by opposition counsel, not by me.
But
okay, go ahead and ask him. Go ahead and ask him, and then we'll move on from this witness.
Other than the lighting and other than the cameras, which may or may not be posted outside, is there any other active security protecting the street, the sidewalk, or the neighborhood that you have proposed in your architectural plan?
Well, there's going to be security film at any glass. So a tinted film to protect the glass.
Okay, but that's all inside, correct? I'm talking about outside.
Yeah, and then access control on the exterior receiving door.
He's trying to, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Again,
Mr. Murphy, are you talking about
Judge, I'm satisfied with what he's saying, and I'm satisfied with the answer, and quite frankly, I'm done with this witness.
Okay, who's next?
Let's go with Charles.
Okay, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, can you unmute yourself?
Charles?
There we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Charles, how are you?
Good, can you hear me?
We can. Can you hear me?
You can't? Hold on, let me try. I'm gonna switch
We can hear you.
my earbuds. Let's see if that helps.
I don't think he can hear us.
Now, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello? Okay, I can hear you. He's not in his head, so I think that's...
Oh. Charles?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Charles?
I can hear you, but you're breaking in and out quite a bit.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you pretty darn well.
Okay.
Am I still breaking up?
All right, let's try this.
Okay, and if
I got you now.
All right, if I break up, let me know and we'll get through it, okay? Charles,
we'll figure it out.
All right, okay. Charles, you were on the job for 30 plus years?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming this is not your first opportunity to testify, correct?
No, it is not.
Okay, so if I ask a question you don't understand or if I'm breaking up, please let us know and we'll do our best to clear it up for you, okay?
I will.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it just appears we have a delay. I think he's hearing us, but I think we got a bit of a delay. Charles, and I'm going to try to cut through a little bit this stuff here. You have never done any security plans for cannabis dispensaries before this one, correct?
I reviewed these plans.
You reviewed these plans. So we're clear, you've never reviewed plans before for a cannabis dispensary before this case here, correct?
I also viewed a previous location.
Okay. Other than for Mr. Fitzsimmons, Mr. Fitzsimmons is the only one who has hired you to do this type of work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we've lost him.
No, he answered the
I'm
question.
here.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay. When were you retained by Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Oh, it'd be the last quarter of 2019.
And I'm assuming you were paid for the work you did?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Okay, I'm assuming you were paid for the work you did?
I haven't been paid anything yet.
Okay, are you anticipating getting paid for the work you did?
Probably at some point, possibly, but Mr. Fitzsimmons and I have been friends for over 25 years.
That's good. So, and do you anticipate getting paid for your, including and up to your testimony here today?
Your entire message just garbled.
Judge, this is not working. Maybe if
Now
Mr.
you came through, maybe it's the delay.
It is, maybe if Mr. Williams checks out and checks back in.
Why don't we try it? Or Commissioner, why don't you log out and maybe call in? That might be easier.
Mr. Chairman, I have you loud and clear. I think the issue's on his end.
I can hear him fine. Why don't you try again, Mr. Murphy?
Okay. So you say you hope to get paid for the work you've done, including your testimony today, but there's no written plan, correct?
No,
And you've known Mr. Fitzsimons for how many years?
I've known Mr. Fitzsimmons for over 25 years.
You're absolutely right, and that's my bad, and I really apologize for that. And so is it safe to say you and Mr. Fitzsimmons are friends and colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on other projects together?
Mr. Murphy, let's move past if you're going for bias again, let's move past it.
All right, we're good. You said you reviewed, Charles, you said you reviewed a security plan. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And that's for the location at 1141 Randolph, correct?
Yeah.
You yourself did not prepare the plan, did you?
No.
Who prepared the plan?
It was an outside consultant.
And do you recall that outside consultant's name?
No, I do not.
Do you recall the qualifications of this outside consultant?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, so there is a report of a person you don't know and you don't know their qualifications. Do you recall how much training these security guards are going to have?
Mr. Chairman, the question is unclear. Is he referring to the security guards who will be hired once this is operating?
The ones that are part of the security plan.
Yes.
The ones that are part of the security plan would be hired once the business is up and operational. And again, we'd be following the guidelines within the state law regarding their qualifications.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Williams. My question to you is, for this company that you don't know the name of and you don't know the company's qualifications, what type of training does this company do with respect to its security guards?
Mr. Chairman, there's some
First of all, I think
confusion.
you're looking at two different.
Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
Yes, there is some confusion here because you're talking about a company that will be doing the actual on-site security, and you're also talking about a separate company that prepared the plans. These are two different things.
Well, we're going to get to all that. You're exactly talking what I want to talk about. So we have one company that prepared the security plan, correct?
That is correct, and I believe that company, Mr. Fitzsimmons, has been working with for quite some time regarding his other businesses.
Okay, we'll just call them the plan preparers. So we have one company preparing the plan, and then we have another company executing the plan, correct?
We have a licensed vendor that we will hire once the business is operational, yes.
Okay, so we have a planner and then we have an executor. With respect to the executor, who is going to execute the security plan?
I believe that was asked and answered of Mr. Fitzsimmons, and he gave the answer.
True. Keep going, Mr. Murphy.
Judge, I will tell you, I don't remember that there was an answer to that question because I wouldn't have asked it of Mr. Williams if I knew it.
There was.
I believe it's MPSI, I believe is their name. I could have gotten the initials wrong.
That is correct.
All right, so
That is correct.
MPSI,
It was asked and answered.
how many times have you met with the representatives of MPSI?
I have not.
Okay.
The questions he's asking are beyond Charles. Charles was hired to review a plan that was prepared to make sure, and I think this came through in his testimony, to make sure that that plan, as it was prepared by a third-party consultant, was consistent, I'll call it Chicago specific, for the area and this operation in the area. He was not hired to prepare the plan. He is not being hired to execute on the plan. The execution is required by state law and it has particular requirements on it. And the specific plan is pursuant to state law.
Let's move on, Mr. Murphy.
Again, I will direct everyone's attention to the general criteria, which include design and promote pedestrian safety and comfort, and significant adverse impact and general welfare in the neighborhood. And that's exactly what security goes to.
And I would argue that given
Counsel, I'm not finished. And what I am inquiring on, and where this line of questioning is important, is that the witness has absolutely no idea about how the security plan is going to be implemented and operated.
Not
and
true.
That's
I would disagree with that.
Well, then I will inquire. But right now, he doesn't even know the person who made the plan, and he's never met with the people who are going to execute the plan.
Again, Mr. Chairman.
The value of this particular witness when he doesn't know what's going to happen inside and outside of these walls when they get operating by way of security.
And again, Mr. Chairman.
This is how you discredit an expert witness.
Mr. Chairman.
Exactly how you do it.
The plan is outlined. The plan is outlined. You have a copy of the plan.
The plan is manifested, Mr. Chairman, if I may. The plan is manifested in the drawing and in the protocols, all dictated by state law. And I would argue that the state, given its extensive regulation of this area, has dictated the security needed to run these facilities and is beyond really the scope of this. If we have a plan that's consistent with state law, and so long as it works on the Chicago streets, which is what Charles was hired to do, we satisfy the criteria. And it is not, if Charles saw a plan, stated differently, that didn't work, qualifications or no qualifications, he'd say this plan doesn't work. And in terms of the implementation of the plan, which is both physical security and human security, again, state law dictates the requirements of the qualifications of who we hire, and the features included within the plan.
If I may, Judge, or Mr. Chairman, first of all, Mr. Acosta forgets that we never got copies of the plan. He never sent them to us. Let's start there. And secondly, I appreciate the fact that the petitioner wants to do a summary fashion hearing and gloss over the details. But this is exactly the details when we're talking about why we're all here, which is promote pedestrian safety and significant adverse impact on the neighborhood. To have a professional witness, an expert witness step up and say, yeah, everything's great without going into detail is not appropriate, it's not proper, and it certainly doesn't guarantee or promote pedestrian safety or prevent an adverse impact. They chose Mr. Williams as an expert witness. I didn't choose him. They chose to prep him. They chose him. They chose exactly what he was going to say and what he wasn't. And again, what we don't have here is how the security plan they have promotes security and safety and comfort of the pedestrians and does not have a significant adverse impact on the neighborhood.
You absolutely do have that.
Hold on. So, Mr. Murphy, ask Mr. Williams those questions about whether the plan, the nature of the plan, et cetera, if you'd like, what his role in the plan will be. But what I would like to avoid is, I think we can all agree that this is a highly regulated industry and there are minimum requirements across safety and other features that will be ensured by other public agencies. So I don't want us to be quibbling over things that there are minimum standards for that people have to observe anyway, such as the security requirements about training, et cetera, which is mandated by state, such as COVID requirements and social distancing. We're going to assume all those things because they are required by law will be observed. So please feel free to get into questions about the adequacy of the security plan, but I want to avoid all of that extraneous, unnecessary material.
Well, what I would say briefly, judges, I'm not talking about licensing. That's not what I'm talking about. But what I'm talking about is an expert witness who did not prepare a plan, did not meet with the planners, and has not met with the people who are going to execute the plan. So my objection to this particular witness is, other than reviewing a plan on paper, that's it. This witness cannot discuss anything with respect to the preparation of the plan, and he can't discuss anything with respect to the operation or the effectuation of the plan. All he can say is, I read words on a piece of paper, and in my opinion, God love him, 33 years on the force, they conform to something. That's it. That's my point. He cannot testify that that report guarantees pedestrian safety or comfort, and he cannot guarantee, his testimony cannot guarantee that there won't be a significant adverse impact by bringing people in the neighborhood with cash and all those other kinds of things.
And the reason I disagree is because he can't testify to, after having reviewed the plan prepared by a third party and subject to execution of that plan pursuant to the state legal requirements, that plan, as manifested in the drawings and in the operational protocols that are laid out in his affidavit, in his testimony, in Mr. Fitzsimmons' affidavit, in Mr. Magnelli's testimony, will promote pedestrian safety and comfort and will not result in adverse impacts in terms of safety. And that's his testimony. It's as to his review and whether...
Mr. Williams, are you still there?
Oh, no.
Mr. Williams, you're on mute again.
Yes, all right, I'm here.
Okay. Will you clarify for me what the nature of your engagement? Is it just to review the plan, or are you an ongoing security consultant for this company, for this location?
It was to review the plan, but I'm also will be taking a position as far as ongoing security with the company. I was looking through my notes while you were talking, and I did come up with the name of the company that prepared it. It's Sapphire Risk. However, my experience with 34 years in the police department makes me uniquely familiar with this area, and I can certainly, after reviewing these plans, comment on neighborhood security.
And you are an ongoing, it sounds like you are anticipating the same kind of ongoing relationship with the company that you have now, where it appears that they are consulting you during periods of civil unrest and things like that. You're anticipating the same kind of ongoing consulting engagement?
That's correct.
Okay. Then go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. All right. I understand that, and again, this may be a bit repetitive. You have not met with Sapphire. You have just reviewed Sapphire's plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And MPSI is the security company that is going to be the boots on the ground, providing the what I'll call in-house or in-store security for the location at 1141 Randolph, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And to date, you have not met with MPSI Security, correct?
You know, quite frankly, I don't know if they were in any of the meetings in the last quarter of 2019. I don't recall. They may have been. I honestly don't recall, but I have not ventured out that much after March of this year.
No, and believe me, I appreciate all of that. So at best, you don't recall if well, let's say it this way. You haven't had any individual meetings with MPSI, correct?
Individual, no.
When I say individual, with the company, I don't mean like one individual. So you haven't had any meetings with MPSI as a company, correct?
No.
And you know nothing about MPSI's credentials in terms of how they train their security officers, correct?
I do. They hire retired police officers.
Okay, and how do you know that?
From documentation earlier.
What document?
Again, reviewing the security plans.
Okay. In the security plan, it says MPSI hires ex-police officers?
It's a mix of security guards and some retired police officers.
Okay. Does what you have read or what you reviewed say anything about the training MPSI gets or MPSI officers gets from MPSI?
No, I haven't gotten into the training.
Mr. Chairman, the training of MPSI, state law regulates the proper training for firms that are licensed as security firms.
I'm moving on, Judge. I'm moving on.
Move on, and Mr. Costa, you can do that on your recross.
Okay.
Now, I think it was Mr. Fitzsimmons who said there will be a security guard once you get past the initial front door. there'll be a security guard stationed there. How many other security guards do you anticipate being on premises?
That's going to change with the volume. It depends on the volume that you're looking at.
What would the range be?
You know what? It could go as high as needed. It could be 3. It could be 4. It depends on the volume.
Okay. And
the customers are not all going to show up at one time.
I would hope not. That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
So my question to you is, other than being stationed at the, what I'll call kind of the front door area, where would the other security guards be stationed inside the facility?
That would be determined more than likely by the manager on duty, who also has a role within security.
Okay, is the manager on duty are you talking about the security manager on duty or the business manager on duty?
Your overall manager on duty, which would be the business manager, yes.
All right, so the business manager will be directing security, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Not a security manager, correct?
Again, depending on the volume, you could have a supervisor from the security company as well.
Okay, but that's not in the plan right now, correct?
As you look at those plans, there's a key thing in the state law 410-705-16F, which states that you will adjust your security depending upon the conditions within the community. That's what's going to dictate the number of personnel you're going to have. You're going to monitor those conditions within the community, and you're going to make the appropriate adjustments.
And I agree 110% with that, but my question to you is, who makes that decision?
That would be the manager on duty.
Okay, the business manager on duty, correct?
It could be the business manager on duty, but if there's a supervisor there from the security company, they could make that suggestion to the manager on duty.
Okay. I understand from Mr. Fitzsimmons that you have advised him that guards would be unarmed during the daytime but armed at nighttime. Is that a fair representation of your statement to Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Absolutely not. That is not a fair representation of my statement. My statement had to do.
We're going to get into that. We'll get into that. Are the security guards going to be armed or unarmed?
Again, the idea of whether or not you have armed or unarmed security will depend upon the conditions within the community. If we are not, as you look outside today, would they be armed? No, there's no need to be. If you have looting taking place down the street, should they be armed? Perhaps they should be. You're going to adjust based on the conditions of the community.
And then same question as before, who makes that determination? The business manager?
You're always going to have at least one security personnel on scene. They're going to be in communication with the manager on duty at all times.
All right, Charles,
here's
my question though. My question is, and I appreciate the fact we're going to have at least one security guard on duty at all times. I think everybody understands that, Pete.
That's correct.
But with respect to security guards being armed or unarmed, I understand your testimony is kind of depends on the circumstances. Who is it? The business manager, as is with the other things, who makes that determination that we need an armed guard here as opposed to an unarmed guard?
Wasn't this question asked of Mr. Fitzsimmons and answered by Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Yes, let's move on from this. We've beaten this one to death, Mr. Murphy.
Okay. You're familiar with the phrases passive security and active security?
Yes.
Okay, passive being lighting, cameras, door locks, security codes, those types of things. Active security is, I think, what we would call boots on the ground, acting more as a physical deterrent. I just want to make sure you and I are talking about the same thing.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Now, in talking to the other witnesses, it appears that as part of the security plan, we're going to have external, and I'm talking about the outside of the building now, not the inside of the building. We're going to have external lighting and external cameras, correct?
That's correct.
And we're going to have I'm assuming there should be lighting, obviously, to conduct the business, and internal cameras to for surveillance purposes on inside the business, correct?
Yes, surveillance cameras inside the business as well as outside the business, yes.
Okay. With respect to the perimeter of the outside of the building, there'll be no security around the perimeter of the building, correct?
The security personnel on scene will often patrol around that building, particularly during deliveries. But even if you're not having deliveries, they're still going to monitor the exterior of the building.
Well, let's talk about that word monitor. You use two words there, patrol and monitor. Patrol to me means to physically walk around the building. Are we talking about the same thing?
We're talking about the same thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be patrolling around the building constantly. They will periodically go out and check around the building.
Okay, so they'll physically walk around the building at different times during the day, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And monitoring would be more watching video displays, watching the video cameras, but physically not walking around the building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the physically, and I'm going to use the word patrol, that physically patrolling around the building, are these guards going to be armed or unarmed?
We've covered the armed and
You're
unarmed
back to that.
question
Thank you.
multiple times.
Now I'm talking about the outside perimeter, which affects the neighborhood and the pedestrians on the sidewalks.
Same answer.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, is the same answer, presumably, inside and outside?
It is the exact same answer.
Okay. And obviously, as they're patrolling, they're also monitoring with eyesight. In the event of a armed confrontation or a physical confrontation outside of the building, it's my understanding if the security guards are unarmed, all they will do is report the incident. They have no arrest powers, correct?
That is correct.
They have no detention powers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So
that
in
is
essence,
not their role.
I'm not disputing that. As a matter of fact, that's exactly my point. They can report the crimes and use their iPhone or whatever phone they use. They can obviously report things, correct?
They can, and they can also request that the panic button be pressed inside by staff. The enhancement that is provided on the exterior is if you see something, we're able to get the law enforcement agent to respond immediately. That is where your outside enhancement occurs.
Is that any different than any other civilian walking by and calling the police on their cell phone?
I'm sorry, I think you were muffled there.
Oh, I apologize. The ability to report a crime. They have the ability to report a crime like everybody else does, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You are familiar in the last 9 months that there's been 7 burglaries of cannabis dispensaries in the city of Chicago?
I think it may be more like 8, but yes, I'm familiar.
That's right. And of those 8, 7 of the 8 were not in riot type situations. They were just flat out burglaries. Is that your recollection as well as mine?
My recollection is they were, I think one I know was definitely not during the civil unrest, but the others I believe were pretty closely timed to after the civil unrest. I'll put it that way, immediately
Okay,
after.
yeah, after the civil unrest. Okay, fair enough. You talk about, and I found this interesting. I'm going to move you to the back of the building, okay?
Certainly.
We have an alleyway, which is a thin alleyway where only one car can pass at a time, correct?
I object to the reference of the alleyway as thin.
Yeah,
It's a
we agree.
standard alley.
Yeah, it's a standard alley.
Okay, one car can pass at a time, correct?
You know, because you have a little bit of an open space back there, you could probably get 2 cars past each other. I don't know. It's a standard alleyway. I've gone down alleyways in a car and past others, so.
Well, I'm only concerned about this alleyway, and I appreciate the fact
Okay.
that you've all probably driven on an alleyway. But as I understand it, the cannabis is delivered by van or truck, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that alleyway is an open area. And when I say open area, I want to make sure you and I are talking about the same thing. There are parking lots behind it. It is not enclosed and it is not covered in any way, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you thought that to be an advantage because if a squad car happened to be passing by, they could see potential nefarious behavior or robbers where if it was covered up, they couldn't see that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Isn't the opposite also as true, that robbers or people who intend to do harm have a real clear view of the cannabis and the cash being transferred back and forth between the building and the truck, or I'll say van?
I would say that, first of all, you're not going to see cash. The cannabis is going to be in about a picnic-sized container. Anyone can look in that direction. So if someone is intending to do something wrong, they could certainly do that. But anyone else walking by could also see that.
And that's my point, that if the police can see them, bad guys can see them, right?
That's certainly true.
Okay. Now, you prepared an affidavit in this case, correct?
That's correct.
You remember, and you signed it on April 20th, 2020. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you did not prepare this affidavit, did you?
I provided a lot of the information for the affidavit.
No, but my question to you is you did not prepare it, did you?
No, I did not.
Mr. Acosta prepared it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And then Mr. Acosta handed it to you for you to sign on April 20th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams, you had talked about an analogy between jewelry stores and the cannabis dispensary. You remember using the jewelry store as an example of one way in, one way out?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about up to 300 transactions a day in the cannabis store. Did you hear that testimony from Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Okay. Has it been your experience that jewelry stores enjoy 300 transactions a day in their little jewelry stores on Wabash Street or wherever they may exist?
Certainly on 5 South Wabash, they get some very crowded days. And I'm certainly aware of that. I've even been in there when they're crowded.
I'm not saying they don't have busy days, but I'm talking about the street traffic. You think 300 customers in a jewelry store?
Again, it depends on the establishment you're talking about, Counselor. If you're looking at a very large store in a mall, they could certainly do that type of traffic, particularly during the holidays. If you're talking about a small mom and pop store on some side street, certainly not.
Okay. Well, that was the analogy you used. That's not the one I made up.
Okay.
1 second, Mr. Chairman. I notice your security plan does not include a fire safety plan. Was that intentional?
That's not my area.
So it was, you purposely did not include that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, as customer safety is obviously one of the reasons you were hired, we only, if there were a fire, there's only one way to get out of that building?
Mr. Chairman, this is, as the witness has already stated, he didn't prepare the fire safety plan. If Mr. Murphy would like to know, the fire safety is part of the building permit process prepared by the architect as part of the plan.
What I can change the question to say active shooter, Judge, and change the whole thing. In the event of an active shooter situation, We can put that or fire, either one, because they're both emergencies. But I'll use active shooter. In the event of an active shooter, Mr. Williams, there is only one way in and one way out of that store, correct?
No, that's not correct. In an emergency, individuals could exit the doorways that are in the secure areas. If you have something taking place like an active shooter, the number one thing to do there is, one, you're going to immediately summon assistance, and then you're going to try and help those people find a place to hide or a place to exit, which at that point you would even let them through those secure areas. In addition to that, as Homeland Security has put out, if you're stuck in an area and you have an active shooter coming at you, you're going to throw whatever you can at them until help gets there.
Well, I appreciate.
I've been at many of those scenes, Counselor.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Williams, but my question to you is, in the event of an active shooter, it's one way in, one way out, correct?
He's already answered no.
No, that is not true.
All right, so what you're saying is that they could also escape the building by going out the back door or the area where the business takes in its deliveries, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but that door is guarded by doors and bulletproof glass, and the general public is not allowed back there. They don't have the pass cards or anything to get through it. So unless the general public has a passcode to get through that back door, we're back to one way in, one way out, correct?
No, we're not. You have staff on scene that have been trained, that will be trained in a scenario such as that on how to get people out of that facility. Staff receives training like that on a regular basis. The staff also interacts with the security company on that type of training. That is all part and parcel about emergencies and how to exit that facility.
I appreciate that, but my question to you is, that second exit is behind locked doors, correct?
I think the witness has answered this question.
Yeah, we've covered this. Let's
Staff to clear the path.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, who's next?
Mr. Poulos, please.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Okay, Peter, I'm assuming you have listened to everything. Again, if I ask you a bad question or if I ask something that doesn't make sense, please let me know, okay?
Understood.
Fair enough. All right. As I understand it, you listed in your CV that or on your website that you've worked primarily with banking institutions?
That's correct.
Not dispensaries, correct? When I say dispensary, I mean cannabis dispensary.
I'm sorry?
Is this your first cannabis dispensary project?
No.
Okay. Is your website wrong that you primarily been dealing with the, bless you, whoever that was, website said you were primarily involved with banking institutions. Is that not correct?
No, but primarily does not necessarily mean I have never done anything for anybody else.
Okay. Is this your first cannabis project?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about I'm going to try not to step on other testimony, but with respect to the dispensary and how you get into, and then the traffic pattern, because the chairman was particularly concerned with that. As I understand the traffic pattern, and in front of you, you should have what I'll call the colored document, or I think it was referred to earlier as the security plan.
Okay.
You have that in front of you?
Yeah, I see it.
And we've got a green color, a pink, and a pink color, basically.
The greens, is that the middle color is the green?
Yeah, kind of. Well, the Miller color is kind of a yellowish.
All right, I apologize. I have color blindness, so I'm assuming the green is on the left. Is that the hallway? Hallway we talked about?
I'll describe
okay.
I'll describe the areas.
I'll grab the dinner if you have it.
That's fair enough. And now you claim in your affidavit. Well, let me ask you this question: when were you retained by Mr. Fitzsimons?
I was retained by counsel.
Fitzsimmons, I apologize.
Never mind. I was retained by counsel.
You were retained by counsel. When were you retained by counsel?
Early spring, a little bit before the report was submitted.
And then when we say counsel, we mean Mr. Acosta, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Acosta, how much is Mr. Acosta paying you for your report and your testimony?
He's paid, Mr. Murphy. He's a paid consultant of the.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Or he's a paid witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay. In your report, you talk about general traffic generation in the area. Do you remember?
Stop. I missed the question altogether.
I'm sorry. Did I get garbled?
Yeah. Can you point me to where?
The general topic is traffic patterns. Do you remember that in your affidavit?
I believe his report discusses traffic generation from the facility, not traffic patterns.
Then we'll use that traffic generation from the facility. Do you remember that part of your affidavit, Mr. Poulos?
I mean, I believe so. I'm just not sure exactly what you mean.
Well,
it's in there, but there's got to be it.
Well, that's what we're.
Is that the compatibility with character surrounding area?
That's what we're going to talk about. Do you know how many customers that Mr. Fitzsimmons plans on having each day at his dispensary?
Yeah, from what I understand from testimony, up to 300.
Okay. So if it's up to 300, we could possibly have 300 vehicles, whether it be personal cars, Uber, Lyft, or some combination of the three. Is that possible?
Speculation, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think
It's fair enough. It's possible. That's all he's asking.
So am I to answer something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say that question again?
We could have possibly up to 300 additional vehicles on the street in front of the store or around the store per day, correct?
I think it's possible, but probability is probably different.
That'll be a different question. When you discuss the general traffic generation, Peter, can you hear me?
Getting a pretty long delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mr. Poulos, try turning.
It seems like it's clipping in and out. This just started happening. It was perfectly.
I think this is tech support. If Mr. Poulos turns off his camera, it'll be better connection.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
That's good. We just lose the video feed. That's fine.
Thank you.
That you claimed in your affidavit that the traffic generation of this purpose use will be similar to any other hospitality, retail, or commercial use nearby. Do you remember saying that in your affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you talk, or what restaurant did you talk to on that street regarding the number of patrons they have and the traffic involved with those patrons?
Well, specifically, I don't know if I did. Specifically, I did not speak to anyone that owns restaurants in that immediate area, but there is very close to the west of the subject, there are some event spaces, some large restaurants that also have some live entertainment that hold upwards of 300, or that hold up to 300 people at one time. And you have, a couple of them that are next to each other, very in close proximity to each other. One that holds 200, one that holds 300. I mean, it's compatible with the amount of people that are generally being seen in that area.
Well, I appreciate that answer, but I'm looking more for an answer to my question, which was you didn't talk to anybody who owns a restaurant in the area, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't talk to anybody who has a retail store in the area, did you?
Nope.
Okay. You didn't talk to the valet company that works outside the restaurant regarding traffic patterns and amount of cars they park, correct?
No, sir.
You provided a report, and in your report, you provide a photograph of the outside of the building. And I know we've had this with other witnesses. It's a single public access door off Randolph Street, correct?
Correct.
And people will be expected to enter and exit from that one door, correct?
Correct.
And to the extent that customers are waiting, and I understand Mr. Fitzsimmons doesn't want customers to wait, but to the extent that they wait, they'll be waiting on Randolph Street, correct?
I can't answer that.
Well, where would they wait? I'm sorry, Judge.
Let's not rehash. We've done this.
Okay. And that's what I'm trying to get through. What is the maximum occupancy for each floor?
That's a question for the architect, Mr. Chairman, not Mr. Poulos.
I agree. We can call up the architect next if you want to go back for that line of questioning.
Okay. How many customers does the dispensary expect to serve each day?
I think that was asked and answered by Mr. Fitzsimmons.
My question is if he has another understanding other than Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Go ahead, Mr. Poulos.
I thought I just answered a few questions ago, up to 300.
Okay. And again, I'm trying to get through this, Mr. Chairman, as quickly as possible. Given the 300 expected customers and the 7 to 15 security and management people, what is your expectation on social distancing given how this plan is set up to date?
Mr. Chairman, I thought we were agreeing that we are not dealing with COVID.
Agreed. Skip this one, Mr. Murphy.
Well, are we skipping in that it's not relevant, or are we skipping it because it's already been answered?
Both.
Okay. In the event that NewMed's business is successful, as all businesses hope to be successful, NewMed does not have any additional space for overflow or any additional sales, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's again not a question necessarily for Mr. Poulos. It's actually shown on our plans that have been submitted to you. So it's obvious from the drawings as to where our overflow waiting area is. And it would be a question for either Mr. Fitzsimmons or Mr. McNally.
Judge, I can tie that up with a statement in his report if you'd like.
Sure.
In your report, you talk about an initial flurry of activity. Remember that in your report?
Can you direct me to where that is?
I will do so.
Thanks.
While I'm looking for it, do you recall in your report that you anticipated that the number of customers is likely to drop off to a steady and modest flow? Do you remember that from your report?
Yes, I do.
And it's page 9 of your report, by the way, bottom paragraph.
Right. I found it.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is the space is not too small. After the initial flurry, things are going to calm down to a nice pace. Is that a fair description of that part of your report?
Sounds fair, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Chicago Tribune article, I believe of last Tuesday, cited Illinois marijuana shops sold almost $61 million in recreational weed in July, beating the previous record set in June by $13.4 million. Were you familiar with that article in the Chicago Tribune?
I find the relevance of this questionable. because what happened in the entire state of Illinois and the sales, because sales is volume, so a single person can buy more than one product, has no relationship to the number of customers.
Well, while impeachment is in the eye of the beholder, Judge, the simple point is this cannabis sales has no sign of slowing down. And as a matter of fact, we're way beyond an initial flurry. We're growing every month, which is contrary to the statement made by this expert witness in his report.
It is not, because the growth could be related to more businesses opening and or customers buying more.
Why don't you ask him, Mr. Murphy?
Exactly my point, that cannabis isn't going away. As a matter of fact, it's growing.
Mr. Poulos, do you have any reason to believe that the statement in your report is not correct on the basis of Mr. Murphy's note on statewide trends?
No, I do not.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, let's keep going.
I will, Judge, or Mr. Chairman. I am trying to cut through some of the ground we've already covered, Judge, so give me a minute here.
I will happily make that trade, Mr. Murphy.
I thought you might. We talked about crime. You talked about crime in your area, in the general area. You cite a Federal Reserve of Philadelphia study. You remember that in your report?
Yes, I do.
And the cause of reduction of crime in an area due to observations and basically based on a Colorado report. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That report had nothing to do with Chicago, correct?
Correct.
It did not use any Chicago data, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report did you use crime statistics or real estate appraisal statistics from the city of Chicago or Cook County for that matter, correct?
That's false.
And in fact, the study you were citing focused on Denver, Colorado, correct?
Mr.
I'm sorry. I did use.
Go ahead, Mr. Poulos.
I did use Chicago data. Actually, if you just go to page 12.
Okay, but I'm talking about the original general report. You were focusing on Denver, Colorado, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I will stipulate that the report from the Federal Reserve of Philadelphia refers to general crime associated with dispensaries based on a Colorado model and not specific to Chicago, but it's also general crime related to dispensaries, so it's common to all dispensaries and not relevant to 1141 specifically.
Well, while I appreciate the stipulation, there is nothing common to all dispensaries, and that's what we're finding out. So that's not a stipulation.
I don't know where we're finding that out.
If it were common to all dispensaries, it would have been in the article. You are making a gigantic assumption, and I'm not willing to go there.
The Federal Reserve report of Philadelphia, which I've read.
My simple question is, the focus of this report was on Denver, Colorado, correct?
And I've already stipulated to that.
Okay, let's keep going.
Whether you stipulated or not, I would love to hear it from the witness.
He agreed.
Denver, Colorado, not Chicago, Illinois, correct?
Yep. We're all on the same page. He's answered that. That's correct. Let's keep going.
We will. I have nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, who's next on your list?
We will call in our, what I'll call more of my case in chief.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes.
That'll work.
So we're going to reconvene at 8:45. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Vote yes for recess until 8:45.
Can I ask you something? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Donna, go ahead.
Chairman? Yeah, I just want to say it's late and Mr. Murphy really, he obliterates whatever the chairman is saying. So if he could please be admonished, because it makes my job that much harder on the back end.
I will admonish him thusly.
Thank you. Because then I have to listen. I have to get the audio from Kamal.
You talking to chairman or are you talking to judge? Because he refers to him as the judge. I'm being funny.
Well, I
I'm
know
being
that
funny.
I know he answers to both.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
blame
I
him.
know, but
I
he-
know.
Yeah. I'm backing you up is what I'm doing.
I hear you. He needs to be treated like a judge, damn it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
right. Exactly. I like that. Exactly. Farzan, you need to be treated like a judge.
right.
There you go.
Donna, are you
I'm with you.
otherwise ready? We're going to get back to...
I'm ready. I've had 2 glasses of wine and a little dinner, and I'm back on the job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then this meeting of the Board of Appeals is reconvening, properly equipped, as everybody now knows. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner
Yes,
Saul,
Did you say me? Saul here.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
and Commissioner Toya.
I'm here.
I am also here. We have quorum. We have reconvened. Mr. Murphy, you're up.
Calling Mr. Lee.
Mr. Paul Lee. Is he with you in person, Mr. Murphy?
He is. David, where are my folders? No, folders on Lee. I'm on our witnesses. No, it's for Simons. Hello, can you hear me now? No, it's with them. Okay. We're working on it.
Mr. Murphy, while you're working on it, did you hear my instruction to admonish you for speaking over everybody else?
I did, Judge, and I will take it to absolute heart.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we good?
I'm not sure. Can you hear me, everyone?
Can you hear him?
Barely. Can you get closer to your mic or turn your mic up?
Why don't you come here?
Oh, then we're going to have him flip computers. This may work.
If you can promote the Gene Murphy computer for him, please.
Can you promote Gene Murphy computer?
Is it Gene or Eugene Murphy?
Eugene.
We have a Eugene Murphy already promoted.
All right. How about that?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Is that better, Paul?
Well, I don't know if they can hear me.
No, we can only hear him through your camera, Mr. Murphy. Here we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Still hearing you through, I think, Mr. Murphy's other computer.
Yeah, we're gonna move it to the other room, Judge.
Okay. While you're doing that, Mr. Murphy, can you run through the names of your other witnesses?
Paul Lee will lead off, followed by Jamie Magaliff, M-A-G-A-L-I-F-F.
Got it.
Followed by Peter Miller.
Okay.
Followed by Saquon Ular.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put him next to you.
All right, Judge, we're gonna just put him next to me.
It's fine.
Can you expand the picture here? I'm gonna put you right here.
And are those that's the whole set for you, Mr. Murphy?
That's it, Judge.
Okay.
All right, you don't need to see me. It's more important you see him. How's that?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We good to go?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay. Mr. Lee, can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Paul Lee, last name Lee, L-E-E.
And while we appreciate the hours late, can you give a brief description of what you do at Dispensary 33 and a bit of your work history?
Yes, I am the general manager of Dispensary 33. I've been since its inception, December 9th, 2015. I also assisted in the application writing process as it pertains to operations and security as it pertains to operations. I am generally responsible for the day-to-day operations at the dispensary, as well as creating and implementing new operations in accordance with state regulations or as demand would require it, as most recently seen on recreation on January 1st or for COVID-19. I'm also responsible for all staff hiring and training, as well as daily reports with my assistant managers who report to me directly. I also have direct oversight into our retail planning as well as purchasing plan. And I also have participation and oversight in our social media and advertising efforts.
Safe to say you're the boots on the ground operational guy?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're familiar with the general criteria for special use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have to read them to you. You're familiar with all of them?
Yes.
With respect to, well, strike that. What materials have you reviewed in anticipation of testimony today?
I reviewed the like the site plan or business plan that NewMed had offered as well, offered during their community meeting, and the documents that were offered for this zoning board meeting as well.
In your opinion, does the plan provided by or offered up by NewMed comply with the requirements set forth in the special use application?
No.
I don't see any foundation, Mr. Chairman, for his opinion as to how this complies with the standards.
I agree. Why don't you set that up, Mr. Murphy?
In terms of, did you review the standards prior to you reviewing NewMed's proposal?
Yes, I did.
And after reviewing NewMed's proposal, based on your work experience, based on your operational experience, do you have an opinion as to the viability of NewMed's proposal?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
I believe that it cannot.
You mean the viability of its proposal as a marijuana business, a cannabis business, not in terms of its conforming to the special use criteria in the Chicago zoning code?
No, I mean conforming to the special use.
There's just no foundation as to what, other than looking at the plans and being familiar with the operation. You know, what does he know about the neighborhood? What does he know about the building? It's just, there's no foundation here.
I am trying to move the examination along. All of that will come out in his examination, but if need be, are you familiar with the neighborhood at 1141 Randolph Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that neighborhood?
We've been actually looking around the neighborhood since last year at the property across the street in order to assess the location for a dispensary.
How many times would you say you have visited that neighborhood in the last 12 months?
Oh, myself personally, probably couple dozen times, just to go and see the neighborhood, check out the neighboring businesses, look at the location multiple times and its suitability, look at the sort of traffic going around the area, as well as all the neighboring residents and who might actually attend that dispensary.
Based on all of that, in your opinion, does it comply with the requirements set forth in the special use application?
No, I do not.
And why do you believe it does not comply with the requirements?
So I believe this proposed use is not in the interest of public convenience. The operations as planned would adversely affect the general welfare of the neighborhood and significantly hinder pedestrian traffic, safety, and comfort.
In particular, have you had an opportunity to review the NewMed proposal?
Chair,
Yeah.
can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm just curious of Mr. Lee's relation to this case. Is he a resident, business owner, property owner?
Yeah.
He's a representative of one of the objectors.
Well, usually the objectors have some relation. Usually they're a neighbor or they live in the neighborhood. They're a property owner. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
He's a representative of one of the objectors, Dispensary 33.
So what is Dispensary 33's relation to this case?
They have a conditional lease across the street at 1152 West Randolph.
If I may, Commissioner,
Exactly, maybe across the street and a little bit over, but it's basically across the street.
if I may, Commissioner, they're a competitor seeking
Yeah,
to locate across the street.
I was just going to ask, this is Commissioner Toya. I was just going to ask that question. This seems like one of the salons that, we get, because this can't be about competition. So that's what it sounds like to me. Now, I've only been on the board for 10 years, so maybe I'm missing something. So,
Well,
I mean, you're a good lawyer. You want to explain that to me?
I will. Well, I appreciate the compliment on being a good lawyer. I will. He is he's the boots on the ground operations manager. What he's going, and I'll make.
Okay, I just don't want competition here. We're not. We're here for zoning. I want to educate you like you're educating us. We're here for zoning, not competition. Okay, just want to make sure. I like to educate. Communication, education, the key to success. So I'm communicating. Thank you.
Every once in a while, I agree. But at the end of the day, I did listen to the commission, to the chairman. This is not about competition. This is about operations. I will make an offer of proof that Mr. Lee will testify that the operations in how the building is set up or how the business is set up cannot work, physically cannot work. It is not safe for the people, not only inside it by way of customers, employees, it is not safe for those outside. You will not hear the word competition or how much or what do they do that you do. You're not going to hear that from me.
And Mr. Chairman, for the sake of expediting matters, I'll take that offer of proof if that terminates Mr. Lee's testimony so that we can move on.
Of course you will, but I will not accept that. And Mr. Lee has a story to tell, and I think he's been waiting long enough. We owe him the courtesy to let him tell his story.
So everyone is on the same page. I have communicated to Mr. Murphy in writing and verbally, as I communicated to everybody this morning. Everybody is on the same page. The competition is not a proper or lawful zoning criteria as part of our board. He's aware of that. So you can continue this testimony. Mr. Murphy, you're on obvious notice and have acknowledged that you're on a pretty short leash.
Without question, Mr. Chairman. And like I said, I have no doubt that the admonishment was probably directed to my case more so than the others. From an operational standpoint and from an operational standpoint only, can you describe what issues there are with respect to the single point of entry that we find here in petitioner's plan?
Yes. So the single point of entry is basically going to, with the expected number of customers that would actually come through this building, in my opinion, it would cause a major traffic jam simply because when you're looking at dispensaries, you're looking, I believe that from my experience in the dispensaries, a number of 300 customers a day is much too low for this area in the West Loop, an area where on the weekends you have Michelin star restaurants and it's just a huge, one of the busiest foot traffic areas in downtown. So the 300 number to me is probably going to be something closer to 600 to over 1,000 people that are going to enter this dispensary. We have this, an example of a dispensary that opened in Old Orchard, which is in the suburbs and has a much lower population density footprint than this area in the West Loop, open to the first day of 600 people. So when we look at that many people going through a single entrance and exit, you are looking at a huge amount of traffic, log jams, people unable to get into the building and go to whatever waiting areas they have inside. They will spill out onto the street. I have a lot of experience in this. On our first day of recreation, we did over 1,300 people and we rejected over 1,000. So when they might say that 300 people will show up on a day-to-day basis, I just do not think that is true. And when you have this many people, over 500 people, try to come in and out of a single entrance, you are asking for a crowd of people to spill out onto the street. And that's my first concern with this plan right here, is this single entrance and exit.
How does that affect possibly a line forming outside and ADA compliance with folks that may need extra help? I know council mentioned earlier a wheelchair, but maybe folks with canes or with crutches and things like that. What are your concerns with respect to queuing up outside and ADA compliance?
Well, if they have to queue up outside or they have to, kind of make extra room for somebody who is disabled in order to come into the building, it's just going to create further further jams in terms of getting into the door. Because not only are you having people trying to wait to get in the door, but you're also having people exiting the door as well after they're served. There's just no way they're going to get people in and out in any kind of fashion that's going to be expedited or yes.
Mr. Chairman, he can continue if he wants to, but he's just speculating as to what may or may not occur.
Well, I actually have some experience in this because, I mean, we have the same kind of problem at our dispensary. We have like a double door, and there are people constantly outside that just choose to wait around. So I believe that shrinking the door to half the size is, of course, going to increase the amount of traffic near that door. And of course, you're going to have people waiting outside.
And with the single door, and I don't want to spend any more time with this, your ADA concerns and your COVID concerns are the same?
Yes, absolutely.
Again, we're not discussing COVID. We've discussed ADA. He's speculating what happens at 5001 North Clark is barely relevant to what's happening at 1141, and we've described our procedures.
I don't know that that's really an objection, but we'll continue on with our testimony. A second concern point is this.
Wait, this is Commissioner Toya. I do have a question. You're bringing up restaurant owner, operators, Michelin star restaurants. I don't know if you know this, but I talk to those folks daily, and no one has brought up this to me. So you want to tell me which Michelin star restaurant owners, operators you're talking about? Go a little bit deeper for me. Since you brought it up, I want to know which restaurant owners operate. Is it the Boca Group? Is it One-Off Hospitality? Is it Grant Atkins? Will you go a little deeper for me since you brought it up? I want to know which restaurant owners, operators that you say it will be affecting.
Well, I believe the most pertinent one would be the restaurant owner across the street. I think his name is Fernando or I'm sorry, I forgot his name, but the restaurant owner.
Well, I mean, obviously you're an expert. I thought you would do your homework here. So tell me who you're talking about, because I probably know him and he hasn't brought it up to me. So I'm a little confused. I just want to make sure my colleagues understand I have not heard this from anyone else. So, Mr. Expert, please explain which restaurant owners, operator, Michelin star restaurants you're talking about. Thank you.
I'm talking about the general area.
So you're talking in general. Okay. I just want to make sure you're talking in general. Okay. You just said Michelin star restaurant, so I was wondering which Michelin star restaurant we were talking about. But you're talking in general. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the concerns you have regarding we haven't talked about the dumbwaiter. What are the concerns regarding the dumbwaiter and using that as the mechanism to move the cannabis?
Sure. The dispensary has a dumbwaiter, which would be moving product up from the vault into two areas, or down into the vault from two areas: the receiving day storage, as well as the express POS area. This is going to do several things that concern me. Number one, it's going to split fulfillment to two different locations, and dispensing from a dispensary in terms of like when a customer purchases a product, it has to have a very specific batch number tied to that product given to that customer. Splitting fulfillment is just going to cause delays. It's going to cause confusion for their managers in order to dispense the correct product. So I think that splitting the fulfillment is going to slow down the process inside the dispensary in terms of dispensement. I think the mechanical nature of these dumbwaiters is also prone to failure and also slowdowns in service simply because they're not going to be on the same floor. So you're going to further lose efficiency there. And in the case of a breakdown, the dumbwaiter is your main way of getting product either down or up into the place where it needs to be dispensed. Finally, there's two other parts. The express POS is located in the ID check-in room, and this is where they're dispensing product. However, according to state regulations, that is not actually allowed. It is currently allowed because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which allows us to do curbside, which allows us to then dispense product anywhere outside of the restricted access room. However, that is on a month-to-month basis and can end at any time. So this express POS dispensing product from that ID check-in room won't be allowable after that special rule ends.
Mr. Chairman, he's speculating as to when the rule will end and if the rule will end.
Yeah, I agree. We'll strike that.
Anything else?
I'd also like to talk about how the access to the vault is wide open from the dumbwaiter located in the express POS. I believe they said they were going to encase it in glass, which would then make this opening down into the vault clearly visible to the public, which poses a security risk, in my concern.
What about your concerns with regarding you've heard the earlier testimony of how the product is delivered from the van in the alley. What are your concerns regarding that process?
So my concerns with the alleyway is its sort of narrow nature and the fact that it shares the alley with restaurants.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the characterization of a standard Chicago alley as a narrow nature. This is a standard 16-foot alley. I believe you can set that on 80-acre sheets.
Sustained.
Okay. It's a standard alley. However, the delivery vans for cultivators are going to be large so that only one car at a time would be able to fit through. As we've heard, there's going to be multiple deliveries a day occurring 4 or 5 times a week, most likely, right? And from my experience. This is going to negatively impact traffic simply because deliveries, as their plan is to bring the product into the receiving day storage, which is only, as noted here, 142 square feet, is an extremely small space to count all that product, as well as have that same area be their day storage as well as fulfillment. So they want to count all this product that is, and in cannabis in Illinois, it's all packaged separately. So every single item is broken up into different packages. So these deliveries are sized fairly large in terms of volume. This single dumbwaiter is going to have a hard time bringing this product down in terms of any kind of speed. This area is going to be very tight in terms of the amount of people that will be able to fit in there and count product. So this is going to further bring down their efficiency and further make things more error prone and slow down the process of people passing through this building in any kind of timely fashion.
Moving to further on your report, we talked about the floor plan in the basement. What are your observations regarding the basement?
For the basement, again, I'm going to touch on this dumbwaiter thing where they have these dumbwaiters moving down to the basement and then are being able to, are pulling back up into them. They're mechanical in nature, so they will or can at some point fail, as all mechanical things do. And they're probably going to be less efficient than having the product on their own floor. The dumbwaiters offer, also, as I said, they offer a open visible access from the upper floor down into the vault. And that offers a security risk because of the exposed.
Mr. Chairman, that's either speculation or a total misrepresentation of our plans, since there's no way to look down the dumbwaiter unless you stick your head in an opening that's intended to be about 12 inches by 12 inches. And then you're looking down a shaft at the bottom of the dumbwaiter.
Judge, while I appreciate counsel's objection, I would appreciate if counsel would wait till the witness finishes the answer before he makes an objection.
But he was speculating at the point that he was already talking.
Yeah, he's making a lot of assumptions about their maintenance schedules and practices. Let's strike this and keep going.
Okay. Any further comments regarding the basement storage?
No.
What about traffic and security concerns?
So the traffic, the biggest point of concern is this front door, as we talked about before, the single point of exit and entry, which I think will cause quite a bit of traffic. The check-in area that they have, the ID check-in area stated is 113 square feet, is also quite small and will just have a very hard time housing any amount of people in order to come in and out, let alone during the pandemic as well. They stated earlier, I think Mr. Fitzsimmons stated that they would at times only have one person in that room, but I think that's a gross underrepresentation of the kind of demand that this area will actually have. And so I think that this area if they're not able to hold more than several people in this area because of the express POS taking up all the room in there, and people having to wait there, if they're not able to wait in that area, then they're told to go upstairs, further causing more traffic in that little area from the customer entry exit. This basically is going to mean that people are going to have to wait outside while people are inside, moving up and down the stairs, moving in and out of the showroom, and then trying to leave through the same exit. So I think this point of traffic is just going to clog up everything. Basically, the narrowest points of traffic are going to be at the stairwell, the customer entry and exit, and the ID check-in. And this is where we're going to see the most flurry of people.
You mean the busiest area?
Yes, these three are going to be the busiest, most unorganized areas where people are going to have to move in and out because of the single exit.
What are your concerns regarding the second floor restricted access?
So the second floor restricted access, they have a location marked waiting room and where is it? They have it marked as the waiting room and like consultation or educational area. This area is, yes, it says it's going to be 235 square feet. Again, I know we're not supposed, but in pandemic times, according to the 6-foot distancing, this is only going to hold about 6
Pandemic times is.
Keep going. Keep going. Skip
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So I believe that when people have to, the only point of exit entry into this area is via the stairwell. So as I said before, with people coming in and out of the entrance area and in and out from the express POS area, as well as the showroom to go back out into the floor, some of these people have to go up the stairs into this area, presumably get called somehow when their order is ready, and then come back on down the stairs, creating more traffic jams in this entire tightly spaced area from upstairs and downstairs where the only entry exit point is.
You had an opportunity to hear the testimony of Mr. Fitzsimons as well as review his affidavit, correct? Fitzsimmons. And I apologize, Mr. Fitzsimmons, and review his affidavit, correct?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review his staffing plan of 5 to 12 employees per shift?
Yes.
And what are your concerns regarding his representation of 5 to 12 employees per shift and why that's unrealistic?
So when I look at these plans and I look at the personnel needed to staff the entire thing, according to my numbers, he's going to need 12 employees. And that's not counting some other people as well, because he's got 8 POS registers, 1 express POS register. We'll just say that has 1 attendant. Which I think is unrealistic because this is going to cause major traffic of customers. And in COVID, we know that most orders are going to be pre-orders, so that most of the customers are going to want to use that express POS, which is only 57 square feet. Then they have 1 person at the front check-in, 1 person in the basement, 1 person in the waiting and education room. This is going to make 12 people. This doesn't account for a manager on duty, delivery, or receiving. Doesn't take into account floor salespeople that would have to be in their display area to explain to these customers how to purchase things which I believe he said he would do, and order fulfillment teams needed for the main floor as well as the basement. So whilst I think that the number 15 seems realistic, that seems more on average and offers 0 amount of ability to expand where this dispensary would need it the most, which is on their first floor in the showroom, the express POS. These are the areas where they need the actual help, the more hands. But according to their plan, I do not see how any more people can fit into this dispensary in order to work in this main ground floor, where all the action is going to be happening. Well, you can fit more people in the basement, fit more people upstairs, but in this room where you need your people, you're not able to fit anymore.
So basically, Mr. Fitzsimmons' expectations regarding employees is unrealistic, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Anything further you'd like to add for the board?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to say that I know that we aren't talking about COVID-19, but I think that, I think it kind of goes in hand in hand.
We're really not covering it though. That's not like a, with all due respect.
No, and that's why we're trying to move it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
In your estimation, does a cannabis dispensary fit this piece of property?
no, I don't. I really think that the amount of people that they're going to see on the west side is going to be much larger than the stated number of 300. I also think the space is too small in order to serve that many people. And the main problem I see is that they're unable to expand in any direction, especially on this ground floor where they have most of the people passing through. We understand from our experience that these people are going to spill out onto the floor. They might go get a coffee, but they're going to come right back to that area and they're going to wait until they can come inside. And if the operations inside aren't able to keep up, and we know that this is how you really serve enough people, is by having a solid, fast operational plan that has space and room to expand, which I do not see here.
And typically, this is a business that is still primarily a cash business?
Yes, it is a cash business.
So is it a good idea in general to have people milling about outside with cash in their pockets or product in their pockets?
I do not think so.
Does that promote safety on the sidewalks at all?
No, I do not think so.
Does it provide safety or promote safety in the neighborhood at all?
No, I don't think so.
In your opinion, based on not only your experience in this area and running a dispensary, is the proposed use, is it in the best interest of the public convenience?
No, it is not.
Will it adversely impact the general welfare of the neighborhood?
Yes, it will.
And as proposed, will it significantly hinder pedestrian safety and comfort?
Mr. Chairman, I'm letting him speak only because I'm trying not to interrupt, but he has no qualifications for what he's saying, and he's speculating all over the map.
I have no questions, Judge.
A couple things. So I'm not sure, Mr. Lee, if I swore you in. So do you swear that what you've said up to this point in the proceeding is true?
Yes.
And do you swear, if called again to testify, you will tell the truth in the proceeding, the remainder of the proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, so now for everybody, what I would like to do is have Mr. Murphy get his witnesses on the record as concisely and non-repetitively as possible. Mr. Acosta, you can impeach, you can cross-ex, get all of your objections after when you're cross-examining them, and the board, quite frankly, is more than capable of giving credence to what's said on its own with its own perspective. So let's move a little bit more expeditiously.
Got it. We'll move. Is Mr. Miller waiting, or why don't we do Mr. Hyde will do Mr. Miller. It's a short witness, and that should move very quickly.
Okay. This is Peter.
Good evening, Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the board. Appreciate the time tonight.
I'm sorry.
Victor, if you could promote Peter. Yeah, thank you.
He's in. We can hear.
Perfect. Great. Good evening, Mr. Miller. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Mr. Hyde, have you identified yourself for us already?
I'm sorry, I have not, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Hyde. I'm an attorney for the objectors in this case. I'm Mr. Murphy's partner, for better or worse. And I'm going to be examining Mr. Miller, who's one of the objector representatives and a witness here tonight.
Mr. Miller, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hyde.
Good evening, Mr. Miller. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
I can, but before I do, I'd just like to thank everybody for this very, very long day in session, and I hope that we can wrap it up and I'll get home. My name is Peter Miller. It's spelled Petermiller.
And what is your address, Mr. Miller?
210 North Racine, Chicago.
Mr. Miller, one of the objectors in this case is a company called 1146 West Randolph LLC. What is that company?
It's a LLC that owns the building at 1146 West Randolph.
And are you the sole owner of that entity?
I am.
In addition to your ownership at that address, do you own and manage other properties in the area?
I do.
And do you do that through a company?
I do.
What is that company called?
Bright Star.
Uh,
Bright Star Management. Inc.
Mr. Miller, why are you representing 1146 West Randolph LLC here tonight objecting to this application?
Why am I objecting, or why am I representing the building?
Why are you objecting?
I think that the combination of one of the larger restaurants to go in recently in the West Loop is Gioia and Pacifico. The chef is Federico Camacho, and he is opening right next door. So not only do you have the dispensary and the traffic problems that that's going to create, in my opinion, but you're combining it, and it's almost like exponential, because at some point, he's got like approximately 130 seat restaurant. He's got to have valet on that corner. It's gonna just be a traffic nightmare. And then when he opens an outdoor patio, the thing just gets, I don't see it being good for the neighborhood.
Okay. And in addition to to that issue, do you also, do you also have a problem with the notices that you received with respect to certain public meetings?
The only notice that I received was
Mr. Chairman, we've discussed notices. You've ruled on the notices. I don't know why we're recovering procedural grounds.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump ahead, Mr. Hyde. Is this basically the same thing that you had written to us previously?
This tracks with what we had written to you, Judge. Mr. Chairman, I did want to put it on the record just as a fact with the court reporter, and for the record, it'll be very, very brief.
Let's skip it. He's here, so notice is waived.
Okay. So the only thing that I would like to put into the record are the envelope and the letter that were attached to that prior letter. If we could have those shown and foundation laid for those, if you or just actually, you know what? Let's just admit those into evidence, and we'll move on.
This is the same thing you're talking. This is part of your letter, right? The
Right.
posting of
If that's already part of the record, I'd have them. I'd just ask that they be moved into evidence, and we'll.
It's part of our record, as is our response to that objection that you raised.
That's fine. I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you very much. Who's next, Mr. Murphy?
Jamie? And Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to keep all my witnesses right next to me, if that's okay with you.
Totally fine.
I think everybody can work. So we're going to swear the witness in?
Yep. Can you identify yourself first, please?
Amy Magalev. I live at 311 Florence Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Go ahead, counsel.
Jamie, can you, you're familiar with the general criteria for special use?
Yes, I am.
I don't have to review them with you, do I?
No.
Okay, and that's the reason you're here?
It is.
Can you briefly give the board a brief look at your employment experience in this unique area of cannabis dispensaries?
Yes, I have been working in the architecture field specifically with cannabis clients since 2015. I began that experience when I worked at Perimeter Architects in 2015. I was the lead architect on Dispensary 33's current location at 5001 North Clark Street in Andersonville. It was the first dispensary opened in Chicago. In 2016, I was the lead architect on a dispensary for Justice Grown in Pennsylvania. In addition to that, I worked on 7 feasibility studies throughout the Midwest, including Chicago. Those locations ranged from cities, suburbs, and locations of all shapes and sizes. Currently, I am working on 2 locations for Dispensary 33 in the city of Chicago, as well as 3 locations for Viola brands in Michigan and Missouri. Total in my career, I've worked on 21 locations. That includes current, completed applications, and feasibility studies.
Have you had an opportunity to view the architectural drawings for the dispensary proposed on Randolph Street, as well as have you had the opportunity to walk the area and be familiar with the neighborhood?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you walked the neighborhood or been around that area around 1140 West Randolph?
In the last year, I've spent quite a bit of time in the West Loop. I looked at many different locations with Dispensary 33 while they were determining the ideal location for their dispensary in the West Loop. I've also made 20 to 30 site visits to the potential location across the street to verify dimensions, to observe site conditions. I've also walked across the street to 1141, walked around the building, examined the entry, and examined the alleyway in the back.
And
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I've read the witness's report. I'm sure the board has received it and read it because it's part of the evidence submitted by the objector's counsel. So I don't, for the sake of time, if the attorney wishes, we can just accept her report as her statement, and we can go to anything that elaborates further on that statement.
Well, I'm assuming counsel is accepting her as an expert, and I just have a couple of highlight points to hit, and I think we can move forward.
I accept her as a licensed architect in Illinois with knowledge of dispensaries. So that, I believe, is her level of expertise. And in that context, I accept her report.
I will move very quickly then, Judge. Jamie, you've heard the testimony given earlier by all the witnesses and Mr. Lee, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony, both in your report and anything you give the board today, is in your capacity as an architect, not as an operational person or salesperson or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Can you very briefly just talk about your concerns? Because the chairman wanted to know more about the line of sale or how people progress the business. From an architectural standpoint, very briefly talk about the opening part or the beginning part of the business in the main entry.
Yes, in the last 5 years of my experience working with multiple cannabis clients, the success of the dispensary relies heavily on circulation and customer and employee flow. If the flow doesn't work, customers cannot be served in a safe and effective manner. The dispensary uses the same ingress and egress points to the main entry, the main entry off of Randolph Street and the sales floor entrance. This creates circulation paths that double back on themselves, which will cause congestion between customers arriving and departing. Circulation and customer flow is critical to success. The sales process at dispensaries is linear and station-based.
And the doubling back is your primary concern with all of this, people literally passing each other, having to come past each other to either come and go after they purchase, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So that's the linear passage, everything we were talking about, correct?
Correct.
What about your concerns regarding the dumbwaiter and how that operation works?
Mr. Chairman, again, it's all in her report. I was trying to expedite matters by just saying, because her report identifies it, shows, for example, on the one that just was pointed out by Mr. Murphy, I believe, is now questioning, she's got drawings, she's got images, she's got narratives, it's all there. We're just replicating evidence here.
His objection is taking longer than her testimony thus far. We're moving very smartly through her testimony.
Okay, let's continue then, Mr. Murphy.
Very briefly, what are your concerns about the dumbwaiter?
My primary concern about the dumbwaiter is particularly at the front of the facility. As it's illustrated in the new med plans, that dumbwaiter sits in a common stairwell that will have access to the public as well as the third floor tenant. Furthermore, that enclosure around that shaft space is illustrated in plans submitted by NewMed as a glass enclosure, which does not comply with state regulation enclosure requirements. That enclosure is required to either be reinforced concrete or carbon steel reinforced drywall.
Suffice to say then, moving on with respect to emergency egress, you have the same concerns Mr. Lee had in the event of a shooting situation or fire situation?
I do, yes.
Okay, and one way in, one way out?
Yes.
And your same concerns with respect to common stairwells, that doubling back that we talked about?
Doubling back and non-dispensary clients having access to that stairwell.
And then very, very briefly regarding loading and delivery, that back area of the location?
Yes, as we've discussed, the product delivery takes place outside in the alley rather than in an enclosed loading dock. The alley is surrounded by open parking lots on 3 sides, which puts loading activities on full display to the surrounding area, which poses a risk to vendors and employees. The interior staging area takes place in a stairwell. At best, that's a 5 foot by 5 foot space, which is a very small space for a person to move in with a cart loaded with product, then open that interior door and then move inside.
What about, and lastly, the POS stations?
Yes, per the plans, the POS stations don't comply with accessibility code. The counters that divide the restricted access area and the limited access area are required to be 48 inches above finished floor. The POSs themselves will create that barrier. As drawn, each POS is only 2 feet 8 inches long. An accessible countertop at 36 inches above finished floor must be at least 36 inches in length. Therefore, they cannot provide as many POSs as they're indicating while those are still ADA compliant.
So basically it doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit.
In general, and in summation, well, actually, one last thing about the accessibility and waiting really quickly in the education room.
Yes, so NewMed has stated that there will be no waiting in this facility. On the second floor, they do indicate a waiting and education room. This waiting room is a waiting space is only provided on the second floor. This is not available to disabled customers. Furthermore, if they plan on holding educational events for customers, those also will not be available to disabled customers. Education is a vital part of the cannabis purchasing product, and not providing that access space to them is discriminatory and does not meet accessibility code.
Again, going back to kind of our major concern, or the objector's major concern, is it just doesn't fit here.
It does not fit. This existing building is not large enough for a cannabis facility to safely and effectively function.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Who's next, Mr. Golar?
Mr. Golar. I'm going to keep him next to me as well, Judge.
Totally fine.
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Murphy starts with Mr. Golar, same thing as I said with the architect. We have seen his report. You have his report. I'm sure you've read his report. So I don't believe we need to replicate the statements in his report.
Agreed. Mr. Murphy, just add whatever you think is new.
We will add, we will move very quickly, Judge.
Mr. Golar, identify yourself for me.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Saquan, S-A-Q-U-A-N. The last name is Golar, G-H-O-L-A-R. I'm the owner of Rescue Aid Special Events and Training, which provides security to Dispensary 33 and security planning. My background is 14 years in law enforcement, 20 years in fire, 20 years in EMS, private security over 19 years.
I'm assuming Mr. Acosta will accept him as a security expert?
Hold on. Mr. Golar, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
I'm assuming, unless you want to go through his qualifications, Mr. Acosta will accept him as a security expert?
So I've read his qualifications, Mr. Murphy, and what I find from his qualifications is he has extensive experience as an EMT. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer. Other than with Dispensary 33, I'm not sure how much he has in the development or analysis of security plans, other than from the perspective of a patrol officer, which I understand has some knowledge in security.
So I am offering him as a security expert. Is the chairman going to accept him as a security expert?
I'll only accept him up as, honestly, I share Mr. Acosta's view on this.
Well, I would say accept him to the extent of his qualifications stated in his CV and report.
That's fine, yes.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Moving to the highlights. You're familiar with the general criteria special use?
Yes.
Okay, and you're here basically on safety, pedestrian safety, comfort, and security and safety of those inside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the plan that we've been discussing for several hours meets that criteria?
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't meet the criteria.
And I, again, not to, I don't want to keep beating it. You have the same concerns as our architect, as our other experts, or us or other witnesses with respect to the one way in, one way out?
Yes.
Okay. That creates a security problem and a safety problem?
Yes.
both for a shooting incident, a criminal incident, or a fire?
Yes.
Okay. You also have a concern with respect to being able to physically move, whether able-bodied or not, through the process of actually purchasing the cannabis and then exiting through the same place that you, same door that you entered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned there's no fire escape?
Yes.
Okay, why is that a problem?
So it'd be a problem because in an event of emergency, and upstairs they talked about a waiting area. If the fire was to break out on the first floor with combustibles, that they would be the materials they would be having, there means that egress will be cut off coming down the stairs, and that means they have to jump out of windows, and that will delay quick access to like law enforcement responding to fire.
You're familiar with the E2 Club problem? They had the same issue?
Yes.
No fire escape?
Yes.
And that was fatal for about
Mr.
20.
Chairman, I don't think the analogy is the same to a club that had chains on its doors for opening.
It had no fire escape, counsel.
Maybe Mr. Murphy is not aware that you cannot erect a fire escape in the city of Chicago any longer.
All I'm saying is there was no fire escape.
That's the second thing, the egress.
Moving forward, you share the same concerns as we've heard earlier regarding vault visibility and the dumbwaiter system?
Yes.
Okay, it's just not safe?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's open to the general public.
There are better ways to do it?
Yes.
Okay, and the better ways to do it is to have a bigger area to have everything on the same floor?
Yes.
Okay, that also comes down on the time of service, correct?
Correct.
That's the security problem? Okay. Very briefly, armed guards are better than guards that are not armed?
Yes.
For the obvious reasons and everything you've heard earlier?
Deterrence.
Okay, it's a deterrence?
A bigger deterrence.
Okay.
Can I also go on record to say too, I'm
Please.
also a licensed contract agency. So I also hold the license. So I'm in charge of doing site surveys for I'm also in charge of my company itself. So I'm the licensed contractor holder for the company. So my job is to do site surveys, negotiate contract negotiations with inside the business, also budgets, also guard training that I cover too when I go out and do those site surveys, and also risk analysis too.
Okay. Does it concern you from a risk standpoint that the security expert who testified earlier today has not talked to the security personnel who will be implementing his program?
No, he hasn't.
I have nothing further for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And is that your last one, Mr. Murphy?
That is the last one, I'm assuming, and we will accept his report.
We have it, yes.
We will everyone else, correct?
Yeah, we have his and your prior witnesses, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, before you go back on mute, I have an objection slip submitted by Dispensary 33 as the entity under the email Brian at Dispensary 33. I'm assuming that was part of your group and that is not a person who wishes to separately testify?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go, Mr. Costa, I'm going to go through. I have a few other names for folks who have appropriately registered to object. And so I'll just say for everybody else, we've covered a lot of ground. As I mentioned earlier on, when we started this hearing, it's not a town hall. We don't do it by public vote. So if your basis of your objection was covered, you can just say, I agree with so-and-so on X issue. You don't need to rehash it. Once we've heard the argument, we have it, and we'll take it under consideration. I'm going to go with Zachary Zisis or Zisis, Z-I-S-E-S.
He won't be testifying.
He's not testifying. Perfect. Renzo Mejia.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank
can
you,
you
Chairman.
identify yourself and give us your address, please, for our record?
Sure. My name is Renzo Mejia. My address is 125 South Jefferson, Chicago, Illinois, 60661.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and let us know the basis of your objection. And again, please don't repeat material you've already covered.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, the rest of the board here. So I've been living in the West Loop here. So I'm here as a West Loop resident. I've been in West Loop now for a little more than 10 years. So I come here representing myself as an individual, but I am a senior vice president at the largest privately held cannabis operator in the country. We're headquartered here in Chicago. So as senior vice president, I've been responsible for many things, much of which includes finding the real estate for dispensaries, designing these, opening, operating. We've done this with now 15 to 20 dispensaries all over the country, including Massachusetts. Florida, of course here Illinois, and then up and down the East Coast, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Ohio as well. So I'm well versed with how dispensaries should be set up and how they should operate, and doing so in an efficient and safe manner. In addition to my professional experience, I've visited hundreds of dispensaries all over the country, again, as a professional and as a consumer. And in my experience and in my opinion, which I think is significant, I think this new med application is probably the worst design I have ever seen for any dispensary as far as a floor plan is concerned. I really think that if it does get open, it would be a major detriment to the community, the neighborhood. There will be lines around the block, as we've seen with other locations that NewMed operates, similar size as well, and service will create a very unsafe environment, I think, for, again, residents and for the neighborhood at large. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sure. So I do think that, again, it will be an unsafe environment for the neighborhood, and a huge disservice to the community. We're looking at, 400, a little less than 400 square feet of floor space, of sale floor space, for a customer traffic of anywhere from 300 to 500 people per day. That amount of sales floor space is just inadequate, given the current layout and just the capacity of that space. And again, as a professional dispensary operator, I could never consider that property for a dispensary. There are many other properties in the community that would be a lot safer and way better suited for the purpose here and for the use here that we're talking about. I really strongly urge the ZBA to reject this application, and to really consider the safety elements or the safety precautions that I think are going to go by the wayside if they do get open. Thank you for your time.
And tell me, before you go, tell me the name of the dispensary business that you're part of, that you're, I think you said, a senior vice president of?
Verano Holdings. But again, I'm here as a resident of the West Loop. I'm not here on behalf of the company. I am here as a West Loop resident.
Okay. I'm gonna, before I let you go, so if any board members have questions, and then Mr. Acosta, if you want to do, if you have any questions for this witness, we'll do that now so he doesn't have to stay on the line. Board members, any questions? Mr. Acosta, anything you want to ask before we let him go?
Yes, Mr. Mejia. Were you formerly employed by D33, Dispensary 33, the objector in this matter?
I was formerly employed as a bud tender, and this was, 5 years ago now, and have since worked at 2 other large cannabis companies, Verano being the third.
And were you also the first recreational or adult use customer to buy product legally in Chicago and did so at Dispensary 33?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board of this witness?
I have one question. You said you lived in the West Loop. Where, I didn't catch your address. You might have gave your address in the beginning. Where do you live in the West Loop?
So 125 South Jefferson, right in the corner of, was it Jefferson and Monroe? I think we've been saying,
that's kind of more like the South Loop, but okay. I know the 77 neighborhoods. I'm really well rehearsed on that. So I would consider that more South Loop than West Loop. So that's why I just wanted to get your address. So you say West Loop, but technically you're in the South Loop.
Sure. And
okay. I just want my commissioners, my colleagues to understand. You said you lived in the West Loop, but you really live in the South Loop. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, I've got a Sean Aldridge. Are you here and would you like to testify?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
Will you identify yourself and give us your address for the record, please?
Yeah, Sean Aldridge. My address is 1134 West Washington. I own the building on the corner of West Washington and May Street.
Got it. And before you proceed, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell us your objection?
Okay, so obviously I'm very close by, just here. I've looked at these floor plans really carefully, and I think everybody here has touched on a few of these issues without getting to the the in the room. There's a single exit and entry into this, which, look, I understand Chicago Fire Code. I understand, I'm not a zoning person. I'm not a fire person or an architect. I own a building and I've redeveloped that building. So I understand that this is an existing building and that somehow that gives the applicant the right to have a single entry and exit to get around the ADA requirements, but perhaps, and something about the toilet that is or is not required, but those requirements seem to be, a function of the fact that this is an existing building. If this were a new construction, there's no way that this would be allowed in this situation. So, like, look, if I wanted to rob this place, this would be really easy. You would just come in the front door. You would either set a fire or you would pull the fire. You would somehow make the fire system go off. And then anybody that was inside, like maybe my accomplices who are inside, would just by rights have to be let into the receiving, the dispensing, and all of those secure areas, because they would have to get out that back door. I mean, there's just nothing about this is secure or safe. Single entry and egress. If there was a fire in the front, so what I heard the applicant saying is that they would just open that back door. So if I'm hearing this right, the only thing that you need to do is to create some sort of emergency situation, and the entire thing stops being secure. So, I mean, that alone should give everybody pause to say this is it's a completely and totally inappropriate place to put something that's supposed to be the most secure and the most regulated type of use in the city of Chicago.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Acosta, you have any questions for Mr. Aldridge?
It's essentially the same question, although I don't have specifics. I want to know if Mr. Aldridge has any relationship with either objector at this point.
No, I don't.
So I'm.
Oh wait, no. I should say, I'm a medical marijuana user, and I have shopped at dispensary 33 before.
Thank you.
But that would be it.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, sir. We appreciate your patience.
Thanks.
Stephen Ernest, are you here? No, Stephen Ernest. So moving on, Bob Faust.
I'm here.
Will you identify yourself for us and give us your address, please?
Yeah. My name is Bob Faust. I live at 3616 North Milwaukee in Chicago. And I'll try to make this super duper quick because I know it's been a really long night.
Before you proceed, you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Absolutely.
Okay, now proceed.
Yeah, I'm going to come at this from a slightly different perspective, and I hope it's worth your time. I'm a cultural, I run a cultural branding firm here in the city for over 20 years with a focus on arts and culture. I serve on a lot of boards, the Chicago Dance Makers Forum Board, the School of the Art Institute's Fashion Council, as well as the Mayor's Cultural Advisory Council. I'm also the founder of Facility on the Northwest Side, a new art project space, as well as the Special Projects Director for artist Nick Cave. I'm asking for your time today because I think dispensaries have a greater responsibility to their communities than just dispensing cannabis. They have a responsibility to their neighbors. And when we have multiple dispensaries competing for the same license in the same time frame, I think we have a responsibility to hear each other out and choose the group who will be the better neighbor. I have a long history with the folks at Dispensary 33, and I know intimately how committed to the arts and community they are. And being a good neighbor is part of their DNA. contributing to the culture outside of the dispensary walls has always been part of their vision, and why I hope you give them a chance to make a second home in the West Loop.
Mr. Faust, can I ask you, before you continue with dispensary 33, is it your contention that the applicant before us today is not a good neighbor? And if so, can you focus on that rather than dispensary 33, since they're not before the board at the moment?
Absolutely. I don't want to say that they won't be a good neighbor. I think that they can't, given what they've shown in tonight's testimonies, provide what dispensary 33 can and wants to. I look at that space and I see it as nothing more, and able to do nothing more than delivering cannabis product. And where I'm coming from a good neighbor perspective, is that we can do more. This is a new industry with a responsibility to do more. And let's put the energy there. And you've got people who want to do that and people who want to sell pot, right? So I just say, give them a shot to be heard on the same time frame, so it's not a race to the finish line. I'm not saying one has to get it over the other. They both might be great. I'm just saying, give them a shot. That's really all I'm here to say.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Mr. Acosta, do you have any questions for this witness?
He's already identified his connection to D33, so I think I'm good. Thank you.
I got a question. I do have a question. So you live in the Old Irving Villa neighborhood, but you're talking a lot about the like I said, I'm really good on the neighborhoods here in the city of Chicago. When you said, Milwaukee and Addison, I knew you're right there by Shears High School, and I know it's Old Irving.
I actually didn't say that, but that is exactly where I am.
Yeah, I know you said your address, so I knew where you lived. So anyway, my question is, you seem to be concerned about the West Loop. Does D33 or any other cannabis dispensary, are they opening over in Old Irving or Villa Park? I mean, you seem to be an advocate, so I don't know if you're advocating for anyone, maybe D33, to open up in that neighborhood as well, since they're such good corporate, citizens. I was just wondering.
No, I don't know of any opening here.
No. Okay. So, okay. So you're concerned about the West Loop. I was just wondering if there's any.
No, I'm just saying, give everybody a shot, and who would be the better neighbor in the situation. That's all.
Sure. I got it. I don't know. Maybe you used to live in the West Loop. I don't know. So,
I've lived in the South Loop, and I've lived in Bucktown, and I've lived in Old Irving here, and I've lived in Riverside, and I was just trying to get my head around. No, it's not about like the place for me. I'm talking about what choices we have, and let's make a choice, not let's take what
No. I just want to know how much you knew about the West Loop. That's all.
I know lots of things
about
the city of Chicago. I grew up here. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Faust? Okay. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chelsea Watkins.
Hi, yes, Chelsea Watkins.
Can you give us your address too as well, please?
Yes, so I live in Lincoln Park, 1820 North Fremont, but I work on at 1621 West Carroll in the West Loop.
And you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, please give us the basis of your objection.
Okay. Thanks for having me tonight. Again, my name is Chelsea Watkins. And I'm here today as a longtime professional in the West Loop neighborhood and 27th Ward. I'm an avid cannabis consumer and a caregiver for a patient in the Illinois medical program since 2018. I've visited many cannabis dispensaries and legal markets where I've lived as a consumer, and not one dispensary I've visited, nor anyone in the cannabis culture would operate a dispensary like this, or like that New Era is proposing. New Era's plan is a safety and security hazard for Randolph Street due to its proposed small size and location. I have a large circle of friends and acquaintances, 50, 100 of people who live and enjoy going to the West Loop. And they're similar to me, professionals who enjoy and use cannabis that live in the West Loop or work in the West Loop. And people are super excited for a dispensary in this location. However, 1141 is not a place where I would want to shop or recommend any friends or acquaintances or coworkers to shop. Simply because how can I expect to have a quick and quality shopping experience if it's so small? And I mean, the answer is I can't. And I would probably be better off driving outside of the ward to visit a different dispensary. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. Any questions from the board? Mr. Costa, any questions from you?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your patience. Kenneth O'Keefe. I don't see any Kenneth. So Roger Romanelli.
He's here, Chairman. He's a call-in.
Okay. Mr. Romanelli.
This is Roger Romanelli.
Perfect. Will you give us your address, please?
Yes, I live in Hillside, Illinois, and the office of our association is registered at 917 West Washington Boulevard in Chicago.
And the name of your association, please?
I'm the executive director of the Fulton Market Association.
And do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you give us the basis of your objection, please?
Well, yes, I've written my comments here, and so I'd like to proceed.
Have you sent us your comments in writing by any chance?
I have not, but I was instructed by Victor that I could prepare my comments and deliver them. Can I please proceed, or what would you like me to do?
No, please proceed.
Okay. Our association, the Fulton Market Association, is a nonprofit community-based agency that has served Fulton Market and West Loop for 24 years, providing economic development services to residents, businesses, and property owners. For 16 years, we were the community's delegate agency for the Chicago Department of Planning and Development. Regarding NewMed's proposal, one ZBA criteria is whether it is in the interest of public convenience and does not have an adverse impact on our community. We believe NewMed's proposal falls short here. First, I reference a letter from Bayview, USA, the 1133 West Randolph property owner next door, co-signed by their first floor tenant, Gioia Ristorante, which features Chef Camacchio, who has worked as the executive chef at Chicago restaurants and Michelin-starred restaurants in Italy.
Mr. Chairman?
Together, I'm sorry?
Mr. Romanelli is now putting in what I would call hearsay evidence regarding some letter from some other person who was not here.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Romanelli. We don't have that letter. So why don't you skip that part of your letter?
I have a written copy of the letter that I'm happy to submit. The point of it is that, I'm sorry?
I said you can if you'd like.
The Chairman, I'm going to proceed. Thank you. The point of it is that Gioia Ristorante, in writing, has strongly opposed to NewMed's dispensary together with the building owner.
Hold on. I don't have them here. I don't have a letter from them, so you can't speak on their behalf in that way. So proceed with your testimony, sir.
I'm giving public comment based on 30 years of economic development experience. Okay. The dispensary has a storefront length of 25 feet. It is widely expected that dispensary customers will line up on the sidewalk and encroach onto the restaurant's operations. That will include large open windows overlooking the sidewalk and likely a sidewalk cafe. Now, city law allows people to stand on a sidewalk as long as they're not committing a crime. So while the restaurant and the building owner have invested significantly, no one can prohibit dispensary customers from lining up on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant's open windows or next to their sidewalk cafe unless the dispensary customers are committing crimes. In one of the community meetings, Mr. Acosta had said that dispensary customers waiting could go into local businesses and wait. When it's cold outside, I would expect that they would try to go into Gioia's restaurant business. They're not a coffee shop, they're an upscale restaurant. And so if NewMed is asking for a special use variance, it shouldn't burden its neighbor next door. Second, I have an written email from City Winery at 1200 West Randolph across the street, which I'm happy to provide.
Same objection.
They do not,
Mr. Romanelli, tell me your views. Don't tell me what other people are telling you they're saying.
Okay, well, I'm going to echo their views.
That's perfectly
They
fine.
have also, they are specifically concerned about the delivery vehicles in the alley and the lack of off-street parking. So let's address that. We've got delivery vehicles coming in the alley, blocking the alley.
Excuse me, Mr. Romanelli. Your statement is
Yes.
they are concerned about delivery vehicles in our alley. The chairman, I think, has directed you to say your concerns, not theirs.
And so Mr. Romano, just so you understand the distinction, right? I don't have that letter from anybody else in front of me. So you could just as easily be telling me that Mayor Lightfoot sent you a note that says she's an investor in Dispensary 33. I have no way of verifying what you're saying, if you're saying it from what other people, if you're ascribing statements to other people. So
Okay, great. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to make 2 points. I was sworn in under oath. Okay, everything I say is under oath. But let me address the facts here. We have a dispensary that is proposing to load and unload in the alley. This will block the alley. This will interfere with adjacent business operations, and this will impair our full traffic flow through our community. It makes no sense to give a zoning variance to a company that could impair traffic flow. Let me speak about crime in our area, crime in our alleys, in our community. In our alleys behind Emporium Arcade on Fulton Street and Bar Sienna Restaurant on Randolph Street. At least there have been serious criminal incidents in the alleys. So alley deliveries are very concerning. Now, let me shift to my personal observations about this issue after I've amplified the concerns of local community members. Let me refer the ZBA to Exhibit B from NewMed, a special use analysis from the Metron Group. Page 2, second paragraph. Subject property consists of a 2,500 square foot site with a 3-story commercial building containing an above ground area of approximately 7,500 square feet, with each floor containing approximately 2,500 square feet. I believe this is incorrect and misleading. Page 5 of Exhibit B is a photo of the building exterior with a sign saying the building has 1,625 square feet per floor, not 2,500. I also have a survey from the building owner next door in writing showing the dispensary's footprint at 1,625 square feet. So there's concern that NewMed has exaggerated its floor space by 50%, and this discrepancy in Exhibit B must be clarified. Now, I would like to make reference to NewMed's previous application at Haymarket Center. I simply want to say that I think that it demonstrates. Excuse me?
Go ahead and say it.
Taken together with Haymarket Center, that proposal never should have been brought next door to Haymarket Center. I think NewMed showed indifference there to Haymarket Center treating people for substance recovery. And as the executive director of our association, I think NewMed is again showing indifference to the incredible investment of Gioia Ristorante and the building owner, who invested significantly well before NewMed proposed its dispensary. My final 2 points. Exhibit D15 by NewMed is a letter of support from a group called West Central Association. On the letterhead of the letter is the name Michael Esger. It's shown him as representing Acosta Esger LLC. But I believe Acosta Esger is the law firm representing NewMed, so I'm concerned that this letter represents a conflict of interest. And with respect to the letter of support from West Loop Organization, marked Exhibit D16, this letter references City Winery. And I noted earlier under oath that City Winery has sent me a written email opposing NewMed's dispensary. My comments are concluded.
Board members, any questions? Mr. Acosta, any questions of this witness?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Romanelli. That's the list that I have. So, Mr. Acosta, it's back to you if you'd like to do any cross-examination or...
I have a few questions for Mr. Lee, if I could, and I'm going to try to keep this very short and to the point.
I'll grab him, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to keep him next to me again like we did before, if that's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You're still under oath. Agreed?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Acosta.
So, Mr. Lee,
Yes.
other than with respect to the plans you've reviewed and the reports you've reviewed, do you have any knowledge of NewMed's operations at its existing facilities?
At its existing facilities? No.
Yes, sir.
You have the reports from the state listing how many.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? You broke up. Hello?
Can you repeat
Yes.
the question?
Sure. Other than with what you've
Right.
reviewed in terms of reports and drawings, do you have any knowledge of NewMed's operations at its existing facilities?
I believe I was given reports that were of their current operations, but most of what I was concerned about was the 1141 West Randolph.
I don't think you were given any reports, at least by us, of their current operations, but I understand that what you reviewed is related to 1141 West Randolph. Second question. I have another question.
I have a question. What's the report that you were given about their other operations?
I reviewed the reports that were in the Dropbox.
For the location that's proposed that's before us today, right?
Yeah, and then they had testified that because of the way they were doing business at their other location would very similarly mimic the way that they were doing it here.
I understand. I'd like to move really quickly to, I assume you're very familiar with the existing D33 facility at 5001 North Clark.
Yes.
Can you explain to me how you load product into that facility?
Beyond the scope of direct examination. As a matter of fact, we had our examination short to avoid that stuff, to move forward, and now we're across on it.
I'm offering for the impeachment. Credibility is admissible.
Hold on. Mr.
There
Murphy.
can be no impeachment when there was no testimony.
Remember when I said we're going to do one at a time? I was being serious. Mr. Murphy, you give your objection. Afterwards, Mr. Acosta, you can give your response. Mr. Murphy, unmute yourself and give your objection, please.
My objection is far beyond the scope of direct examination first. Secondly, we truncated Mr. Lee's testimony as we truncated every one of my witnesses' testimony in an effort to become more expeditious and get to the public testimony for those people who were waiting. So to cross-examine on an issue that wasn't even brought up in examination, claiming it's impeachment, is highly inappropriate.
I disagree, actually, and go ahead and proceed, Mr. Acosta.
Would you like me to argue my motion, or have you ruled it?
I've already on it. let's.
Okay, so Mr. Lee, can you tell me how you make deliveries at D33?
Sure. A trucker van will pull up into our basically driveway or alley that ends. And then the van will then go ahead and park right next to the door, unload the items into our man trap, and then the items are counted inside the dispensary.
Mr. Lee, hold on. Mr. Murphy, who is it that's providing answers for Mr. Lee in the background?
There was general chatter. They were not providing answers. They were, I can only classify it as general chatter.
I can completely answer.
But the chatterers have been expelled from the room.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Acosta.
So, Mr. Lee, is this the partial alley / driveway that is immediately east of your building on the side street of D33?
Yes, I don't know if it's an alley. It's more of a driveway that leads into delivery areas for the building. Yes.
And at the back of this alley, is there not a gated fence that is see-through to the property to the north?
There is a gated fence and there is a property to the north. Yes, that property is not behind that fence in any way.
Well, if I go through the fence, I'm on that property. Your property isn't. And in addition, is this the same alley that at least on
Can
Tuesday.
we have the witness answer the question? I think there's a question pending, and then he jumped to a second question.
I think he answered is my point. I heard his answer.
Let's split him.
I'm sitting next to him, and I didn't, so.
Hold on. Let's do that one more time, Mr. Acosta.
So, Mr. Lee, if I cross the fence that is at the rear of this driveway that you're describing, there's another use. It's another property. It's another leasable space.
It's the back of our property that also leads into our basement. There's some space back there as well. Yes.
That space back there, did it
Behind the other
contain?
commercial properties, yes.
Hold on, one at a time. Mr. Lee, finish answering the question.
Sure. It's the space behind the other commercial properties that are our neighbors. Yes, and it leads down to our basement or entry to our basement as well.
And in that space, are there currently picnic tables where people sit?
There is a table there. Yes. And
Thank you.
yes, occasionally people might sit there. Yes.
And in your, do you know approximately how wide this driveway / alley is?
I don't know offhand, but it looks like a standard driveway.
So I don't know what that really means. I can try to help you by saying I tried to measure it on Google Earth and I got about 12 feet, but I leave it to you.
It seems I could not talk about its size, but it does seem like a standard driveway that would indeed fit a standard car or truck.
Okay. And it would fit one standard car or truck, not two side by side.
Yes.
And does this alley / driveway also contain the dumpsters for D33, which are large commercial dumpsters?
Yes, they do.
So how do you get a car in there when the dumpster's in there?
How do I get a car in there when the dumpsters? Well, the dumpsters are pushed all the way to the rear of that long driveway space. And then the truck will actually have plenty of space to pull up right next to the door where they can unload directly into the man trap.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would direct you to Google Earth Street View and see where that dumpster is located, if it's to the rear or not. And I can also advise you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that I was there this week and the dumpster was near the side street. And unless you pull that dumpster out, I don't see how you get a vehicle out in there.
Would you like me to start listing the objections to the testimony that counsel gave? Wholly inappropriate testimony. He is referring in an attempt to impeach a document that doesn't exist. He's directing you to a website which is beyond hearsay, which is the exact objections he was making when the civilians were testifying. And he is testifying again on behalf of his client in an attempt to impeach an unimpeachable witness on this particular issue.
And I did not. I directed them to a publicly available, reliable source, which is Google Earth Street View.
You offered testimony that you were just there this week. That's testimony.
Okay, so I withdraw my testimony and I only state the portion of it that relates to Google Earth Street View.
Again, same objection. There was nothing involved in his direct examination with Google Earth and has nothing to do with anything. He tried to impeach, he swung, and he missed.
I did not miss. There's dumpsters sitting in the alley per Mr. Lee's statement.
Correct, and they're allowed to deliver the product. Your point was the dumpsters would prohibit the delivery of the product. That's not happening. Swing and miss.
Now we have two attorneys testifying.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Garcia. Could I ask a question about this?
Please do.
This line of questioning. So, dispensary 33. I think you said it was 5003 North Clark or 5001, something like that. 5001. So that's right, just north of Argyle. I'm pulling out Commissioner Toya's map madness of what streets cross what streets. But so Clark and Argyle.
Yes.
And so the property itself is on that corner there, correct?
Correct.
So this alley, driveway, whatever we're calling it, is right around the corner? Like, so
It's
your
actually-
property's on the corner and it's off of Argyle coming off the street?
Yes, it's off of Argyle, and then it's directly behind our building. So it's the back of our building, and it's not an alley. It is a driveway where, yes, there are dumpsters there, but they do not block our door, or they do not block any
Okay.
kind of delivery like that.
Just to go next, Argyle is a residential street, correct?
Yes.
So is there a residence right next door to this alley /
Yes.
driveway? There
Yes,
is.
there is.
Okay, so it's just like normal Argyle where you just have residential homes there.
Right, so there's a commercial property on the corner, and then our driveway, and then the residences go down the way on Argyle.
Okay, and so when you're pulling into this, are you going across that sidewalk that goes down Argyle
Yeah.
as well? Okay, so we're talking about, just to visualize this without Google Earth, there's, I think there's a conversation about where the dumpsters are or not, but there's an alley where there's potentially dumpsters someplace, but then you also have the sidewalk and the street and then a residence next door to it.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to paint the picture, make sure I'm understanding kind of the area that we're talking about. And then when there was a talk about picnic tables and those things, that's to the commercial properties to the north of that is what you were talking about.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, okay, I just want to situate as you guys are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's, Mr. Costa, I'm starting to lose the thread here on how this relates to anything. So let's.
It was only offered for impeachment as to how their deliveries operate and their location of their delivery versus ours. Just for the sake of brevity and time, I won't ask Mr. Lee any other questions.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and who's next on your list, Mr. Acosta?
So what I'd like to do actually is I don't have any additional cross questions. I would like to recall Gil Magnelli, hoping he's still with us, just to clarify a few points that I think were made through the objectors' witnesses' testimony, and then I will rest.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, as long as Mr. Acosta doesn't have any further cross, Mr. Golar has to get to work. May he be excused.
Are there any questions from the board of Mr. Golar? Seeing none, then yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. McNally, I see you have joined us. You are still under oath. Mr. Acosta,
Yes.
please.
So, Gil, you heard the objectors' witnesses talk about this dumbwaiter shaft being enclosed in glass. Can you describe the enclosure of the dumbwaiter shaft?
Yes, the dumbwaiter will have a steel support structure and it will have an opaque wall around it.
And that opaque
A solid wall around it.
That opaque wall, is it what type of wall is it? Is it a dry wall? Is it a masonry wall? Is it some other kind of wall?
The vault enclosure itself in the basement is masonry, and that wall around the dumbwaiter can also be masonry or can be a reinforced drywall with carbon steel reinforcement.
Would that all be the ultimate construction of that wall would be pursuant to the state regulations?
Correct. Correct.
Second question, with respect to fire safety, does the Chicago Building Code address fire safety specifically on the means of egress? So does it require, let me rephrase that because I see your confusion. So does the Chicago Building Code regulate the required means of egress from a facility?
Yes.
And when you gave, I think in your prior testimony, you talked that we were only required to have one exit because of the travel distances between locations within the building.
Because of the travel distance as well as the occupant load.
So, and were those based, are those regulations that you have stated based on the fact that this building is an existing building, or is it as if it were a new
It would
facility?
apply to a new building just as much as it would to an existing building.
So my point is really that there was a witness from the community that testified that he thought we were getting special favors for being grandfathered on fire safety. My only point is, are we getting special dispensation?
No.
Because, pardon?
No, you're not. This would still comply if it was a new building in terms of building egress, fire egress.
And in terms of the doors for exiting, you have a secure door. This is, I'm looking at the back of the building from the receiving room to essentially the rear stairwell.
Yes.
That's a secure internal door.
Correct.
The door leading to the alley is also a secure door.
Correct. Yes, the building code in our building here will allow us to lock those doors on the side opposite egress. So it will always allow egress, but within that stair, we will have access control on those doors.
And is the building code intended to protect, among the things it's intended to protect, is fire safety one of them?
Correct, yes.
And so when you say that this complies with the building code, it's not only the architectural, plumbing, structural provisions.
Can I object to leading now, Judge, or should I wait to the next questions when he's leading it through his redirect? I have no problem with testimony, and I have no problem with leading, but we're far afield of that now.
I'm just trying. Pardon me?
Let's rein it in a little bit. Rein the leading in just a little bit. We're trying to balance efficiency with Mr. Murphy's fair enough objection.
Yeah, Gil, purposes for the city of Chicago establishing the Chicago Building Code. Does that include fire safety?
Yes.
Thank you. And I just want to reinforce something I believe you said previously. It is your opinion, given your
Again,
experience.
objection leading. It's not a question.
It's fine. Go ahead.
It is a question. Is it his opinion, as he stated earlier?
Then it's asked and answered.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that going around, so why don't you go ahead and do it, Mr. Acosta, and we'll close.
Mr. Chairman, it's late. Let's rest.
Okay.
And go to the next step here.
Are you, that's it for questioning for you, right, Mr. Acosta? Okay. Then before I go to Mr. Murphy, I'd like to make a closing statement. Any questions from the board at this point? Seeing none. Okay, Mr. Murphy, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, Judge, very briefly. And thank you and the board. It's been a long day for everybody, and I appreciate everybody's time, as do certainly on behalf of my clients. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your patience. And I thank Mr. Acosta as well for his efforts. Simply put, what Mr. Fitzsimmons wants to do here doesn't fit. We certainly understand that businesses want to make money and they're in the business to make money. But part of the statute that, or the statute that we're dealing with is with respect to safety and comfort and not harming the surrounding area, goes to things the business has to do to not be a nuisance, not be a distraction, not be a danger to their neighbors. By virtue of their choices, and this is all about choices, they chose this building because they didn't have to do any additional zoning work. They could jump on the process of becoming dispensary right away. Well, you take the building as it comes, and they've attempted, and if we had further time for the testimony from our architect, you'll see it, but you certainly see it in her report. This is about trying to retrofit or trying to fit the business into the already existing floor plan of the building. That's the piece that doesn't work. And that was kind of my theme from the beginning. It just doesn't fit here. Nobody's disputing that they have a right to sell cannabis in the city. Nobody's disputing any of those issues. It's that simply it doesn't fit here. and it doesn't fit for several reasons. It doesn't fit because of the one-way coming and going with respect to the small front door. It doesn't fit with respect to the small hallways that they call a waiting room. I believe that's a bit deceptive when you're calling something that is 5 feet wide a waiting room. It's not, it's a hallway. The security components, and I appreciate your patience with respect to the civilian comments. The security plan in place certainly shows that there is no security. And I don't mean absolutely none, but when you need security the most is when times are the most dangerous. When the times are most dangerous here, there's only one way in or out. A second way that Mr. Williams talked about out is guarded by locked doors. Secondly, if those locked doors are open, then everybody gets to file past the storage area and receiving area and the impounding area. So if they do open the doors to let people out, they get to go buy the stuff that they want to steal in the first place. So again, this isn't personal. This is simply a floor plan and a business that doesn't fit here. And lastly, with respect to the queuing up and the lines outside, this is a big issue. I don't think this is anybody's first rodeo here. This is a big issue for all neighbors nearing dispensaries. Nobody wants people milling about or standing in line, queuing up 6 feet apart, because that's going to be a longer line if people have to be 6 feet apart, down the block when they're trying to run their own business. And that's what's going to happen here because of the one way in, one way out. That's what causes the problem. Now, if we were talking about a bigger building, a bigger floor plan that allowed for adaptation or changes to be made, obviously, Mr. Fitzsimmons would say, I get it. I can make this particular thing wider. I can elongate this particular thing. I can add this to add to the safety issues, to add to the concerns, or to eliminate some of the concerns of the neighborhood that we're not going to have people queuing up or standing in line. But because this floor plan is so small and because this building is so narrow, Mr. Fitzsimmons' best efforts can't change those things. And that's the concern. So again, on behalf of my clients, thank you very much for your time. It's been a long day for everybody, but we do appreciate your efforts, and we ask that you deny the application.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Acosta?
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I know it's been a long night. I will try to be brief here. But I think you've heard testimony from professionals that meet all of the standards. I think among that testimony, it's very clear that in terms of security, the arbiter of whether the state has significant security regulations in this field and will be the final arbiter as to whether we meet or don't meet their regulations. As Mr. McNally identified, some of the assumptions made by the objector's witnesses with respect to our facility are just incorrect. In his case, I limited to the vault. There are others, but we don't want to get into it all. I think there's clear demand in the area for this facility. I think Mr. Fitzsimmons indicated two things. They have a reputable and clean record of operating in the city of Chicago as well as in other cities in the state of Illinois. And there's clear demand for this. And they are not attempting to be the exclusive service provider. He noted that there's another dispensary that was approved by the board 4 blocks to the east. So we're not serving the entire market. We're intending to serve a segment of the market. So this is not, there's many different sizes of stores, there's many different sizes of restaurants, there's many different sizes, and you gear your customer, your restaurant or your store or your dispensary to your anticipated customer base, which is clearly, and a customer base clearly exists here. That shows the interest in the public convenience. We also heard Mr. Fitzsimmons talk about the text-back system. So people, and that was ignored by some of the objector's witnesses, you don't have to wait in this facility. You can go somewhere, we can text you back. This is commonplace in the industry. And If you wish, you can go to the second floor. You heard Mr. McNally talk about compliance with the building code. Building code also talks about all of the safety items here. So again, that is consistent. You also have, in terms of the global scenario, the review by the professional staff of the city recommending approval and meeting that we meet the standards, as well as our witnesses showing how we meet each of the individual standards and the basis for it. I think the objectors, I understand their position. I think at this point, the board understands their position. They're a competitor. They'd like us not to be here. And we all understand that, but just I think someone pointed out, just like a beauty salon and the issues that you face at this board with beauty salons, that's not a proper basis. I think the bias of all the witnesses has been shown. They're all essentially related to D33 in some fashion, or mostly. Certainly the witnesses are, some of the public testimony is. Notably, there's very little in the way of community, and you've had many of these hearings where you've had a lot of community objecting. Here, there is barely any community. I think one individual is actually from the immediate neighborhood, and we have letters of support from 2 organizations. I'd like to address Mr. Romanelli's statements about the WCA. It has strict conflict of interest rules, and my partner would recuse himself and not participate in any of the deliberations or conversations or presentations to the WCA, which is a standard way of dealing with that. That's an independent body making an independent decision without his participation. And Wilco, we have no relationship with. It is quite an advocate for the community, and both of those entities, after extensive reviews and extensive conversations, community groups have expressed support for this and not found any of the ills that are claimed by the objectors. I think the weight of the evidence is in our favor in terms of all of the specific standards of this, and in terms of the fact that we will ultimately have the city of Chicago's building department and the state of Illinois be arbiters of some of these issues. And we believe that we will be a credit to this community. We will be able to operate efficiently based on our business model and our experience, and that we deserve approval of the special use with all due respect. I have two more things. Well, it's one more thing, but it's in 2 parts. Before concluding, other than congratulating all on your incredible stamina throughout this, I'd like to thank the Chairman and Commissioner Garcia for their service. It's been a pleasure to appear before you, and I am been very impressed about the efficiencies and the improvements that have been made to the ZBA as someone who's practiced before it for 35 years by this group of commissioners, and they are a credit to our city and our community. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great evening, what's left of it, and a great and safe weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. One last call for any questions from commissioners. Seeing none, thank you, counselors, and everybody who waited to testify. We will take this matter under consideration. I move we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, to the extent anybody's left, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. We are recessed into closed session. Donna, will you let me know if you're ready to go? Donna, when you're ready, will you give me a sign?
I'm sorry. I said I was ready, but I didn't realize I was muted. It's all your fault. So let's go.
Probably that
Yeah,
wine.
let's go. I'm with you, Donna. Let's go.
Okay. I move we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We have reconvened into open session. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve Board Calendar 27720S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 27820Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 27920S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28020S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28120S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28220S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28520S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28620Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28720Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 28820S and 28920S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 29120Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 29220Z, 29320Z, and 29420Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
No.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 29520S, 29620Z, 29720Z, and 29820Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Abstain.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 29920S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Sorry. And Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Chair was absent. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 30020Z and 30120Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I was absent. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 30220S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I was absent. That matter is approved. I move to approve 30320S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Abstain.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I was absent. That matter is still approved. I move to approve 30420S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I was absent. That matter is approved. I move to approve 30520S with the exception of DPD's final condition regarding the driveway. and instead allowing the applicant to retain the driveway as is. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Yes.
So one more time, Commissioner Esposito
Yes.
and Commissioner
Can you
Toya.
hear me?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya
Yeah,
is
it was a little muffled, but we heard you, sir.
Commissioner Esposito is a yes. Commissioner Toya is a yes. I am absent. That matter is approved with that additional condition. I move to approve 30620Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
No.
Commissioner Saul.
No.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
Chairman votes no. That matter is not approved. I move to approve 30720Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 30820Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 30920S and 31020Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
No.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 31120S, 31220Z, and 31320Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 31420S, 31520S, and 31620Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Those matters are approved. I move to approve 15920S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 23620S on condition that the applicant replace the fence of its neighbor at the applicant's expense. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
No.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
No.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. That matter is approved with the additional condition. I move to approve 23920Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 25220S and 25320Z on condition that the applicant apply for an administrative adjustment to modify the 4-foot wrought iron fence at the time of its building permit. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That those matters approved with the additional condition. I move to approve 25720Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve 26920S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar number 12120A. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's August 21st, 2020 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 26620S, 27420Z, 27520Z, and 15220S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. That motion is approved. I move we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes, and we'll miss you, Farzan, and we'll miss you, Sylvia. So bye-bye, but we'll see you around. We'll see you around. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair votes to approve. We are adjourned. Good night, everybody, and I wish everybody the best.
Yep.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye,
Thank you.
guys.
You're leaving? Oh.